Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel, host Save It Forever here. Doing a little something different on the channel. Figured I'd kill two birds with one stone. Um, do an actual All In chat video with you guys, and also watch the Xbox Partner Preview program, which I didn't get to watch yet, which came out on Thursday. Kind of busy this week. Plus, I wanted to get some gameplay in. As you guys know, COD is should be launching next week. I still haven't purchased the preview package, which I need to get. I'll probably do that today. A lot of stuff going on with Xbox this week, man. Every time I see a video where people are saying Xbox is dead, Xbox or Microsoft is selling off Xbox, um, especially since we're in a week where they actually released new consoles, new consoles SKUs, man. It's just it's comical at this point, right? It's sad, but it's also funny at the same time, right? Because a lot of these people, as you can tell, man, these guys do not play Xbox. They don't, or either they don't like Xbox, they don't play Xbox, they don't have Game Pass, right? I know we keep on rehashing this on the channel, but I feel it's important because a lot of you guys now that are waking up, who are on Team Xbox, and realize how it is for Xbox, the perception, the narrative, right, on in the gaming community towards Microsoft and their console is real, right? I know some of you guys probably were out there before joining Team Xbox, and maybe you didn't care about the console war and all that kind of stuff, which is fine. In fact, I highly recommend if you can just stay out of it and play your games, it's probably be more enjoyable for you. But for a lot of you guys that are out there that are now beginning to see the way Xbox, it's a double standard for them and Microsoft. This is why I always say on this channel, thank God, Microsoft is a $3 trillion company, right? Because a lot of other companies, as you can see with everything that's going on, with studios closing, businesses closing, right? And even some big name publishers, man, guys that you thought were untouchable, right? You see them like laying off people, shrinking in size, or outright just closing their doors, which I'm not celebrating. I mean, there's a lot to unpack when you talk about it specifically, but you know, Microsoft. If Xbox didn't have Microsoft, and if Microsoft didn't put their 100% support behind Xbox, then Xbox possibly would not be here. For all the people out there that sit there and talk about we need competition, we need Nintendo in this space, we need Sony in this space, but when it comes to Xbox, right, a lot of these people don't care if Xbox, if they stay or if they go. Most of them prefer that they go. Now, not to be a hypocrite, you guys know how I feel about Sony. I think they're a drag on this industry, and they're a drag on this gaming community, especially with their most hardcore fans. But with that being said, if they just would stay in their lane, I wouldn't mind so much. In fact, I'll clear that up on my channel now because I have people talking that I'm anti-PlayStation. Again, on my channel, dude, I don't like Sony. I don't make no bones about it. I'm also a pro Xbox channel. I talk about that as well. Sorry about the background noise, guys. I live in Hawaii, man. It's tropical. We got all these birds all over the place, right? And chickens. So if you hear them in the background, I'm not on a farm somewhere, right? It's just where I live. The weather here is nice, man. So a lot of animals can thrive and survive here. But anyway, oh, excuse me. But this is why I do the videos that I do, and this is why I have the channel to talk about these kind of things, man. Because I've put a lot of time and money into Xbox, and I'm not just talking this generation. I mean, like since the original OG Xbox. Now I'm a gamer at heart, so I put a lot of money into this hobby. So much so that now I call it a lifestyle, right? So I would say that on this channel. I mean, if I probably went back and calculated a lot of the time and the money, man, it would be astronomical. And I've seen this industry go through a lot of changes. I'm old school, man, older than most of you guys. That's how come I can talk about a lot of this stuff. I don't have to Google most of it unless I forget. Like, since I'm older, man, I do have a forgetful memory, man. And I don't use Google, sorry. I don't I don't have to bring most of this stuff because I experienced it. And I hate to see gaming um, go the way of so many other industries, man, that didn't deal with a lot of the things that's going on within gaming right now. But some of it I think is necessary, man. I know I talk a little bit of the politics of gaming on this channel, so you guys know how I stand with that. But it's just an industry that we all enjoy, we're fans of, and we want to see flourish. Right? You'd hate to see some of the stuff that's going on, um, mostly on the financial side, and some of it's self-inflicted. But still, man, I mean, the way that industry works and capitalism works and stuff like that, people should have the option to fail, right, and then learn from their mistakes, and then and course correct. Or when things change, right, and certain people decided to do certain things with their business, or they roadmap a certain way, like you see what Microsoft is doing. One of the good things about being a Microsoft consumer or Xbox consumer is that you know that the company is very fluid. Like I said earlier, man, there's a lot of people saying that Microsoft is getting rid of their console division, and here you have Microsoft releasing, I believe this week, right, all new SKUs, man, for people to purchase. Hold on, guys, is this thing? Let me make sure this is. I know I'm all over the place, guys. It's just the way it is, man. I got up not too long ago, man. I got stuff to do today. Oh, I see it. Okay, we're good. We're golden. Yeah, man, and of course on social media, if you guys follow me on X, it is Sega Forever, all in caps. If you guys want to check me out there, I am very active on there. You guys might not like some of the stuff I post on my X account, but I'll tell you one thing that's for sure, man. I cover a gamut of stuff when it comes to pop culture, politics, everything that's going on in the world. And then sometimes some of the stuff I posted doesn't necessarily mean I agree with it. I just try and share the narrative that's out there, because I honestly believe in free speech and people making their own decisions. Individualism is a big thing with me. Something that I think is being lost in the mix, especially in today's modern society, man. I think it's really important, man. If you as a person exercise your right to speak how you want to speak and do what you want to do, right? Especially in this country. I mean, it's kind of what we're founded on. But if you follow me on X, dude, I put all that stuff out there, dude. And especially when it comes to Xbox, man. I'm very pro Xbox, right? Because it affects my bottom line as well, dude. And this is not something that I just put out there just to put out there. Like a lot of the stuff I post, right? I have a little bit of background, a little bit of knowledge. I'm just trying to share that. Again, you don't have to agree with it. Hopefully, this one thing I like about X now, ever since Elon Musk purchased it, I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of people on X that I disagree with their opinions. I'm just glad that it's that they're able to put it out there, though, so that so that you can. And that's the thing, right, with free speech, right? At least I just need to know like where you stand on stuff. I don't have to agree with you on these things, right? It's basically just one big town hall now over on X. So I get to share a lot of different things. And when it comes to gaming, man, I definitely share a lot of the stuff that's out there. I put on blast a lot of the people that are putting false narratives when it comes to Xbox. And unfortunately, it's in the industry itself, the gaming industry, professionals that should know better. The media as well, the gaming media, who should know better as well, but they don't. A lot of these people, like I said so many times on this channel, a lot of these so-called gamers, man, they grew up in a PlayStation era. That's the gamers you're dealing with right now, where they don't know anything other than what PlayStation is or how PlayStation's dominated this industry. We wouldn't have the majority of the stuff we have now if it was just a PlayStation only industry. I'm just being honest with you guys. PlayStation has never really done anything. They've done a couple things in the gaming industry to push the industry forward, and I'll be honest with you, man. A lot of that is not good, right? With some of the stuff that they've done, and we're actually suffering for it now, right? But yeah, so follow me on X, man. Like I said, I put a lot of information out there, a lot of gaming information. Take away what you will with the stuff that I post. But when it comes to gaming, man, and you're an Xbox guy, yeah, definitely. But I put everything out there, put everything on blast. One of the greatest things I saw this week on X was a lot of the Japanese gamers over in Japan. Um, and I don't know if they're Xbox fans or not. Some couple of them you can tell, right? There's people that were posting stuff on there, and you just, I recommend you guys do the translate, right? You use the translate option to see what the people are saying before you possibly post. They might be saying something that you don't agree with. Um, but for the most part, man, the energy is high. They're very excited, just as gamers and consumers. If you guys didn't know that, I know this about Japan. They like things a certain way. They like things that are niche, like stuff that's to their taste and their the way they like to consume their product and stuff like that. And the white Xbox Series X with the 1 TB is really doing well over there. So they really like it. If you guys are Sega fans and you guys look at the Dreamcast, the way it was designed with the Japanese market in mind, and there's a reason why they have that swirl on the Dreamcast that has a meaning in Japan, right? It's again, it's a good meaning, good meaning. There's certain symbols and stuff in Japan that they don't like. So it was nice to see on X a lot of people excited about the Series X. It's always great to see, regardless of company. I'll be honest with you, when there's new consoles that are released, that people are genuinely happy about it, just getting a console. It takes me back to a better time in gaming. Of course, now we have all this console war stuff, so you just can't enjoy things like you used to, right? It is what it is. Hold on. But for the most part, the energy has been high, right? And I've been liking what I'm seeing, and they're still putting it. It's so popular, so much so that there's people that in Japan who purchased the Series X that are reposting when they got their consoles, right, just to be a part of the conversation, which I love because it drives the hype, it drives the excitement, right? It's something that Xbox needs in Japan, right? There's certain American companies that do well in Japan, so it's not impossible. You have Apple, you have McDonald's. I thought all this time, I thought 7-Eleven was American owned, but it's owned in Japan. If I'm not mistaken, you know what? I better double check that. But if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I'm pretty sure now 7-Eleven is owned by Japan. And what they're doing now is they're taking what makes 7-Eleven so good and so popular in Japan, and they're gonna start translating that to America, right? If you guys didn't, there was a story that came out that they're shutting down a lot of 7-Elevens, usually in like really bad neighborhoods, right? So they're probably shutting down these 7-Elevens probably because there's a lot of thievery and stuff like that. It happens here in Hawaii, man. There's certain 7-Elevens that are in bad areas, and then they're not there anymore, right? They're going to refocus to where 7-Eleven does well. That's why there's so many like ABC liquor stores and 7-Elevens in Waikiki, right? Because it fits that type of business, that type of business plan. So it'll be interesting for me to see, man, like people that come here. A lot of the influencers I watch when it comes to food, they love coming to Hawaii because Hawaii 7-Elevens, we have stuff that more than just hot dogs and nachos and pizza. What 7-Eleven wants to do is they want to take that business model that works in Japan and apply it to the mainland, the United States, mainland U.S. Now, I don't know if that's going to work because in Japan, right, a lot of people, there's a culture of work and the way the society moves, right, the way things are set up, which I think is awesome and very efficient. But I don't know if that would apply here in the States, right? We consume our stuff a certain way, but it'd be interesting, man. I'm interested to see how it all works out if they're able to pull it off. But so my point being, there's things that do very well in Japan, right? It just has to appeal to that market, like anything, like anywhere else, man. And Microsoft knows this, Xbox knows this, right? This is why they decided to go the route they have with Japan, right? For personally, you guys heard me complain on here, not to hate on my system of choice or the company I choose to spend my money on, but I would like them to kind of speed it up a little bit. But hey, look, I don't work there, dude. I don't have a degree like like the majority of the people that work over there do, right? But I will say, dude, I mean, they're putting in the work, dude. They're laying the foundations, and like I said in the last showcase they had, the Tokyo Game Show, that's one of the great things I loved about it. That's why I love the show so much. That's why I gave such a high score, because you can see like a lot of the things that they're doing now, and it's gonna be the same thing they did when Xbox started to lay the foundations for the American market, right? Working with a lot of the indies, making partnerships with people that actually want to put product out there, that want to that want to be successful and do business, right? That's important. You do have some of these guys that prefer to stick on PlayStation, which is fine with me. As long as there's no animosity, man. Maybe you grew up and that's all you knew, and that's all you want to do. Maybe it's the size of your studio. Maybe you don't have the money. This is why Microsoft reaches out to people, right? And as you've heard, Hebot, the world's most powerful gamer, talk about this on the channel and on his own channel and his own videos, man. A lot of these guys, um, you know, Microsoft has had bad experiences with some of the partnerships and the deals that they've done. So this is why they do what they do. Loving what Sarah Bond is doing, man. And of course Phil, but let's do that. I critique Phil on this channel, man, but I love the guy. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been enjoying this. I wouldn't even be doing this channel at this point. Who knows where Xbox would be without Phil? But loving what Sarah's doing. Sarah's awesome. Um, she's just really the right person at the right time. Sometimes you look at companies or you look at even certain movements, whatever it is, man, and you focus on the people that are involved with it. And for me, for Xbox, it's kind of like a renaissance with the Xbox console and games and the community all in one, right? It's going through this transformation, and when you get the right people in those positions, Sarah is definitely one of them. That's why I like her so much. Um, because she's doing, it's more than just doing the work too. It's just her personality, dude, and the way she's able to communicate with people. Like you guys know that I feel a certain way about certain things. Not just in the community, but in the world that I don't agree with, man. And then, one thing I love about what Xbox does, so I don't really give them a hard time, dude, is they don't try and shove it down my throat, right? I do think like, if the things that they did truly bothered me, I wouldn't be here. I'll be honest with you guys. I did that with other companies that I used to love or follow because of the content they made and the things that they did. But a lot of these companies have fallen off to the wayside when it comes to aligning to like what I feel is my principles or my morals and stuff like that. Then I just leave them behind. Right? I don't want to deal with them anymore. And Xbox has never done that as of yet. Hopefully, they never do. I think the tide is turning when it comes to a lot of these issues and views that these companies get involved in. To be perfectly honest with you guys, because I'm like that at work as well. A lot of that stuff should just be checked and left outside the workplace. Right. When you're trying to sell a product to people, right? Just focus on your product and what makes your product good. You know what I'm saying? That should be the focus of any business. This is what I was taught when I was growing up. Worked for one of the best companies in the world when I was growing up, dude. And I'm glad I worked there, dude. It opened my eyes to a lot of things about how businesses should be run, how the customer should be treated. And they were very successful in that, man. They actually branched out and grew. But in growing, they kind of did lose a little bit. They became a little bit more corporate, right? It was a family-run business at first. But it was, I got in to the company right when they were right before they started taking off, and it was a great roller coaster ride working there for that company. But I learned a lot working there. It was my first job. It's the job that I maintained while I was in high school, dude. It helped me to basically survive, right? Got a paycheck. I was able to pay off my school. And then after that, I went into the service. But the whole time that I worked there, man, I got to experience like how I feel businesses should be run, dude. It's like, yeah, you have to make a profit, right? You have to maintain, but you also have to put the customer first, right? And a lot of times, dude, it reminded me of service, right? Right. It reminded me of the importance of service and the importance of the employee to a company, and what that means for the company and how in turns the company treats the employee. I've never had a problem there, dude. The managers were fair because a lot of them that were managing, who became managers, they started off from the ground up, which I think is important, right? So they've been through the process from the very first position to where you start off, where I started off, and they just worked their way up to full time, and from full time they worked their way up to the manager position. But whatever job that was required in the store, these managers could do, and I can speak on that because there's certain parts of the year when you get super busy where everybody has to work, and the manager's office would be empty because the managers would be out on the floor, and they could do every single thing you could do. And when you see that, right, you're just like, oh wow, dude, I can't. You can't say anything to them, man. It's just, I know it's different. Sometimes in society now, you have a lot of people in these supervisory positions, right, that don't understand how things work. yet they're the ones in charge, right? And that's where you have the conflict, man. Not where I work, not my first job, dude. Like I worked there. I was it's a grocery store, guys. And then I was stocking shelves one day, and then one of the managers came, and this dude, they're always in the suit and the tie, in the shirt and the tie, in the back offices, running the operations, and they were getting slammed, dude. We all the supply guys were out, but we are just busy, dude. I think it was like Thanksgiving. It was one of the big holidays. And I remember I was trying to stock the shelf, and then one of the managers come and he goes, "Hey, hey, let me show you what can make it easier." Then he whipped out this cutter, which I was shocked he had a cutter, and then he cut the box and he just flipped it and put it up all on the shelf all at one time. And I had no idea. Nobody showed me that. And after that, and that saved like so much time. So my point being, right? You have people in these positions that understand the industry, that understand the business, right, and that you that you respect because of that. Right. So hey, what's up, Daniel? Happy Saturday, brother. I know I'm my podcast. I think I'll make an official announcement. I'll just be doing it on Saturday mornings. It's just the easiest for me. Like yesterday, man, after work, I was tired. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I still got some gaming in. I wanted to at least download the update for Overwatch 2. If you guys didn't know, Overwatch 2 is doing a collab this season. Um, and their collab is with My Hero Academia. If you guys are huge fans of that anime, like I am, so I have to download the update, man. And sometimes you know how it is, guys. The updates, man, they're huge, or they take forever, right? And so I tried to watch the preview program. This is why I'm doing it now. I just kind of fell asleep. I was so tired. Then yesterday I wanted to get some uh, what is that? Dark Tide. I just felt like playing Dark Tide. Sometimes that's all it is, guys. I mean, I try and set up my gaming to play as many games as possible. Try out a lot of different stuff. Yesterday I just wanted to play Dark Tide, and so that's what I did for a little while. Um, Man, and then I bought some other games too that I want to try out. There's a bunch of games that just released, not into Game Pass, but they're available on Xbox. Um, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well, right? Because the thing that gets me, hey, what's up, Faded? What's up, brother, man? Because the one thing that gets me, like for a lot of the people with all the gloom and dooming of Xbox, like I tell you guys, man, I'm not saying I'm right, but what I do is I look at things in patterns, right? And so I follow like there's a cyclical nature to this industry, to most industries as well, right? So I just look at the patterns and the stuff that's going on, and it amazes me how many people are dropping games on Xbox, right? Like over, like I guess like almost every week, because they have like indie selects is one of the categories that you can see on your homepage. You click on that, dude. There's at least anywhere from 4 to 7 games that can release in a week, right? Which makes it hard for me, man. If I'm being honest, right? Because I'm strapped for time. It's not just about the money, dude. It's also the time. The time, in fact, is way worse than the money, right? Because where am I going to find time to play all this stuff, man? I still haven't picked up the Plucky Squire, because that's one of the games I was looking forward to the most. I was hoping that it would come in Game Pass, but it's not in Game Pass, dude, and that's fine, dude. I don't know where this thing comes out where people like Xbox is damned if they do, damned if they don't. Like if they put it on Game Pass, it's killing the industry. If they don't put it on Game Pass, Microsoft is dying. You know what I'm saying? It's just a constant drumming of the stuff. Fade says Spider-Man 2 DLC canceled and it's coming to PC next year. Really? I heard the PC part. I didn't know that the DLC was canceled. A lot of people. It's just a bad time right now, dude. A lot of these companies, they went a certain direction with their games, man, and it's coming back to bite them in the ass. I'm just being honest, guys. You hear some of the people on the podcast talk about some of the stuff you do on Spider-Man. And then even like I've seen PlayStation guys, and they're not ponies. They're people that I follow for pop culture, but you can tell they're more PlayStation centric, and they'll talk about the some of the side missions and stuff they had over there was ridiculous. And you can tell they're fans because they'll compare it to Spider Man, right? They're not haters who compare it to Xbox and Xbox not having Spider Man. These guys go straight to Spider Man 1. It's like what are they doing? Spider Man 1 was such a perfect game, and so a lot of these guys are fans of Spider Man. Same thing with my son. My son has a PlayStation, and then he only has a PlayStation just for Spider Man because he plays most of this stuff on PC, right? But Spider Man 2, he hasn't talked to me about it at all, and he got that game when it launched. I actually picked it up for his birthday when it came out, and he was like, he's been quiet, dude, about it. Normally, he talks to me about Spider Man because he knows I'm a comic book fan and stuff like that too. So my son's not a comic book fan. That's more on my daughter's side, and then both of them are more into anime and manga anyway. Which, guys, I'm trying to teach myself how to read manga. I finally made the jump into manga. A lot of you guys, if you're confused, you're like, "Oh, I thought you read." No, I don't. I watch the anime. One of the reasons I don't read manga is because I'm old. I grew up in a comic book type environment. I actually like color in the stuff I read, right? Because when I was growing up, dude, you not just followed you love the comic book, right? But you also follow the writers and the inkers and the colorists and all that stuff, man. I mean, it was a full enjoyment of the industry, and it's not like that anymore. So I'm forcing myself to and the other thing I can stand about manga is you're reading the book backwards, right? You're going from back to front with the book, and then you're reading from right to left, which is weird to me, dude. I could never wrap my head around that. So if you're asking why I'm doing that now, it's because a lot of manga that gets turned into anime, some of them only get one season, and because of the way I like to consume the stuff that I like, right? If you guys follow me on the channel, like some of the games I play are not the most popular games. Some of the movies, right, that are cult classic now, people hated them when they first came out or never watched them. It took years, it took decades actually for some of these movies to get clout, or for some of the music I listen to, dude. Where a lot of people are listening to the one or two songs that are hits off of an album or a CD, dude. For me, it was like it's the B sides, man, that really make me become a fan of a band, right, or a genre. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way I consume my media. So, manga, unfortunately, anime is no different for me. And I say unfortunately because of some of the shows that I really like, they'll never do a second season. I can tell by the first season, and then it doesn't get any as much engagement. As for all the haters out there that talk about, oh, Microsoft just wants to use these numbers to hide their failures. No, dude, engagement is important, as you guys can tell now in the current space that we're living in, dude. If you're not getting any engagement, man, you're not getting any turnover. You're not making any profit. You're not getting people that are you're not getting eyes on the product, which is ironic to me because that's what the internet has been for the past 20 years. Right? This is how these guys are slooped in the mind when it comes to this kind of stuff. They can't because they're so blinded by the PlayStation 8. But yeah, dude, that's pretty big. I gotta ask my son. He'll probably be I don't know if he'll be disappointed because, like I said, he's not talked about Spider-Man. Like the first Spider-Man, like he knows I'm an Xbox guy, dude. Like I said, I don't download my crap on my kids. If you're a parent, I recommend you not do that either, because you're gonna miss really great moments if you do that. So it was fun talking to my son about Spider-Man. He's a big Spider-Man fan. So in order, like a lot of people who are fans of something, if you get a chance to experience the universe, and if video games is one of those mediums that you can do that. So we had great conversations, and then I'll talk to him about some of the stories. I would talk to myself about how much I hated Cosmic Spider-Man, right? And then it was just a good time. But with Spider-Man 2, he's not talked to me about it at all, And then he's always on his PC playing Fortnite or some other game that his friends are playing that I can't keep up with. So you know what I mean? So the DLC, yeah, I could see that now faded. I could see why. Yeah, the PC next year, man. I know that's already like a big thing with the ponies. So this is why it's not. This is why I can't stand them, dude. Because why they're always having problems, bro. Is because they talk so much trash, right? And then it comes back to bite them in the ass, man. Because the same thing happens to their console or to their games or to their developers. The inability of people who are ponies to understand how industries work, right? It's not. They're not in a lot of times it's a vacuum, right? That this is space they occupy because video games is an industry in and of itself, right? So there's going to be trends, right? There's going to be people following people to see. It's the business aspect, it's the profit model, it's all of that stuff, dude. So Sony's like any other company, dude. They'll suffer the same things like the entire industry is suffering right now. Again, guys, I talk about the DEI stuff on this channel. The only thing that'll separate me from a lot of the people that talk about it, because I'm a pro Xbox channel, right? So I'm gonna be as 100 with you guys as possible when it comes to DEI, dude. You guys know how I feel about it, but like I have to apply it. I have to apply it to how it affects us as Xbox gamers, man. Because there's a lot of people that'll hate on DEI just for the fact of hating on DEI, and I'm not saying they're necessarily wrong, but for like a lot of them that are talking about like Halo, right? A lot of them are talking about Halo right now, dude. You can tell a lot of them don't play it, right? like people were complaining about the armor, dude. I was like, obviously you don't play the game because armor like that exists in the game since for the last 3 or 4 iterations of what Halo is, right? So if you're coming to this channel because I'm a pro Xbox channel, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. There's some stuff that you can complain about, and that's another thing too, right? Some stuff that are important to some people are not important to everybody. So mostly, look, and if I'm being honest with you guys, most people don't care. Most people do not. Like every time they come out with like Digital Foundry, that's why I never watch these clowns, man, because they get into the minutia of stuff, and the majority population does not care. This is why Xbox does not advertise the way people think they should, because there's no return on investment when they do that kind of stuff, dude. They'll do it every once in a while when there's a pop, where there's a buzz, you know. They know what they're doing, dude. Trust me, these guys run the numbers, they run the figures. I mean, sometimes you can get a little bit too much in the weeds with that kind of stuff, and you miss, you know, that's one of the things about Microsoft. You might miss iteration or a turn, or you might not be on the bandwagon when it's and that's just, dude. That's just you just gotta be core on that kind of stuff, dude. But for what Microsoft does, it's been working, man. I'll do it unlimited. Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah, I saw that you did a preview. I was gonna watch it. I was gonna watch the preview first, then watch your video. But then when I was trying to watch the preview program, dude, just by myself, dude, I passed out on the bed. It was sad, dude. I woke up, it was like 3 in the morning, dude. The TV was watching me. You know, like back in the old days. Thank God we don't have that anymore because my TV switches to that energy mode. But some people, man, sometimes the same will pop, right, and then it'll be like back in the day, man, the test pattern or the fuzzy screen. That's how old I am, guys. So a lot of you probably don't know about that. Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks for being here. If you want to jump in, man, let me know. We can commentary over it, dude. I don't have to watch it like purely. Let me get to these chats, guys. I'm sorry. I'll do the preview right after. Faded Blaze. The show was cool. I'm interested in Mouse PI for hire. Yeah, I did see everybody sharing it on X, even though I didn't even watch the show. But yeah, dude, I love games like that, man. I love Cuphead. I still do love Cuphead, man. I just, the relationship between them and Microsoft. And Microsoft was cool about it, dude. But I think it's important that I think they just should have stayed with Xbox, man. I think they would be farther ahead than where they are now. Can't blame them though, man. They wanted to like for me, man. When I look at them, I don't think it was about. I think they bought into the hype of PlayStation. They found out real quick that it's all smoke and mirrors over there, dude. They're just like any other. Their fan base is just like any other, man. They're niche, right? It's in the general audience, right? This is why I want Microsoft to take over gaming, and I say Microsoft. I'm not misspeaking. I mean Microsoft, right? Just use their money to just take over the industry, and then we won't have those type of issues anymore. Faded says, yeah, from what I heard, Insomniac went to Twitter to announce it was canceled. Wow. Not surprising though, right? Faded, right? A lot of people are losing money. Politics aside, dude, economics is not in anyone's favor. I try and stress that on this channel, right? Because we're all feeling it, right? And a lot of these industries that used to be bulletproof, they are no longer, right? Because money's tight. When money's tight, dude, that's when everything gets real. That's the only thing that I will say about being poor, growing up poor. Everything was real to me. I didn't have any misconceptions of what the world was like, any misconception of what was and what was not important. Right. This is why when I grew up, dude, people, boys were boys and girls were girls, kind of deal, right? You didn't have to. You don't. This is how privileged and spoiled we are in these modern times, right? That people could have concerns about stuff that when crap hits the fan, when things get bad, right? And people start to realize what's important and what's not important. Right? Like if you feel a certain way about certain things, and then you want to vote a certain way, and then you might possibly get drafted for a war, stuff like that. When reality kicks in, that's when things get crazy. It sold 11 million copies. I think. Well, Faded Blaze says it sold 11 million copies. I think the DLC was canceled because it's expensive to make, and Sony still have to pay Disney Marvel. Yep. And Disney, I guess who needs money right now? Disney Marvel. Right? They're not playing around. So for all the stuff Disney says, all the front, that front they put on with about, customers and we believe in this and we believe in that. At the end of the day, what they believe in is money, right? Because if they are who they say they are, dude, if they're as altruistic, Disney Marvel, as they say they are, dude, people are struggling. People are going through hard times. Again, this is where when hard times, man, this is where the term hard times make strong men, right? So hard times, like what you're going through right now, dude. People. So a lot of times it's a course correction. A lot of times it's a wake up call for people that have been in this malaise of living life comfortably, right? And I don't oppose all that any of that kind of stuff, man. But people, when things get comfortable, people get soft. People make dumb decisions, and unfortunately, all of us have to pay for it. But yeah, not surprising at all. Faded, you know. It's like that. It's just like that meme that like that movie. What's it with Ray Liotta, where he just told me like, when you deal with the mob was like, I don't care, pay me. I don't care, pay me. That's basically a lot of these big corporations. They put on this front, right, of being for the consumer, for being for the industry, for being for the material, right, that they purport to be gatekeepers for, right. But when things start getting bad, right, when things start getting bad, then their true face shows up, and that's the only upside to me when it comes to hard times, especially with the economy, right. I see videos all the time, dude. Faded. I see videos all the time on X, man, where people are sharing. They went to the grocery store. They're coming out. They're like, "What's going on?" They're kind of ranting because a lot of times, and most people don't pay attention to the politics or the economics of things, right? And then, so this is raw, uncut, dude. They're in their car. They have a TikTok account or they have a X account, and they got a vent. They just jump on there, do a quick video, man. I just came, like this one dude said, I just came out of the store, dude. I bought, and he listed like maybe 7 things he bought, and he's like $111. He couldn't believe it. Like you're sitting there going, "Oh my gosh, this is nuts," right? And he's like, "What's going on?" And see, that's the question that everybody's asking right now for all this stuff that's going on in the gaming industry. There's a lot of gamers looking at them as like, why are these games broken? You know, why do these games not selling well? Why is there certain content in these games? What does that have to do with what I like to play? Right? Because at the end of the day, you got to put down that money, and that's a lot of people aren't doing that, and that's why the industry is where it's at. Faded place. It's also a sign that Sony is getting closer to day in day. Oh, you mean like kicking the bucket? Yeah, I can see that, dude. I can see it. I mean, look, dude. I'm not trying to be a hater, but at the end of the day, man, you guys know how I feel about Sony, and it's mostly their toxic fans that I can't stand. And I hate their fans even more now, just because it makes me use the word toxic. I hate that word, right? Because it's overused so much, man. But they fit the bill perfectly. There is no other fan base like a Sony fan base. I don't care. I've argued with people about that, dude. I'm from the Marvel DC wars back in the day, right? I'm from like Sega Nintendo days, right? And dude, even when I consume K-pop stuff, right? They have fan bases that are some people think are absolutely nuts. Nobody can hold a candle to a Sony pony. That that's straight up, dude. Every time they do a questionnaire asking who's the worst video game fan base, dude, it's always the Sony ponies. We all know that's the dirty, not so secret, right? Is that they're the most toxic fan base. And right now they're the worst fan base because they're dragging this industry down. As we can see by the numbers, man, these guys, they talk a lot of yin yang, but they don't follow up. They don't back it up. They're nothing but words. That's all they are. What's up, Anthony? Man, cheers, brother. Welcome. I'm sorry, guys, we got behind. I I better roll this video, man. I can see. I could. If hey, Unlimited, I know if you're watching, man. I know you're probably like, dude, look at this guy. Haven't I taught him well? I haven't taught him well because I'm here talking and we're supposed to be watching the preview program. And we can talk afterwards. I have no problem with that. Unlimited, if you want to jump in, let me know. If any of the other guys jump in, they can more than happy to jump in, dude. Again, this is off the cuff. I actually should have gone to the gym. Woke up this morning, dude. My back was killing me, dude. Don't get old. Or if you guys get old, dude, you know what I recommend to you younger dudes out there, man. As you playing your games, man. Every once in a while, get up, walk around, or take a break. Like play for like a couple hours and take a break. Go to the gym, do something, man. Dude, start looking into preventive care, especially if you're in your 30s, man. Because trust me, man, your 50s, man, your body will thank you so much. And that's my public service announcement for the podcast. We'll get into this now. Hold on, man. Let me make sure I'm doing this right, dude. Unlimited, man. If you're there, dude, did you get your special edition? I didn't see an unboxing. I was hoping to see the unboxing because I didn't buy it for Metaphor Phantasm. I thought you were gonna buy that. And one of the reasons I won't buy it, unless it's at GameStop, but I don't want to buy it through Amazon because I've had stuff shipped from Amazon and it came like, not broken but damaged. You know, I like my stuff pristine if I'm gonna play it. Hold on, guys. Man, I hope the volume's gonna be okay, guys. Widescreen this bad boy for you. Again, we're just gonna stream this, man. But the comments, dude, I'll be on the StreamYard watching it. So if you guys want to comment, go ahead. I might be popping actually back and forth on both of them. So yeah, let's watch this bad boy, man. I'm excited to watch it. Hopefully you guys can. No, let me know. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Dude,
I keep coming back to this page. The author's clearly awake. It's like he's warning us. But about what? I mean, what does it mean?
There's a crack in the lake house. The Marmots had let the lake in.
This is Agent Kieran Estevez responding to an AWE alert in the vicinity. I need to speak with the Marmons.
But the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant. The pressure kept building. Looking for release.
turn down the volume a little bit, guys.
We have a situation in the lake house. All agents converge on the facility now.
Yeah. Yeah, Alan Week 2.
I'm outside in a forest. Not here, not here, not here.
Oh, nice. The Lake House expansion.
Find out how Remedy is bringing a darker tone and horror elements to Alan Wake 2's second expansion, The Lake House, exclusively on Xbox Wire.
All right, you guys know your boy's not a big fan of horror, but this looks pretty good. Love this format, by the way, that Xbox is doing. Hopefully, they continue to do more like this, man. Technically, with all the stuff that Xbox puts out, they could do a show every month. Hopefully, they transition to that. I know that's something that someone like myself would like to see, right? Because they need to put their partners out there that are working with them directly because they got so much content coming up. It's hard to keep track of. Sorry, I will be breaking in and out of the show just to get my thoughts. But that looks good. Looks amazing. Bloober team. I've seen a lot of people opinions about this. Oddly enough, had nothing to do with the game itself. Welcome to the console wars. Is this in game? Ah, that's Chronos. Okay. Oh, okay. Blooper team. So that's the game. Again, sorry guys, I haven't seen most of these videos. It's gotta be a shooter. Oh snap! Okay.
Blind Fire is a unique shooter that removes light from the equation. Find out how the project came to be exclusively on Xbox Wire.
Again, love that. Love that they put that info out there. Xbox Wire, man. If you have an Xbox account,
なんで
you're not
俺
going to Xbox Wire. You
は
have
こんな砂浜で寝とったんや思い出せへん
Oh yeah, I know what this is.
いやそもそもの話親誰やノアのおかげで命拾いした
おじさんが記憶取り戻すまででいいからさ、俺も島の外連れてってよ。父ちゃんには内緒で。
海賊ごっこちゅうことか悪くない響きやの記憶喪失で目覚ましてたったの2日俺は海賊の船長になって海にこぎ出したあいつらなんなんコスプレかいな
マッドランティスってとこから来てんだよ。ギャングとかマフィアのたまり場の島。
こっちも行くで折りかじいっぱい行く手に待ち受ける数々の冒険はお宝をめぐる戦争になっていくわけや
ブライスなき今
Oh, cool.
マッドランティスはいくつかの犯罪組織で運営されてるよそのうち一番でかいのがクイーン・ミシェルってバーサの組織だ
よく来たねキャプテン真島に五郎丸の皆さん
マッドランティスにはカジノも女の店もあるがパイレーツ・コルシアムに一番金が動く
海賊王レイモンド・ロード
Oh, there he is.
見
Samoa
事な
Joe.
デビュー戦だったな船長やっ
I heard
と
he's
会え
gonna
た
be
な兄弟兄弟はやめ言うてよやこの先ずっと記憶喪失のままでいいの
Oh, that's cool.
ヤクザの大官だったんだろ記憶戻らんかったらこのまま海賊家業を続けるのもありか
Dude, man. Again, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt there, but I'm really looking forward to this game. Look, dude. At this point, man, Sega's just feeling themselves with this Yakuza series. If you guys have played the other Yakuza games, there is a theme. There is a way that the games are presented, and they do a lot of different things within the series and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, this is why I like Yakuza the most, right? And I'm definitely looking forward to this game because of as you see by the fighting sequences and how ridiculous it is. And it's something that's a theme within the series itself. Like I went ahead and I bought like, you guys look. I told you guys the story, man. I was anti Yakuza for the longest time, mostly because it was on PlayStation, or part of it was because I was on PlayStation, mostly because it was it's basically the successor to Shenmue, and I was upset that Shenmue got canceled, and then nobody supported it, even though they said they loved the game and loved what Sega was doing. Anyway, that's all in the past. I've moved forward, especially since it's come to Xbox. Again, this is why I like what Sarah and Phil have been doing, man. They build these relationships. We get to play these games. Because if it was on PlayStation, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be playing it. But I'm glad that it's come over, man. I've been enjoying it. I get a little bit behind in these games, just for the simple fact there's a lot of stuff that you can do with them, like Dragon Ishin. When I was playing that, I spent most of my time fishing and growing vegetables for some odd reason. It's in the minutia that I like a lot of this stuff, and it's the ridiculousness of it, right? It's very Japanese in that sense, right? And that's why I love it. So yeah, awesome. This is what I'm looking forward to in 2025.
Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii takes the series in a direction we never expected. Find out about its naval battles on Xbox Wire.
A clue, a lead. What more could a mouse detective want? Eureka! This is a real mouse changer.
I love this style.
Time to play detective and connect the dots.
Yeah,
Looks
that's the
like
one,
we
right,
just
Peter?
hit the jackpot.
That's cool. You saw the controller. Again, guys, sorry to interrupt, but just wanted to say, man, this is why I love what Xbox doing with their partnerships. Again, this is the partnership program, right? But or partner preview. But again, this is what Microsoft has been laying the foundations for over a decade now, right? Because of everything that happened when Xbox One first launched. And this is what when I talk about Asia in general, not just Japan, but Asia to include all of Asia, including Southeast Asia. This is the kind of things I expect to see coming from Southeast Asia, or Asia in general. Sorry, when Microsoft starts releasing stuff of all the relationships, all the stuff that they're building in Asia right now. This is what I want to see. Not this game per se, but stuff like this coming out of Asia. You know, unique and fun experiences. That was awesome. Yeah, Blaze. This is I love these kind of games, man. Alan Wake 2, The Lake House, Chronos, Blind Fire. Oh, yeah. So Blind Fire available today. That's not the show, right? We're stuck. Great so far. Is that the show? Oh no, there's way more. Sorry. Awesome, Naruto 2. I did see this trailer, somebody shared it. Oh, that sucks. Official. Some Naruto 2. Then play the first Subnautica and then the release that came with it out.
Dive into uncharted waters in Subnautica 2. Adventure alone or with friends as you try to survive on
nice.
an all-new mysterious alien planet. Learn more exclusively on Xbox Wire.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a great game.
I am Shadow Donkey. Animal Well is a game of many shadows. It's a game where every animal casts a shadow, and it's a game where you cast a shadow, and sometimes even the shadow of a shadow can cast a shadow. At times, you must step out of the shadows and reveal the secret which has been lurking in the shadows all along. Because if these shadows are allowed to remain within the shadows, then who knows what kind of shady shadow stuff these shadows are going to do next in the shadows. What we must always remember is that without shadows, there is no light. These shadows are evil, but some are not, and we have to look into the shadow of the shadow of the shadow to realize the shadow of the shadow within. So basically what I'm saying, Animal Well available today on Xbox.
Oh, nice.
式は
Oh,
無
no.
事宇宙へ行ったか。
マザーに会いに行くんだ。
Ah,
一番乗りを目指してな。
あんた、外の世界へ行きたいって言ってたでしょ。今がその時よ。
Eden Zero.
ワイズシュタイナーは俺だ。てめえら誰なんだよ。
師匠やけ。伝えなきゃいけない言葉があるんだ。
Oh,
まず
snap.
思考性を集結させるのです。エデンズグリッター、オーバーヒールデストロイ、ガンズハーベスト。見つけたぞ。好き。
お前の船は俺たちがもらう。
マザーは実在します。この広い宇宙のどこかに。
ガキがいいぜ。
Ah, this looks
時
good.
間はねえが遊んでやる。
友達のいねえお前の友達になってやる。
Oh, nice. What is this? 2025? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. Your boy, I've been getting back into JRPGs, man. A lot of stuff that they've been releasing. Like I've been talking about Tales, or Trials of Mana, and that game's pretty cool. You start off, it seems kind of basic, but as you play the game more and more, and it gets a little bit into the depth of it and the battle system and stuff like that, you know, it's way more deeper than I thought it was gonna be. Because I just basically like the look of the game, and there's a lot of reasons why I play JRPGs, right? Especially if it's a product or a company or a creator that I know that'll get me into it, right? Again, man, shout out to Phil and Sarah for building that bridge, and we get to enjoy this. So Eden Zero coming out next year. Kevin. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this game looks good. Yeah, I love the art style. Eternal Strings. Yellow Brick Games. Oh, that looks nice. I love the art style.
I have seen the gods shattered into Gildan Mist. I have seen the hunters awaken.
Oh, Video Donkeys game. Video
Steadfast heroes among them.
I'll go check them out.
And treacherous villains as well.
Oh, how's that?
I have seen the thrones brought low, faiths torn asunder, and all that still lives before the end. They mourn, struggle in anguish and despair.
Oh, that's bad. What is this, multiple? It looks like it. Well, it's the same. Oh, nice. What is this?
But I have yet to see the ember that can rise against the dark.
Mistfall Hunter. Going games. That looks cool.
Mistfall Hunter crosses Souls-like and extraction games to make for something brand new. Find out more exclusively on Xbox Wire.
That's it. That's an interesting concept. Subnautica 2, Animal Well, Eden Zero. Yeah, Eden Zero looked pretty good. I'm gonna check it out. And Eternal Strands and Mistfall Hunter too. Oh, Eternal Strands is Game Pass. Nice. Oh, this is like Ghost Ray. Again, guys, I love this type of art style. Like Dungeons of Hindenburg. Awesome game, by the way. Oh, look, you can upgrade. Cool. Oh, man, good soundtrack. Oh my god, I would play this game for the soundtrack. What was this? Yeah, Real World. Yeah. Ah, 2025. I thought it was this year.
What did you see? Okay, never mind. We're coming.
Oh, what is that?
Hello?
Ah, kind of like Enemy Zero back in the day. Fine. Oh, that's cool. Ah, that was cool. Nice. This month. Phasmophobia. Again, that was cool, guys. I like when they do that kind of stuff, right? This is why it's called the partner preview program, right? When they show those little tidbits in there, promoting their game as well as showing the relationship they have with Xbox and Microsoft for the fans, man, and the consumers. Very well done.
My dearest child, this island offers everything you may need in your precious life. Vast forests, roaring rivers, and mountains of rock and ice. You are old enough now to know that for every bit of goodness in this world, an opposing force exists. In the heat of the earth resides a darkness you cannot fathom. Demons as old as time, my child. Do not doubt, even a light like yours can be tempted by the dark. You must always choose good. And that I know you will. Sepe, be resilient, be resourceful. Be brave, my son. Stay in the light, with Babu by your side. And may the magic of this island protect us all.
The Legend of Babu. Oh, it looks pretty good. 2025. I like how they put wish listed. Midwest Games. I have to go check them out. 505.
Is dead.
Oh, this
Although I swore to protect it, I failed. Now I walk the path of blood until my mission is fulfilled. I will not rest until all traitors are silenced and our stolen kingdom returns.
Oh, this is that one game, right? I've seen a
Who
picture of
dares
this.
to question my will, standing in the way of my redemption?
Yeah, this Oh. Oh, this game looks neat. Awesome. Oh, that's cool. Man, dude. A little bit soulful. Anthony, this thing looks awesome. What is this?
My emperor will not fall in vain. You are just another lost soul, trying to oppose fate. And fate
Oh, nice.
is mine to command.
Wu Chang. Alien feathers. Yeah, man. See, again, dude, this is the stuff that I like seeing. This is the things that's happening behind the scenes with Xbox and what they're doing, reaching out to a lot of these developers. Man, if you guys don't know 505 Games, they publish a lot of they publish a lot of great games, man. Don't sleep on this company. It's one of the things I'm enjoying now, man. It takes me back to like the 90s when I used to not just play games, but I followed like the creators and the developers, publishers. We had a lot of great publishers back in the day, a lot of great developers back in the day that are no longer around. That's why I call it like a renaissance with the Xbox, because that's what it feels like. It feels like that time, right? When I used to follow guys like Working Designs, right? Because of the content, and I consume it the same way I did like with my collecting comic books or music back in the day, right? You want to know about the artists and stuff like that. So this is really good. I like that they're doing this. Again, little by little, man. I mean, it's coming in trickles, but this looks absolutely awesome. I saw pictures of it online. I didn't really know what it was. First time watching this trailer, man. This trailer looks amazing. Lindsay, so Chinese definitely, as you guys can tell. I wonder if they're gonna have a Mandarin. If you can listen to the audio in Mandarin. Now, I will say though that the audio here was solid. I really do like it. It sounded really good. But yeah, man, this looks What did you say? Oh, Anthony said looks fire. Yeah, dude, it looks amazing. And I'm gonna start talking about the graphics too, man. Like the combat system, everything. I'm not a big Souls fan, dude, but if they can make it a little bit more action adventure, I'll definitely. I know I'll definitely like it. So yeah, that was awesome. Good job.
This place was always dangerous and weird.
Oh, this is
policy and procedure used to keep us in control. But now we need a new approach.
Ah. Oh, this is interesting.
Baby's house is on fire.
Oh my gosh. It's so funny. Oh, Fire Break.
Welcome to Fire Break.
Okay, and that look cool, man. You know, you boy love shooters. I'll definitely check it out.
Learn how Remedy went about designing its first ever multiplayer game, exclusively on Xbox Wire.
Okay, so it is Remedy. And that's the first. Wow, that's interesting. It looks good. Like I said, you know your boy likes shooters, so I'll definitely check it out when it comes out. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, it looks amazing. Man, that's a lot of games. Look at that. That Wheel World. Coming to Game Pass. They're all Game Pass games right here. That was awesome, guys. Let's see. Sorry, I'm gonna go back a little bit. Dang, look at that. So I know people have been sharing this on X. Of course, since I didn't watch the preview program, I mean, I didn't know what it all entailed. Now, Real World, I saw that before. Subnautica too, because I played Subnautica. But everything else, man, is pretty much brand new. The Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, man, that looks way better than I thought it would be. Now that I've seen the battle system, I love the graphical design. I love the world. I can tell already, man. This is one of the things I talk about on my channel. Usually when I do the podcast, right, why I like certain things, right? It's in the world building. It's in the mythology that they present to you, man. If I can get lost in the mythology, dude, I don't care how many downloadable content you have, dude. As long as you keep it strong and you continue to build on that world, man, I'm all in. I'll always pay. And that's another thing too, man. I like how they're just sharing, because for all the pontificating that goes on online about sharing culture and stuff like that, dude. This is why it's important to give people these spaces that they can let their imaginations, roll. Because you're gonna miss out on these experiences in the sense of Wu Chang. Like, it hasn't come out yet, but I can tell already with some of the stuff I'm seeing, man, that it's a game that's gonna be on, that's gonna go beyond a lot of these games that are put out there right now. Not saying the other games are bad. I'm just saying, that's what tends to happen when you start melding. Because this looks like, I know it looks kind of Souls-like, but it looks like it has like a lot of action RPG or action elements in it, which I love. Those are the type of games I like to play, not just straight up Souls. But the overall look, man, the design, the mythology that they're showcasing, man, this looks awesome. I can see why the buzz on Wu Chang was high. That's pretty good. And then FBC Firebreak looked amazing. So I saw that as Remedy, man. So I thought it was going to be about, like, because they do Control, taking control, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, Remedy's another good developer. So I wonder if that's going to be in that world. They're just going to make it a shooter style version. You know, like that's what's happening with a lot of the games, right? They're adding a multiplayer component to it. And if this has a tie-in with Remedy, dude, this is the way that you do it. And again, we're just looking at a brief clip, like a trailer, but this looks amazing to me. Dude, there's not a game on here that I'm not interested in. I mean, like I told you guys, man, the only problem I have is like with some of these games, I probably won't play it if it's too horror intensive. I don't really care for those kind of games. Sorry, guys, I'm just gonna play this real quick. And these are the ones that are coming to Game. Oh yeah, Firebreak. I'm sorry. And then, wow. Yeah. All right, Eternal Strands. Real World is gonna be. Yeah, that's awesome. Look at that, dude. This is why Game Pass is absolutely awesome, dude. There's so much hate out there. There's so much hate out there when it comes to Xbox, dude. And this is how you know these people are deranged, right? Because they'll sit there and say that Game Pass is horrible, it's ruining gaming. And look at this, Subnautica 2. Subnautica is an awesome game. The only problem I have with Subnautica, and it's not really a problem, it's more of a personal thing, dude. It's a time suck because the way I like to play games, right? It's kind of like that open world stuff where I get caught in one such specific aspect, you know, and then I end up wasting a lot of time playing it. In fact, my daughter started playing it. She'll probably finish the game way before I do. But she has this thing about sticking on the story and stuff like that. I get distracted real easily. This is why I don't finish the majority of my games. Like Starfield, I could see myself never finishing Starfield. Like I'm motivated because of downloadable content to continue the story because I gotta move forward now, just so I can play the DLC. But if I don't play the DLC till next year, I don't be surprised, guys. And it's not that I don't like Starfield or that I hate the DLC. Like you see a lot of people putting it out there. It's not popular. It's not this. Dude, that's not how you play Starfield. Or I'll put it to you this way. That's not how I'm going to play Starfield, right? In fact, I need to get back on it. I bought an external hard drive for Starfield that was on sale. And I put all my Bethesda games on that external hard drive. So I just need to load it back onto my Xbox because, you know, space is an issue for us on Xbox side. That's one of the legit complaints that are out there. And it's not going to change anytime soon, man. You can see how much internal, going with the terabytes or with the SSDs, man. That was one of those milestone decisions that Microsoft had to make. They went that route. Eventually, hopefully, these things get cheaper. Then you'll be getting like you'll be getting like a 3, 4, 5 terabyte, and it won't break the bank. But that's in the far future. Especially if the economy keeps on going the way that it does, man. That's just the reality of it. So I find myself switching in and out of games. But yeah, I gotta get back on Starfield regardless. But this is nice. This is really nice, man. Eternal Strands, dude. That looks so interesting. I'm playing Atlas Fallen right now, dude. Atlas Fallen is awesome. It kind of reminds me of that as far as if the fighting system and gameplay is like Atlas Fallen, dude. I'm day one. This is day one for me. Real World definitely reminds me like the art style of Dungeons and Hindenburg. I don't know how the actual gameplay is going to be. I'm definitely interested. Right, the soundtrack alone sold me on this game. That looked amazing. Yeah, dude, and all on Game Pass, dude. That's awesome, dude. Don't believe the hate. Don't dude, untouchable at this point, man. This is why, again, dude. As soon as the video starts off with like Xbox has no games, dude, I just kill it. I'm like, no, dude, we're not having this conversation, dude, because obviously you don't know what you're talking about. And this is all you have to do, dude. You just have to watch this. You have to just watch something like this, like a partnership program, and then you know what's coming. And a lot of you guys, man, dude, you guys got to get over this deranged syndrome we have with Microsoft and Xbox, dude, because you guys are missing out. And it's good for your pocketbook, man. I don't know what else to tell you guys, dude. A lot of you guys, unless you guys are super rich, which most of us aren't. But I mean, if you got it like that, you got it like that. If you just, or if you got enough time on your hands, you want to wait for games. This is not a problem on the Xbox side. Again, I mean, Sarah Bond even acknowledged this when she made a joke about, now Game Pass is getting a backlog, and that's 100% true. I already have a backlog with my own games, which I just added to because they just had a sale, and I just picked up a couple games in the sale to add. and to support the developers, man. It's not just about getting the stuff cheap, man. It's about, there's games I picked up full price just because I like them. Because I'm a gamer, man. That's what we do. Not everybody have to do that. I'm not saying you have to go out there. I'm not saying that you're causing the industry to fail. They kind of did that on their own through their own stupidity. But they'll learn. They'll course correct, man. It is a capitalistic system at the end of the day. These people need to make money on top of making great games. They gotta find that balance. They gotta get back to good. Hopefully they'll do that. Yeah, I absolutely love this show, dude. Yeah, Unlimited, you're right, man. It was fire, dude. It was fire. I'm still gonna watch your video, bro. No worries, man. Don't worry. All right, dude. I'll kill this, and then get back to this. Where are we? Oh man, I've been over an hour. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. 10 out of 10, bro. Dude, Xbox, dude, they're just in the zone right now, man. They're killing it, dude. And a lot of the companies that are supporting them, that went along for the ride with Xbox when things weren't so good, right? When the hate was even stronger than what it was. A lot of these guys, man, they went along with Xbox, stuck with Xbox for the ride. I've done my part to try and support these guys. This is why, again, I don't sweat it when games, like the game that came out, Sifu, and it's an awesome game, dude. I thought it was just gonna be a quick just playthrough and stuff like that. I gotta spend some time on that game because the fighting system is pretty legit. Camera system's a little bit wonky, but other than that, man, that game is fire, right? I will say that. But is it the greatest game ever? No, not when I have a bunch of other games to play. But it is good. It's a good game. I even say Borderland. If I continue to play it and if I get the fighting system down, it could be even a great game. Right. But when they brought that game over, man, or when they released that game on PlayStation, I wasn't sweating it, dude. That's just the way I am. Dude, if you're not gonna support the console I'm on, you're not gonna get my money and you're not gonna get my business. Right. Now they brought it over and put it into Game Pass. Since it's in Game Pass, I'll play it. I haven't even played Stray yet, and everybody talks about that game. Now, games like Stray, depending on the type of open world and how you can get lost in the open world, in the world of Stray, then that'll determine if I like the game or not. Because I do like games like that. But I'm not in no rush to play it, man. It's no hate on those guys, man. Look, man, in life decisions are made, right? And it's not animosity and stuff like that. Do we have so many games to play? As you can tell by this preview program, look at how many games they're going to be releasing. Right? This is why I don't sweat Microsoft delaying stuff to 2025. Now, I know Unlimited. Shout out to Unlimited, man. I know you was waiting for a VOD, so I feel for you. I feel for anybody that's waiting for a particular game. For me, it's South of Midnight. I can't wait for that game to release. But I don't think it was delayed. I think it was picked for 2025. But there's so many games coming out on Xbox, right? That they're trying to parse it out, right? Because again, like I say all the time on this channel, dude, you don't want to step on any toes as well, right? If you have a big game and you release it into Game Pass, it could suck out all the air in the room, and you could kill the hype or the excitement of other games that are in there. And it's also just the way gamers are nowadays, man. I know I go off on this, man, but as a gamer myself, man, as a hardcore gamer, former hardcore gamer, right? We waited, with bated breath for games to launch, right? We were in that zone every time, man. We knew when a game was coming out. We were there day one to pick that game up and then to play it, right? These are not those times. I understand that, right? And it's beginning to have a toll on the industry, man. We need gamers to be gamers, right? We need gamers to go out there and enjoy gaming for the sake of gaming, man. A lot of this stuff's turning into fanboyism and stuff like that, console war stuff. It's I'm not saying I like it, but I'm not gonna not acknowledge it because it's real, man. It's people are trying to make a livelihood in this industry. Granted, everything that's going around outside of gaming is having a big effect on it. But at the end of the day, man, it's where the consumer meets the fan, where the consumer fan meets the industry itself. For the people that produce the product that we have. This is why you see a lot of the backlash with DEI. This is why you see a lot of companies not making it, and they have good product, dude. It's unfortunate that this is the way it is in the gaming industry. I hope it changes. Hope the economy gets better. That's one of the first things. It'll be interesting to see. But we got COD coming out next week. We'll see how that does as far as numbers. Everything looks good, man. Because dude, I'm buzzing on it. I got my COD. I went and dug up all my COD discs. I didn't go and buy it digitally because number one, dude, they have sales, but even when they have sales on COD, there's like $20 for the most part. I'm like, bro, cut that thing to $7.99, $9.99. These games have been out forever, dude. You guys haven't updated them. Granted, we get the boost and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, but I shouldn't complain. It's nice to have communities coming back playing it, right? So I got all my stuff out this weekend. That's all I'm gonna do in preparation, and next week, dude. So I'll be playing COD 24/7, man. I'm trying to go through some of the stuff that I missed, playing the old games and stuff like that. But I had to dig out all my discs, dude. I forgot a lot of the collector's editions I had. I have to find a couple of my discs, man, because I think like when my nephew was here hanging out, like he played the games, but they don't put the games back in the cases like they're supposed to. So I gotta go hunt those down, man. They probably got it in one of the other cases. I didn't realize how many 360 games I got back. You know, I told you guys I sold my collection, and then I started rebuilding it and stuff like that. So I have back upwards of 100 games on 360, and well, in fairness, some of them are doubles, right? Let me think. Well, anyway, about 100. There's a bunch of boxes that I was going through trying to find stuff. So, but that's what I'm going to be doing this weekend, man. Catching up with COD, man. Next week is going to be a big week for Microsoft, dude. Across the board, man. Again, there's a lot of people making stupid articles. I was on X. Somebody shared one. I think it was Game Industry Biz was saying how Sony is going to profit off of this stuff and out-profit Xbox and Microsoft. Some stupid comment like that, dude. Dude, when the cut is 70-30, you're never going to. They're going to, Sony get that 30%. I mean, they might make money off of that. And I don't even know if it's 70-30, right? I mean, knowing Microsoft, they might be nice enough to do that for Xbox, right? But at the end of the day, dude, they're going to be making money on everything sold when it comes to COD. It's probably why they're not stressing it so much, man. Either way, they win. Because they own it, dude. This is what blows my mind when you, and that's supposed to be like a legit a media source, right? Gaming media source, man. Saying something stupid like that. All those people should be fired. You don't need that type of incompetence at your company, man. Whoever came up with that idea, dude. Even if I read the article and it kind of explains why it's like that, dude, at the end of the day, man, that's hopefully it's clickbait, man, because that's the only way I can forgive something like that. But if you actually think that way, dude, you need to take an economics course. You need to do something. But writing is not one of those. Right? Maybe go into economics and see how stuff really works. When you have a straight 70-30 split, the 70 will always win, right? Just put it to you like that. And I know they probably did something with the supposed user base of PlayStation, which to me is non-existent. If you guys can't even upsell your own games, and then third party is outselling your actual first party stuff, dude, that is a reality, man. It's kind of always been that way, dude. This is what I like about this time right now that we're in. All of this stuff is coming to light, right? and a lot of it's because again the economy is bad, right? When you have when money matters, man, this is when people start getting honest, because you gotta think of things honestly, man. You gotta make, you can't afford not to make the right decisions. People will make bad decisions, man, and you see what happens when people make the bad decisions, dude. Whole companies are shutting down now in this industry because they bet on the wrong horse, when they made their content, when they decided to make their game. Right? Maybe they went into a genre that's just too packed. So as good as your game might be, for all the buzz the game might be getting, just the simple fact that you're entering a market that's full of those type of games, you gotta take all that stuff into consideration, man. Across the board, that's why sometimes I look at these guys and I'm like, look, I'm no expert either, but I'm like, dude, that's just like, to me, economics 101. Why would you do that? So in case in point, getting back to the point of Microsoft delaying their games, I can see why they're doing it, man. They probably worked out. There's a reason. Like, look at all the games that are coming into Game Pass off this preview program. Like, those are partnerships that these guys have to work on. I'm pretty sure there's money was exchanged, contracts were made, right? So you're putting in all this heavy work, man, and then you bring in something that could just, either damage the product or, more importantly, which would be even worse than that, is damaging the relationship they have with these developers. As you can see, sometimes there's some of these guys will come on and say it didn't really work out for them in Game Pass. Like one of the guys I was complaining to, I will say that there was a bug in the game, man, that caused me to stop playing. And I'm like, dude, if you expect people to give you the benefit of the doubt, man, you gotta come correct. You gotta come correct with your product, dude. Like sometimes, I've been playing so many Game Pass games, at least trying them out, dude, and I come across games, man, that are broken or have some kind of bug, and I'm like, dude, come on, man, you guys gotta gear it up. If it's a big production or your team's small, I try to try and understand, but at the end of the day, man, if you want people and you want consumers, especially now, man, that's the thing, guys, right now, right? I just canceled my Uber I just canceled my Uber. I just canceled my Uber account, dude. Deleted my Uber app just from my experiences I had. And it really wasn't Uber, man. It's mostly with the companies around that they work with here locally. The only reason I cut my Uber was like, dude, it's not worth, it's not worth my money, dude. Every time I order, for the last several times I order, they either forget something or, I don't get the thing. I get it late, or one guy delivered the stuff to the wrong address. Right. So in case in point, it's not Uber. When I contact them, I had this feeling like so my experiences were becoming more bad more often. I think Uber thought that I was trying to like pull one over on them. Right. So then like in the last one was really bad, dude. Like half my order was missing. It was really expensive. Dude, I actually had to go down to the store, right, to get the rest of the order. And by then, of course, everything's cold, right? All this stuff. There's a reason why I ordered Uber, right? I was busy. But I took time out of, that set me back, dude. I had to stop what I was doing and go grab the food myself, bring it in. It's for a party, actually, the next day. And then I contacted Uber, man. And this one was bad, dude. I was like, dude, they got to reimburse me. And they were like, okay, I'm sorry. Your experience was $2. And I was like, you know what, dude, I'm out. I'm done. Right? And again, man, Uber, for the most part, it's not really them. But the one thing Uber is, man, is just like all the fees that they're tacking on. So if you purchase Uber, man, it's out of convenience. So that's probably, you're going to pay more. But it was just ridiculous, especially where I live, dude. And then the tips and all that kind of stuff. I was like, dude, I'm not even getting my product. Either the driver's messing up or the business is messing up. So I just deleted it. And then I've been that way too, man. It's just like, why go out? Dude, they're always messing up my order, dude. Like if I go to a place now, I don't go to drive-thru, man. I go in and pick my order up. I check my order. Because there's nothing more frustrating than like if you buy something, then you come home and then you're missing something. Like there's this one lady that I follow. Her name's Kat Tim. She's funny. She's a writer, but she's a really good good writer. She's a great writer, but she's also puts a lot of humor and sarcasm in her writing, which I do love. And so she was talking about the experience of sauces, right? So you order a sauce, you order like something, like you order chicken nuggets, right? And then you get the order with the chicken nuggets, but you don't have any sauce. And right there, like the whole point of having the chicken nuggets, because most people, you can't eat the chicken nuggets plain, right? You need that sauce. And a lot of times you want this, like for me, if I ever eat chicken nuggets, which I don't normally buy, in fact, I don't really like going to McDonald's, if I'm being honest with you. I'm older now, but if I do get chicken nuggets, dude, I usually go to honey mustard, right? But then there's times like when my kids will want chicken nuggets, dude, and then I have to keep like a bottle of barbecue sauce in my refrigerator because they'll forget the sauces. This is why I don't go out to eat as much anymore. Oh, what's up, Unlimited? Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that, brother. Hold on, I'll send it to you right now. Sorry, I'm going on a rant. I have to rant to somebody, man. My daughter's getting tired of my ranting, which I don't blame her, man. Our kids are not meant to be our best friends or our therapists. Just case in point, just to let you guys know. So why you gotta say it like that? Say that. Look, I'm just being honest, man. Don't download too much stuff on your kids, man. And remember, you're the adult. You heard that noise? You heard that noise right there? This is why Hawaiians are so skinny. That's Meals on Wheels right there. They come into your neighborhood. Unlimited, I sent the link, dude, if you want to jump in. Yeah, please save me, dude. I'm over here ranting about Uber. Again, great company, man. It's not their fault. But right now, dude, when they send me that $2 coupon, when I spend like $15 in basically service fees, delivery taxes. Because at the end of the day, man, if you guys are wondering, one of the problems with food costs, right, when you order out, right, is you're helping the restaurant. When they're doing the tips now, like they don't even mess around. They go straight to 18%, 21%. Well, at least where I live, right, is you're supplementing the business, you're supplementing their employees' pay. And look, dude, people need to get paid, right? But at the end of the day, it comes down to budget, dude, and your money as well. So you got to make the right choice. I sent it to Unlimited. Sorry, I sent it to you on Twitter. So at the end of the day, man, you got to make choices for yourself. That's what I'm doing. So I don't feel bad. I'm like, bro, it's, I just don't got that kind of deal. Dude, I order something, it's like $30. And you add on service fees, taxes, and I live in Hawaii, man, and they want their tax money, right? And then you have delivery fees now. One restaurant I absolutely wouldn't order from now, they charge $10 for delivery. on Uber, right? And then you factor all that in, and then the tip and all that stuff, dude. So something that's $30, you're paying $60. That's like a 50% increase, man. Right? And this is why I do when you're doing this kind of stuff, right? Right? Like as gamers, somebody comes to me and complains to me about Game Pass. I tell them to pound sand, dude. I'm like, look, dude, it's either this or that, right? So if I don't have Game Pass, I can't be playing all these games. If I don't have Game Pass, dude, I have to be more selective, right? I get a chance to play a game in Game Pass. I know I'm going to love the game. It's a game that I'm going to be playing over and over again, especially if it's like that. Then I'll drop the money. It's as simple as that, dude. It's not rocket science. Again, dude, it's a glorified demo. It's basically a glorified demo disc, right? But it's also great for the industry, man. This is what built the industry back in the day, man. Because people, you just couldn't fork over, especially people, someone like me when I was younger, man. We didn't have disposable income. We didn't have any. I didn't have any income, dude. And when I got a job, dude, that all went to paying bills, man, and paying the rent. Dude, I've been this way since I was 15. That's the reality, man. This is what I know. So when I have stuff like this, man, it gives me the best of both worlds. Right? And don't feel bad if you can't buy a game, dude. When you're in Game Pass, dude, all it is, just think of it this way. It's like layaway, right? It's just doing it over time. And it's not just you, dude. It's a bunch of other people. 35 million strong by the official number. I don't know where to get that official number. It has to be more than that, dude. Because you see the amount of money in games. You see the amount of money that Microsoft is dumping into Game Pass and the amount of games that you continuously getting. Like this preview program we just saw, right? That's the reality of it, dude. Right? So then, again, don't feel bad about Game Pass. You're paying every month. This is why I don't like when people say it's like it's going free. It feels free. I understand why you're saying that. But, you know, the backlash on that is that people are looking at it like, oh, you know, we're not supporting the industry. No, dude, you're paying every month. Right? You're paying every month, dude. And if you have to find ways to afford that in these economic times, then do what you got to do. Like a lot of the guys, they talk about CD keys. Right? That's what they do. They do CD keys. And there's no harm, no foul. Dude, I don't do what you need to do. Because at the end of the day, I know that you're going to be in Game Pass. And this is what Microsoft knows too, dude. They don't have to, like, look, most companies want you to get it day one, right? Microsoft figured out that a lot of people can't get it on day one. So how can we get our money from you? Or how can we get your money from you over time? And if you look at the Game Pass model, that's what it does. Right? Look, dude, every week, man, Microsoft has sales on games. Right? This is why the MAUs are so important. This is why Satya Nadella was talking about 500 million users, active users. Active users aren't just people playing the games. Active users is the people in the ecosystem. So, hey, what's up, Unlimited? What's up, bro?
Yeah, what's up, Sega Forever?
Yeah, so like me and Unlimited, right? We go to our weekly sales. We see one game. It's not just me and Unlimited that are buying their game. There's probably 100,000 people, right, that was waiting on that game, but because instead of being $49.99, that game is $19.99.
Yep. Sorry, but just the other day, Guilt went on sale. It's now $10.
Really?
Yeah, $10 right now.
Dude, crazy.
Yeah, and you know, and that's the beauty of everything you're just saying when I jumped in.
I don't know why people don't understand that, and this is why these people piss me off, right? Because at the end of the day, man, it's all about their plastic, right? Which they don't even play, right? Let's be honest. If you're making, I'm doing these. I heard the comment. I watched the whole video, but when I jumped in, you guys were wrapping up, and then so I heard that comment because it does. Like I do these videos, man. This is why I don't do videos every day. Like Dreamcast guy does like 3 or 4 videos. I'm like, dude, how do you play games, dude? There's no possible way.
No. They listen. I realize this when they never post gameplay, they never do unboxings, they never do collection videos, they never do anything that actually benefits the gaming community, except for Xbox is dead. You know, and that's how you know they don't play games. They don't even play their. Listen, I come to the. This is what they do. They'll literally play a game for 5 minutes, base their opinion off that 5-minute initial cutscene, and think they know what they're talking about. That's why you the biggest tell was how I knew they didn't play Redfall. right? Oh,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, these guys just played the first 10 minutes. When you go to the hideout, the first hideout at the fire station, and turn it off and never touch it again.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And that's how I do that. They didn't play that damn game, right? And that's how it is with all these games. And so somehow they have all this, you know. And then here's the thing: we got full-time jobs, we got family,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
we got other responsibilities, and yet these guys somehow have the ability. They want to convince us that they have all that, and they're able to make 10 videos a day about the exact same topic. Come on now.
Yeah, it's crazy. Because even in the critiquing, this is what really pissed me off about Redfall. Because even in the critiquing was bad, right? Because I sat there and I played the game, and I knew, like for me, like people saying it was unfinished, but they would just stop at saying it's unfinished. For guys like us who actually played the game, I knew it was unfinished because when you pick up items, because I like playing these type of games. So one of the things you do with items, like in any Bethesda game, right, you're going to turn it into scrap, or you're going to make money off of it.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you go into a room, an item that you can pick up is not active, right? So like I'll go in one room and can pick up a Clorox bottle, right? And then then I go into the next room and the same Clorox bottle, you can't pick it up. So that's, you can tell like they probably didn't, you know, they didn't do that part well. So then I would critique that, but I don't hear all these people that supposedly, like you said, played this game, right? They just said it sucked, or they talk about stuff that's non-question, like some of the complaints about the gun action.
Yeah.
Obviously, do you guys play gun games? Like, I don't understand what the problem is. Maybe, or they're not able to kind of extrapolate on what they're complaining about. Like for example, first person view versus third person view.
Yeah.
When you're playing a shooter game, right? That's important. Some people can't get. Some people like either or, and if you can't, you know, if you can't expound on that when you're trying to critique it, your opinion means nothing to me, dude. And that's the problem at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is irritating, right? Because you know a lot of these guys, and we know why they do it, man. These guys are ponies. Right? And I think, like you say it all the time, right? All you have to do is like look at their profile, look at their picture, and just click on their profile, and just like PlayStation for life.
Or the Spider-Man profile picture.
Yeah.
That's always a good giveaway too. Is when it's the Spider-Man profile picture. I'm like, all right, I know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, we know what road we're going down.
Yeah.
You know, and they never give credit where credit is due. You know, and that's another telltale sign, right?
Yeah.
And again, look, dude, I know we're in camps now. I know I definitely am. I don't even want to mess with these dudes. I'm at that level, at that point. But at the same time, dude, I don't do a review on God of War, and I don't do a review on Spider-Man 2. I will talk about it in the sense of I know my son's a huge fan of it, and dude, he has not said anything about Spider-Man 2 at all.
Yeah.
He talked my ear off about the first Spider-Man. You know, because my son be like, Dad, can I talk to you about Spider-Man? I'm like, yeah. Because he knows I'm an Xbox guy, right?
Right.
But I'm not a prick, right? And that's my son. So, and then it's cool, man. We have conversations, and we start talking about comic books. I was explaining to him why certain things were the way it was, and he's like, oh, that's cool. So you have those moments, right? But I mean, Spider-Man 2, dude, he's been radio silent on it.
Yeah.
Like I bought him the game for his, you know, it was either his birthday or Christmas.
That's Spider-Man 2 is a game. Now that it's coming to PC, PlayStation fans are ready to admit that they didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? Because they tried so hard to pretend when that game first came out. They tried to pretend, and you knew it was disingenuous. You know it was that disingenuous, like because it's exclusive, they got to talk it up. You know, but they didn't like that game, and now that's coming to PC. They're, you know, actually, I mean, y'all got that mid game coming. Oh, we already had it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's the truth. With these, I swear, with this gaming community, you just wait a few months and their real feelings come out. You know what I'm saying? Because they the way that they work is that they need to talk. They need to position their stance in a way that hits at Xbox, and so they'll twist they'll twist their words, they'll twist their views, or they'll just flat out lie if they think that what they're saying is going to harm Xbox. But what they don't realize is that Xbox at the point like us where they just don't care. They're just going to do business as usual. I mean, look at what Xbox just did this week. They had that great preview of Xbox partner preview show. Listen, Xbox did not have to give us 15 games 5 of them come to Game Pass on a random Thursday in October. They didn't have to do that, but like Matt Booty said years ago, they had so much content they could do shows out the butt basically.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
They could do one literally every month.
Yes. You know,
they should too because they got so many games.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that because I did a live reaction to it the other day, right? And I was asking in the chat, like, would you guys be okay if the Xbox preview partner preview program, for example, was a monthly thing? Because that's where we're at with Xbox and Game Pass. And the thing is, they don't. This is going to ruffle feathers because of how bad the discourse is. But Xbox don't need showcases to just be a bunch of exclusives to sell Game Pass to us anymore. You know what I'm saying? All they got to do is, hey, this interesting, cool little game, it just released now. Like Animal, what's that game? I think called Animal War or something like that.
Yeah.
That released the same day as the showcase. You know, they can do little stuff like that. They could have their showcase, and all of a sudden at the end, here's what's coming to Game Pass. And it's like, oh snap, guys, we just got more games on Game Pass. You know what I'm saying? So Dave, and I know that you know, I could see someone coming across this video, taking what I'm about to say, and like, see, this Xbox fanboys don't know. They said it. They hate exclusives, but this is what it's almost to the point where, Xbox is beyond just the exclusives now. And I know that sounds crazy because stuff like that, you could just clip that last sentence and make it think like I don't care about exclusives. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying though is that we legitimately get hyped now because Call of Duty is on Game Pass. Yeah. Because I remember when Star Wars Jedi Survivor hit Game Pass and that game had like 100-something% boost in game, you know, in players because it hit the service. You know, that's where we're at. And so when the big multi-plat games and the big Xbox first party stuff hit, it's like this double whammy on Xbox of, oh snap, this, look at what we're getting, guys, and there's that extra hype because we all experience this so much now. There are so many games on Game Pass we would have never tried if it weren't on Game Pass because just you know, logistically nobody has the money to pay for 500 games that are available on that service.
Right. Yeah, because that's what they got to do. They got to pay out of pocket.
Yeah.
Which is the greatest irony of all of this, right? Because these are the most cheapest bastards on the face of this planet, dude. Like look at them. Like they have to lose their mind because of what PlayStation is doing right now, dude. Which I'm absolutely loving. Right. And you know, to me, it's like, yeah, you built that, dude. You basically by your actions told Sony, and really gave them no choice that this is okay to do.
Yeah, right. It's sorry to cut you off, but I swear this is what confuses me because that's why I always say I don't suffer from short-term memory. I remember in 2020 when or maybe 2021 when they re-released The Last of Us on the PS5, the first one, they were literally saying I would gladly pay $100 for this old ass PS3 game. That's what they were saying. Yeah. It's not something I took out of context. It's not something I'm paraphrasing. That's what they said verbatim. So this is why I don't understand why everybody's all confused all of a sudden that Sony is just charging them out the ass and everybody's upset. I'm like, guys, this is what you guys were saying. You guys were literally saying that you guys were literally okay paying. I kid you not, Sega Forever, $900 when the scalpers had PS5s.
Yeah,
that's what they were doing. So yeah, Sony's going to be like, oh shit, but why aren't we getting $900 from them? That's how they look at it. They you know what I'm saying? So if that's what, since their actions and their words spoke so loudly and the game sales weren't matching, Sony's like, oh, screw this. Let's charge them more and put our first party stuff on PC.
I try to explain this to my kids when it comes to economy. Right? There's a reason why stores like Coach stay in business because, you know, like Waikiki, I live in Hawaii, right? Yeah. So a lot of people that come over from Asia, they come here to buy the brand stuff. Right?
Oh, that's right.
So Blueberry, you know, all these designer stuff, and then they're like that because they know, like, if you go to Ala Moana, dude, the rent there is astronomical.
Right.
And you're like, there's only certain stores there that can survive. And I explain to my kids, you know, the thing about Coach is its brand is so strong. You don't need 1 million people to buy your bags. You just need 1,000. right? Because of the cost, right? The amount that they charge per bag for various reasons, and I'm not dumping on them because of that. If you have a brand, a quality brand, people like it, right? You know what I mean? Some of this stuff becomes like heritage brands where the mom will pass it on. You know, there's stores that people are buying bags from 20 years ago, right?
Yep.
So I was trying to explain that to my kids. Like when you have that type of brand recognition, you don't need the masses. You just need the clientele.
Yeah.
And that's the difference, right? And so with Xbox, when I look at Xbox, this is how I look at it, right? Is they want everybody, right? They don't care. Like they're like, look, dude, if you're just gonna pay us, if you're gonna pay us pennies, but you're gonna do it every month, we'll take it. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna buy a high-end collector's edition every so often, we'll take that.
Yep.
Because again, and Satya, this is why I like Satya Nadella, because when he talks about stuff, he talks of it like in the bigger picture type of thing. And I know Phil kind of does that too, but Satya is because he's the CEO.
Yeah.
Right? But he has this little smirk and a smile when he talks about stuff. Right? And that's because he understands what's going on. It's like, look, dude, we got this dude from Hawaii and we got this dude from Houston. We surviving on these two guys alone. Right? This dude buying controller, this other guy is buying editions. Right? He's buying Overwatch for his daughter. My daughter, dude, she lit up my account, dude. I was like, oh man, did somebody hack my account? Because it's like in 1 week, and I had like six.
Oh, that's funny.
I was like, oh dang, did I? And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, wait a minute, I think it's a season pass for Google because it's about that price range.
Yeah,
it's like at $49.99.
Mm-hmm.
And then I called her up and said, hey, I called my daughter, Musubi. Hey, Musubi, did you buy anything? Like, oh yeah, Dad, I bought this, and about this, and about that. And I was like, oh, okay, I just checking because access the account. Dude, 150 bones, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'll never forget the cat airs with Halo Infinite, man.
Dude,
I'll never forget that. That's to me that's the greatest. Yeah, to me that's the greatest example of Xbox Master Plan, because you know them cat airs, dog. When they blew up, and it was mesmerizing almost because. It really showed you.
It was a bitter pill to swallow, my brother.
Yeah, I can imagine. I
was not. I did do my daughter knew I did not like it. I was upset, and I thought everybody else was upset because we was tagging these dudes in Halo. And in fact, that cat ears brought me to play Halo because I was like, no, dude, no cat ears in Halo. Dude, what the hell's wrong?
Right.
I'll get some Stormtrooper armor, man. Where's that crap? But you guys give me cat ears, y'all can kiss my ass. Right. So we were going in on these dudes, and all of a sudden, dude, then I'll be playing against some of these dudes. And I was getting smoked.
Yeah.
I was getting smoked. And then what ended up happening was, right, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? These are Halo dudes, probably about my age, that play this game. And I guess they all came out the closet, right? Because what happened, it was reversed, right? And then all these new guys that was coming out with cat ears, they're like, yeah, let's go. And then we was getting smoked. And then I realized, I was like, oh, they took over. And then my daughter jumps in and goes, oh, Dad, can you buy me some cat ears? And I was like, okay, that's good. He's like, Armageddon for me. I bought her cat ears. And I just kept my mouth, kept my trap shut.
Yeah.
So when they have this Halo show that they did, and I have these pricks in there saying, yeah, Halo's broken and they have no money, they're going to sell it. I was like, dude, I just type in the comments, I just type in cat ears all the time. Every time there's a comment, I'm like, cat ears. Return
exactly.
Cat ears.
Exactly.
You know they made bank off of that stuff, dude.
Oh yeah. Look, we're talking about an IP that Microsoft confirmed made $2 billion off of the non-gaming revenue. So I know the gaming revenue with Halo was insane.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know this, man, production on a TV show or especially a movie is very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You just don't pull that money out your ass, dude.
Yeah.
You have to have some as if Zink was here, he'd explain it better.
Yep.
But you need funds to do these kind of things.
Yep.
Right. And right now Microsoft is in that point where they have these funds. Right. And yes, they're getting some Xbox is getting support from Microsoft as they should, as they always should have been getting the support. Right. But then what ends up happening is that turns into product that we can enjoy in real time. That's what I love about this time.
Yeah. And you know that stuff like, and just to tie it back to the Xbox preview partner preview, but that's a big tongue twister there sometimes.
I think they do.
This just shows, this is what calms me down, because the gaming community does get on my nerve,
Yeah.
A lot, specifically these days it's YouTube, because YouTube algorithm thinks I want to see literally everything Xbox related, right? And it just refuses to curate the kind of Xbox content I like. So I see a lot of Xbox is dead. Xbox don't know what they're doing. I'm tired of waiting, And then Xbox does this, a random showcase in October, and it just baffles my mind on all the criticisms. And then again, when I hear stuff like that, it just tells me, okay, they don't play on Xbox.
Yeah, they don't. None of them do. You can tell, right?
Yeah.
Like this one guy, I don't like his name, so I won't say his channel's name, but I think it's blasphemous. But he was talking the video, like you said, man, this is the algorithm, right? Because it's about the clicks. So then his video pops up, and I hate this, right? Because it'll pop up and it'll play. And then I'm like listening to him, I'm like, oh, this guy looks like an old school gamer, but then he's talking about Xbox. I think I'm going to sell my Xbox. So he did make one valid point, right? He's more of a physical guy, so I can kind of see that. But then he goes through the whole thing about what Xbox doesn't do and all this kind of stuff, and I'm like, see, now I know you're lying, dude, because I play on my Game Pass every day. So like, I'm like, do you have Game Pass? If you have Game Pass, this would alleviate all your issues, right there. And this is like to your point, man. That's how you can tell these guys are not Xbox owners, or they're definitely not in the ecosystem, and they don't have Game Pass.
Yeah.
Because if you have Game Pass, you'd be struggling like me, Unlimited, Keybot, all of us struggle. Sega Man, because it's way too many games.
It blows my listen. I it's very hard to convince me that if you're Game Pass subscribers and you go through all 500 games, especially on Ultimate, that's available, and you can't find nothing to play, I think that's a you problem at that point.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I think you said that right on your.
Yeah, I said that yesterday.
Podcast. Yeah, it's a you problem. Yeah, 100% agree with you, dude. It has nothing to do with these companies, any of them.
Yeah,
and again, you make like 5 to 7 YouTube videos a week. I'm like, dude, I don't consider you a gamer. Sorry.
Yeah, and then not only that, Sega Forever. Listen, there's so much, especially on Xbox. Even if you don't say you like the modern Halo, you got the older Halos you could play.
Yeah.
You got the older Assassin's Creed you could play if you don't like the recent stuff. You got the older Prince of Persia games. You know what I'm saying? So you got this mix of old and new on Xbox, and all of it is accessible. A lot of them are extremely cheap. And then you can't find nothing to play.
Yeah,
it just I don't know. That's a hard sell for me. And then it's not. Sorry, let me just finish this off here. It's not like they're saying this, and their only option is to buy games at full price. Because if that was the case, then you'd be like, okay, you can only afford X amount of games a week, a month, a paycheck, however you want to break it down. I get it, but not on Game Pass. No, come on now.
Yes. And unless you're Sega Man and he gets the Ultimate Pass, because he collects this stuff, and he'll tell you guys all the time how expensive a lot of these games are if you want to get a physical and you want to get a pristine copy, right? So you can skip me with all this stuff, dude. I know you guys are just haters, man. Like I said, you're making 7 to 10 videos, dude. I tell Sega Man this all the time. If I want a Powerball, right? Like some dude won $2 billion Powerball. If I won that Powerball, dude, I could retire. And then my full-time job would just be playing Game Pass. That's how much content they have.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, YouTube on the side, but just playing Game Pass alone to beat and my backlog of games.
Yeah.
So
that's what I and T Reaper said. I beat Sparking Zero and Black Big Wukong. 10 out of 10 for both. That's what's up, man. But yeah, but back to our point. That's the conclusion I came to as well. If I could not buy a game for the rest of my life and just stay subscribed to Game Pass with my backlog, and I'd probably never run out of games.
Yeah,
you know,
100%. Agree.
Yeah, and then you get a mix of like some of these games are super long, and then other of them are pretty short. So you get a mix of length time, but it's like I no matter what, we all got limited time anyway.
Yeah.
There's only 24 hours in a day.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So to say that there's nothing to play, I don't know. That's a hard sell to me, you know.
Like I just there was an update for this game I like playing called Coral Island. It's in Game Pass. It's from Humble Games. I was gonna buy it, but I reneged on buying it because it was broken. Right, and so I'm like, no, dude, you guys gotta fix that. Love you, Humble Games. But you guys got to fix that before I put the purchase out. And it's not expensive, dude. It's like $23, right?
Oh, not bad.
By gaming standards, right? And so I think it's $29.99, but $23.99 because it's in Game Pass. I would have bought it at $29. I didn't care. I played this game. I was loving it, but there's a bug where sometimes when you play, it doesn't save. And so this is one of those sim games where you got to do stuff throughout the day, and then all the stuff you did throughout that day will get wiped, right? And then the last straw for me was I caught this like fish. This is how ridiculous this is. I'll get to my point, sorry, but I caught this fish, dude. It was a rare fish, and then the save got wiped, so I lost it. Right? And so this is one of the things that's real about Game Pass, because one of the critiques, man, and all these people that said this, man, none of them did an apology video, which they need to do, was that it was just a bunch of dumpster diver games. It's a bunch of one and done games. It's like crappy ID at Xbox games, stuff like that. And you have these games in Game Pass right now that you can literally just play one game, right? Yeah. The case in point, I play what is it? Darktide, Warhammer.
Right.
Darktide. That one game alone, if that was the only game in Game Pass, I would be happy. Right, and that's and none of these people came back and apologized because they were wrong. In fact, it's one of the toughest things about Game Pass. There's just not one and dones. There's just not little indie games, man. They have full on, fully realized AAA titles in this service. Right? But did we get anything from these people to apologize? We got nothing. None of these people said anything.
No, they move on to their next their next, I don't know, drama or something towards Xbox.
Yeah, they check those. They got that list where they check the boxes, so they keep on moving.
Yeah,
this is why, like to your point, dude, they paint themselves they paint themselves into the corner because these guys can't say anything because of all the crap they gave Xbox when they were doing backwards compatibility and all that stuff for art. They said it was trash, it was garbage, it didn't matter. And then what does Sony do? 5 years later or 7 years later, Sony's doing stuff. That's why these guys got to be quiet because I'm waiting for them. I'm waiting for them to chirp so bad. Right, but they know that everything, like you say all the time, bro, on the internet now, everything's eternal.
Yeah,
people got them receipts. There's people waiting to pounce. That's why these people are quiet.
Yep. And I genuinely think that a lot of them forgot their hot takes from years ago.
Oh yeah,
they completely forgot that they've been saying the opposite for years, and that's why I always bring up the Sony would never put their games on PC for that gen for like 2019. Like never. All right.
That's why I love the PC community, man. I love it because now the Sony guys are trying to take them on.
Yeah,
they're not gonna win, dude. You're not gonna beat the PC guys.
No,
I mean, at the end of the day, dude. I mean, they have the biggest. What is it? How many people play on PC?
Hundreds of. Well, I think Steam has 200 million users or something like that, or counts.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like they're hardcore to get into console war kind of stuff, man. There's a select few, but at the end of the day, dude, you're not gonna be able to overcome those numbers, man. And then it looks back, and then of course it always comes back to Xbox, because Xbox was ahead of the game on this stuff, right? Even though some of us don't agree, we maybe agree or disagree with what Xbox is doing. Right? It is what it is. At the end of the day, dude, we're still gonna be Xbox. We're still gonna be green, right? Just let us get our frustrations out when they do something we don't agree with.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, like you said, right? They charge you. There's games that are like $1.20. I saw one game was $1.29. I was like, dang.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, that's how I end up with them smaller games on my account, man. You be in the store, you see that $1.99 for something like Guacamelee. You're like, what the hell is Guacamelee? It looks fun. Then you hit buy, and all of a sudden you got a cool little beat 'em up in your collection to play.
Yeah, Guacamelee is awesome. Guacamelee, yeah, just like guns. What is it? Zombies, Guns, and Cannoli or something.
Yeah,
like that. Yeah. And then when you play it, and it's like, wow, this game is awesome, dude. Like a lot of times I'll play a game. I was like, dude, I actually paid full price for that.
That's how I got into River City Girls. It's now one of my favorite beat ups. River City Girls 1 and 2, because it was either cheap or it was on Game Pass. I don't remember off the top of my head. It was one of those two. A little beat 'em up. I see it. I'm like, I don't know what this is. Hit download, play it, and like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. And all of a sudden, when River City Girls 2 came out, I'm like, I gotta buy it because I love the first one so much.
And that's the purpose of like the sales and with Game Pass, dude. There's games I'll just straight out buy because I played a game like like Atlas Fallen, dude. I watched. I remember you did a
Yes.
video about that, and you talked about it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, because my tastes align with yours as far as action. Like, I like action, platformers, anything action adventure. I love that, right? Just like you talked about, and then you bought what's that one? Amalur, Kingdoms of Amalur.
Oh, Kingdom of Amalur, yeah.
Yeah. So I went and bought it. I still haven't played it, the newest one.
Yeah.
But like that's what I find myself doing, right? So then when they make these, like Focus Entertainment makes these games, right? And then they had the new Expeditions came out, right? For the Mud Rapper series. I just went and bought that because I played the one in Game Pass.
Yeah.
That's when people are wondering, like, how does this stuff make money? That's how.
Yep.
That's in a nutshell. So
that's why I chuckled, years ago, and I made a video on it years ago when Sarah Bond first said that Xbox Game Pass subscribers buy and play more games.
Yeah.
I'll never forget because I remember seeing my video. They'll just call her a liar, and then lo and behold, the fanboys in my comments, so she's just lying. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, no, guys, she doesn't. She has access to the numbers we don't see. All right. And then how many times you have to hear Xbox community talk about, yeah, I tried this on Game Pass and bought it. Another one that people talk about, because Game Pass be having these exclusive sales if you're a subscriber, right? And some of them sales be pretty damn incredible. They'll be like 80% off for that one RPG or action game you had your eyes on, but didn't want to pay full price. You know what I'm saying? They do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and so what's happening with the Game Pass subs is that a lot of them it's going to things that just trickles first and snowballs. Then before you know it, you got hundreds of thousands, then over a million, then millions of these subscribers who are doing what we do. And the difference is they don't have a YouTube channel to talk about it, but they're doing it.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's a method to the madness that they're doing, right? Because this is stuff that we did in comic books. This is stuff we did in movies. This is stuff we did on music that we bought back in the day when we bought physical, right? Because then you'd hear a band, maybe through a recommendation, especially from a friend, right? Then you start listening to not just their A sides, but their B sides or even their C sides, and then you become a fan. That's how fandoms are built.
Exactly.
And it's no different for what Xbox is doing now. I mean, the amount of developers that I pay attention to and publishers, because of the content that they put out, like number one, supporting Game Pass. Right? You guys know I'm a pro Xbox channel. This shouldn't surprise you. But the great thing about it is Focus Entertainment, Humble Games, 505 Games, right? And I'm not saying this that just because they support Game Pass, you pay their games and like, oh, these guys are pretty awesome.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they're putting their content on there, dude. It is a symbiotic relationship in that term, right? Because not only is Xbox getting content, but they're also getting eyes on their games, and this allows them to sell their games, and then they can build bigger and better things. Some of these bigger publishers have forgotten that, and it shows, especially currently now. Looking at you, Borderlands. Sometimes you guys feel yourself a little bit too much. A lot of you guys need to become like Sega again, where you gotta hit rock bottom, and then you gotta build yourself up, and then you gotta realize, hey, it's important? The actual gamer.
Yeah.
All right, this is why the Yakuza series, it's not made for everybody, but it's made for enough people where they have a fan base that will die for the series.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So that applies to like EA as well. Because EA, and people forget EA used to be known as an incredible publisher.
Yeah.
I kid you not. Like
they did more than sports games, brother.
Yes. But listen. Sometimes I like to watch the old X-Play videos, right? When it hits my, because I'm subscribed to a channel on YouTube that uploads all the old X-Play episodes. So sometimes I'll watch it, and I completely forgot an episode they did in like 2003 where Morgan Webb said, EA they never make bad games, and it wasn't sarcasm. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a snippy. It was a legit. With her, like, dude, this is EA. We know they're going to put out something excellent, and then it kind of hit me like, damn, I forgot for a minute there that's how EA blew up, especially with the sports games, because they were legitimately phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, something. You remember in 2003, the Spike TV Awards when Madden won that Game of the Year. That's never going to happen again in our life. A sports games never win a Game of the Year, but that's how good EA was at their peak. you know, and so so that's why it's even so for those of us who lived through that era of EA, that's why a lot of us be so aggravated with them now, because we know they have it in them, and every once in and to their credit, I do like their EA originals. That's how I found a game like Lost in Random, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Even what's it called? Immortals of Avian was a pretty fun little first person game.
That game is awesome, brother. That game.
Yeah.
I think you played it first. I watched you played it.
Yeah.
It's something you either recommended or you played it, and then that made me make the jump. And then of course it didn't hurt that they put it in Game Pass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I played it before it hit Game Pass. It's one of them games where I bought it and then it hit Game Pass like a week ago. Damn it, Microsoft. Why you keep doing this to me, man? I'm kind of learning. Sometimes I'll be learning like, all right, if I don't buy a game for like 6 months, it'll hit Game Pass, and that's kind of starting to happen too. But yeah, but the point is like, and at least EA is kind of doing that more and more. But still, they still not even close to where they used to be, and it drives everyone wild. Because if you would have told us football fans that played like Madden 06 that 20 years later, Madden 25 would be legitimately one of the worst games of the year, we'd never believe you. We'd be like, oh no, they had 20 years of experience building off what Madden 06 did. We would have thought this would have been the golden age of sports games, and not 20 years ago.
Right. Yeah, dude. EA has always been like, I mean, they've lost a step or two. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
The stuff they used to produce, because I was a big fan of their Strike series.
Yes.
Urban, Desert, and the other one, Jungle.
Yes.
Right? I played those games religiously. In fact, when I had my Sega Nomad, you could play it on the go.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You get killed on those batteries, but still, you have to die for your hobby. Right? So I will carry a bag full of batteries and all my games. But I mean, stuff like that. This is why like a lot of people think I'm nuts, but I think if they had like somebody backing them like Microsoft, like if they actually came under Microsoft, because the way Microsoft does things, man, I think it'd be beneficial for both. Because they already have we have EA Play already in Game Pass.
Yeah. Right.
And I think the only thing that's not, I know why Microsoft is gun shy, man. What they went through with Activision King Blizzard. I know that was a lot of time and energy and money.
Yeah.
Dude, you can literally see Phil get old.
Yeah.
Off of that 2 years. And it sucks that it was that way. Like, look, dude, I like, like E-Rock says, man, it blows his mind. Like, just like an American company, and you got an American court system, like, trying to like take them down. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, to me, I really would like to see them come under the fold of Microsoft, because I think they need to take Madden. Like, you remember the big series that was EA, right? That had the big series.
Yes. EA Big. That's what. Yeah.
And in fact, were they the ones that did what was that wrestling game back in the day, man? That had all the rappers and stuff. Man?
Oh, Def Jam Fight for Vendetta and Def Jam Fight for Def Jam Vendetta and Def Jam Fight for New York. That was that was EA. That was published by EA.
So like they have that like I like to say all the time, they have that pedigree. And dude, imagine if they dropped those games, upgrade them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the licensing could be an issue, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, like, if we can get them back to that, like you're saying, like, and it doesn't have to be new games, man. Just kind of update and polish the older ones, man. Drop on them Game Pass. Look at what the buzz is, man, and they have people go nostalgia, and then but see if like you can turn that into new titles for them, right? Outside of their sports series, because they have the sports series on lock, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not a big Madden fan. I was more on the other side, but even I will sit here and recognize how huge Madden is.
Yeah.
So you can even play it. So.
But I mean, these days it's because it's literally they're the only ones who could make an NFL game.
Yeah.
But back in the day, it was legitimately excellent. Now Maddens are unplayable now. I don't. It's really because they're. It's one of the few examples of a legit monopoly. You know what I'm saying? Because they're the only ones who could make an NFL game due to the licensing. But back in the day, man, and it was crazy. They were excellent while we were getting the 2K series and NFL Fever and NFL Game Day and all these other really cool NFL games.
Like 2K5, like to me, that's still the gold
Yes.
standard.
Yes.
Because of the presentation, the stuff that they did with
Mhm.
the dynasty, the stuff that they did with your player, like you had your crib and all that kind of stuff, and that set
Yeah.
a standard that a lot of other people follow. It was the first time that you felt like a football game can go sin,
Yes.
outside of just what's on the field.
Yeah, and the gameplay was excellent as well too, because and they would the 2K games, they would have and it would be stuff that you probably wouldn't notice unless you're just really maybe even played the position in football. How good, for example, the offense line blocking would be.
Yeah.
And little stuff like that that's not in the modern Madden games.
Yeah, and that's the sad reality of it. I think this is why another reason why I want like EA to be purchased by Microsoft, just for the simple fact that it'll take pressure off of them and they can become a little bit more creative, especially when it comes to Madden. Like they don't have to worry about it as much. And then maybe when you're doing that, right, they'll be able to diversify. Because look, dude, at the end of the day, man, look, Madden will always be number one. It's just ingrained in people.
Yes.
So you can like Tecmo Super Bowl, man. That was like one of my favorite football games of all time.
Yeah.
So and then you had Super Tecmo Bowl, then you had Super Tecmo Bowl 2, 3. And the great thing about that game, man, is because it was more on the arcadey side, the fun side, the party side kind of thing, right? Because not everything needs to be a sim.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
And then if you give EA that type of coverage, and then you allow EA to flourish a little bit more, maybe you might get some of those games back. Oh, sorry. Hey, what's up, Vaughn? What's up, Vaughn?
Hey, what's up, Vontae? And you know what was crazy? EA knew that because that's why they used to release NFL The Blitz and NBA Streets, which are also both excellent.
Yeah.
Especially if NBA Street Volume 2 might be my favorite basketball game in general. That's how good and fun that was.
And then and that's back in the day, man. Like they were more business savvy. Look, dude, look, I know on the surface that's predatory.
Yeah.
But as a gamer, dude, those games are untouchable.
Yes.
Those games are awesome. And then we need to bring that back, dude, because that big series, dude, that's them taking something and going all the way outside the box. And everybody loved it, dude. Whether you were, as much as I hated that Tecmo and all these other, like NFL 2K, man, died because of that.
Yeah.
But as a gamer, dude, I couldn't deny how great NBA Street was, dude, and NBA Street 2.
Yeah, I love them.
Those religiously, so.
Yeah, I love them. I love them. I mean, and basketball is my second favorite sport. So, so I used to play the basketball games in general. Yeah. But you're spot on with EA. And you know what I was thinking?
Mm-hmm.
If Microsoft picked up EA, and another way that'll take baggage off EA, if they release a bad game, it'd be Xbox's fault. It won't be EA's fault anymore. It'll be Xbox. How can you release a bad game? How can you kill Madden? That's what the narrative would be.
Yeah, that's what Bethesda's finding out the hard way, right? But the great thing about Bethesda is they have their hardcore base, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And 100% agree with you on that. Everything's Xbox fault, right? And so then it allows you to this is why these guys can take shelter under that and just create.
Yep.
Yeah, and for me personally, I think that'd be a great thing. They need to get their creative juices back. Dude. They just do.
Yes.
And then what's that game you just said?
NBA The Street.
No, the sci-fi, the Wizard.
Immortals of Avium.
Yeah, dude, this is how you get games like Immortals of Avium, right? Now they took a bath in that, right? Because gamers hate games, like you guys were saying. For some reason, gamers they just hate games, right? Yeah. I don't know what it is, dude. This is totally foreign to me as well. I scratch my head every time I see this, right? Because of reasons, right? But then I'm like, dude, this game, because I played it too. And I'm like, my gosh, this game is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it had a fun magic system. The gameplay was nice and fluid. You know what I'm saying?
Story was on point, dude. I love the way the characters look.
Jack was a pretty good protagonist. You know what I'm saying?
My girl's in there from Firefly. I love that actress. I can't remember her name right now. She's the main mage that tells you what to do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she's
okay. So see, I never watched Firefly, so I didn't know she was in it. Yeah. No. Listen, that's why you're so entertaining, because you watch them, even some of them. Like Firefly is a show I was aware of, but didn't actually watch at the time. But I'll probably have to check it out someday.
Well, and then they'll get caught up in the hype of people now. It's like, oh, it's like the greatest show of all time. I'm like, no, dude, nobody watched it. You know, let's just be real. I'll keep it real on that level. But the thing about it was, like, from the jump of that game, like when they blew up where these people lived, where everybody lived, I was like, dude, I was invested, man, because I'm not gonna lie, dude, I spent a lot of time just roaming around because I like the world. I love world building.
Right.
So when I was running around the town, you know, it was kind of limited in what you could do. But I just I looked at every single thing. I was like walking around trying to talk to everybody. And I was like, dude, man, they put a lot of time and energy and effort, and it looks nice, and it's very balanced, right? Nothing stands out. Everything fits the way it is. The narrative flows naturally with the environments, right? And then, you know, then that was the first part of the game. Then I was all happy, and then they destroyed the place. I'm like, oh, well, that was kind of a waste of time. No, not really, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I spent so much time walking around checking everything, and then these dudes came out and whacked it. But then you're invested, right? You're like, well, I'm gonna have to kill you guys now, so you guys have to die. So and you know, it's been a while since EA really. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you, dude. I'm not in tune with EA like that anymore.
Yeah.
You know, for the things we talked about, but I mean, that brought me back. Like, just playing that little bit brought me back. If they can get back to good like that, and if they get bought by Microsoft, dude, maybe they can, because they took a bath on that game and all the hate, and then it's so bad, bro. We might not get another. They might not try that again for another 10 years.
Yeah. That's what worries me. Is when that happens, and these devs and publishers, you know, it's funny that a former Sony executive, I don't remember who, said that there's a lack of creativity, but I'm over here thinking, well, would you be creative if Hi-Fi Rush comes out and the PlayStation fans say, oh, we don't play that cartoony shit, then when it comes to PlayStation they don't buy it, or that you know, even and I hate to put our Xbox people under the bus, but a lot of the Xbox people didn't buy or play that game on Game, even though it's available on Game Pass.
You know, that didn't bother me. Just real quick, sorry, Alan, but that didn't bother me so much, just for the simple fact that I understand that a lot of people, you know, it's a very niche game.
Yeah, no, and you're right, and I'm with there. But my main point is that we get creative games, but the problem is it's constantly being ignored, and then. This is why I personally tailor my channel about being positive about gaming, because when you put the narrative out there that hey, only focus on the games that suck, all that's going to happen is that people's going to think those are the only games that exist, because most people they don't dive deep like we do. You know what I'm saying? They'll follow their favorite YouTuber, their favorite streamer. They'll say all these games suck, and then all these, and then it's kind of, there's weird psychology to stuff like this on how that stuff works, right? Where when if you focus on the negative, that's all you're gonna see. So that's why I be trying to focus on the good stuff I like, you know, or good games like RoboCop, you know, Sega Man. I think he said you gifted it to him actually. No, it was Tuck. I'm sorry, Tuck gifted it to him. Yeah, Tuck. My bad. No, but the point is, he was gifted RoboCop, right? And he's talking about how amazing it is, and that's what we're trying. That's what I try to focus on, because RoboCop. I'd rather talk about, say, a game like RoboCop Rogue City, which was phenomenal, over fucking Spider-Man 2, which we know that shit was sucked. You know what I'm saying? I think if the narrative could change that way, I think it'll do more good. Because especially for on Xbox and Game Pass, where a lot of these games we could just download right now, I think that'll do wonders for the narrative. Like, okay, yeah, we could ignore the garbage, let the garbage die out, you know, let that shit go, you know, in the trash bin, and then but we focus on these good fun games that gets propped up, and then that's what would start to get made more. I think that would do way more justice than this hyper focus on the negative stuff, because it's not working. It's not working. And I keep trying to tell people, if you keep wanting shit to die, all we're going to get is less games and less content. And I promise you don't want that.
Yeah.
You know, you might think you do. You might think, but I'm telling you right now, the moment that stuff happens, you guys are going to be 10 times worse than you are now, because you're not going to get the good stuff that you didn't even know was out there until later.
I mean, look, dude, these guys are never happy anyway. So yeah, 100% agree with you. It's always going to be like a negative with these guys. Hey, let me read Vante's real quick.
Oh yeah.
Vante said, just woke up watching football. That's what I used to do back in the day, Vante. Not anymore though. what did y'all think of the showcase? I assume y'all talked about it already. Oh yeah, Unlimited did a video. Go check his one out. And then I just wanted to do it today because I didn't watch it on Thursday, man. I just had too much.
Oh yeah.
So Vontae, I mean, you liked it.
I listen. The reason why I can't stop praising it is just because I didn't expect it to be that good. You know what I'm saying? And not in a negative way, not in that I have no expectations for this trash, but it's just that it's a preview program. Let's see what they got going on. It didn't end up being 15 really cool games. 5 of them going to Game Pass. I'm just like, what the Xbox? Like, how did you pull this off, man? Because I'm thinking it's just gonna be, hey, we get some cool updates. It's gonna be something neat. But then it was a really fun show, and we got something to talk about for once because of Xbox. Thank you.
Yeah, they're keeping this industry going, dude. By themselves. The interesting thing, Vontae, it's a good show because none of the ponies are bitching about it. Because they can't, dude. I mean, so like to your point, Unlimited, like maybe if they said, if they featured the Starfield DLC, which I'm not saying is a problem, right? It's a brand. Or if they talked about something that was coming out in Forza, like little things like that they normally do, which is, as Xbox guys, we love all that stuff, right? Yeah. But this one, dude, and like I said, I just watched it right now, so my reactions in real time. So you just listing Wu Chang, dude, that is amazing to me for several reasons, right? Just because of the way it looks, the way it plays, it looks more like an action type of as opposed to a strictly Souls type of game. And the second thing about that, a lot of people are going to have to start acknowledging, and I know all these haters are not going to like this. I mean, they should have learned this back in 2015, but they keep on taking L's on this kind of stuff. Is what you're seeing with Wu Chang is what Sarah Bond's been talking about for the last 2.5 years about them reaching out and building these relationships, quote unquote partnerships, right? That's why the name of this thing is partnership, right? And you see it happening in Asia little by little. You saw that at the Tokyo Game Show. Yeah. And I'm not just talking about Square Enix. I love that I'm not hating on it, the Square Enix things, but it's in the little things that are starting to come over. And what you're going to have coming from Asia, and I hope Southeast Asia, is you're going to have like an ID at Xbox Asia edition.
I did not think about that.
Well, that's she said 1,400, right? 1,400 companies.
Yeah, that's right. She did.
And Tokyo Game Show is basically, because if you guys didn't know this, Tokyo Game Show is Japan. Japan is still predominant pop culture wise when it comes to Asia, right? And anime right now is huge. Manga. I posted this on X. I'm trying to read manga. I can't stand it. Yes, I'm old. Yes, I'm a comic book guy. Yes, I like color, right? And all this. Right? My daughter and me get into it all the time because for some reason, I don't know. I think people just do this on purpose just to piss off America. They do it with the measurement system. I'm never gonna learn.
The metric system.
Metrics, yeah. You guys can go pound sand. I'm never gonna do that. But what I'm forced to do now is because with anime is like Game Pass sometimes, right? They just throw one season at you, and then they hope you buy the manga.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that makes sense because them first seasons be free half the time.
Yeah, and so I find myself like with Game Pass, so I have to contort myself and reading backwards from right to left drives me absolutely insane. Right? I can forgive the no color because the art is pretty good. I mean, the art is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. But that right to left, back to forward thing, I just think you guys do it just the same reason why all of you other countries drive on the wrong side of the road. It's because America drives on the right side of the road as God willed it to be. Yep. This is the only reason why I think you guys do this. So I'm teaching myself how to overcome that so that I can enjoy some of these series.
Yeah, anyway. No, you're absolutely spot on there. Spoken like a true American. I respect that.
Yeah, I ain't never gonna hide that, dude. If I go to when I go to Japan, I'm gonna take on vacation over there, right? Look, dude, if I go someplace and you don't want to serve me because I'm over 6 foot, what am I, 3'4", and then I'm over like 350, right? Yeah, I'm not the smallest guy in the world, right? I am Hawaiian, right? So if I go someplace and I can't fit, I'm not gonna walk into that restaurant. I'll save both of us. I'll save myself the embarrassment. I'll save you guys trouble, right? And I'll just go eat at 7-Eleven. I'll get my Japanese egg salad sandwich with my little milk tea and sit at the table all by myself and enjoy it, right? I understand, right? I'm not going to be the ugly American that goes over there and expects you guys to cater to me. I'm not going to be that guy, right? Because when you guys come over here, right? I'm kind of like that in Hawaii. I'm like, don't walk on that side, walk on this side. You see how everybody walks over here, walk on that side. It's those little things. But my point, Monte, to what you're saying, to your post, man, I'm just ecstatic because I can see it happening with Xbox, because they've done it already. We've seen them do it already at Xbox. There's a reason why we're struggling to play some of our games, and these are not dumpster diver. These are not crap games. These are great games. Sorry, Alan, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. You good. And something that I talked about it a bit yesterday, but I like to let the panel chat when I run my show because it's easy, But one thing I like that the Xbox did with the preview program, partner preview, they got to work on something that's not alliteration, man. So I could stop getting confused here. But something I like is that they're doing a really good job at showcasing these games, because every game we saw was going to be somewhere between $30, $40, $50.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like the Animal game that released is only $25.
Right.
So we're not talking about the big $70 AAA games. These are games with the smaller dev counts that probably has like 20, 30, 40 staff. Their games are only going to be like $40, $50. And they're doing a good job showcasing them in a way that's getting us excited. And then it's funny that people talk about Xbox marketing. These showcases are foreign marketing, guys.
Yeah.
And they've been phenomenal.
Yeah. Rhyme and reason. At least you're getting entertainment out of it, man. It's not dry.
Yeah. And this is why I'd be pushing back when you said that the one Sony showcase like an Xbox show, but they don't format it in such a fun, entertaining way.
No.
Yeah. So it just feels like this real dull, drawn out. Like, is this all? You could objectively say this about every showcase Xbox did this year. Not a single reaction was, man, that was a boring show. That was a bad show. Xbox, where are the games? Everything was like, holy smokes, Xbox, how you doing this? You know what I'm saying? And with the one Sony showcase they did, whatever the hell that was, they called it a showcase. The opposite was polar opposite. So I just want to throw that out there, basically.
The thing I love the most about that PlayStation showcase is, number one, it's just Sony. What they do all the time is they just copied Microsoft. That's number one. Number two, the content was similar in the fact that there's a lot of independent stuff and stuff that's untested. And number three, the main reason why I love that showcase is because the ponies hated it. That's the main. They hated that thing with a passion, especially when they was getting all those cat games. I loved every minute of it. I soaked it up. Because a lot of times, they'll critique Microsoft, and it's not a 1-for-1. Please don't get me wrong; it's not a 1-for-1. The quality, because Xbox has been doing these showcases for a long time. Xbox had this roadmaps in 2015. The writing was on the wall, and they stuck with it, and they followed it. They listened to everybody. Yep. They did all that stuff. But the reason why Microsoft don't get blowback on this kind of stuff anymore is because, number one, everybody's numb, like myself. You just learn to ignore it. And then number two, they built up a foundation, right? So the idea at Xbox's games you got might not have been like the highest of quality, but they might have been fun, something different, something unique, something original. Now, the idea at Xbox games you get now, it's all of that and a bag of chips. This is what you're getting in an idea at Xbox game.
Yeah.
A lot of you guys forget Fortnite was idea at Xbox, right? Some of these games that you're playing now that are big started off in idea at Xbox.
Yep.
And the level at which that idea at Xbox games, this is why people get confused with the showcases, because they think some of these games are AA or AAA. Definitely 1A, 2A, but some of them is that the new AAA game? It's like, no, it's an idea at Xbox game, right? And then if you guys don't know that, and a lot of you guys can miss that, right? It gets lost in the translation. And look, like you said, Unlimited. Look, Microsoft. Look, it's just Microsoft. Dude, there's a reason why Apple's considered more cooler. That's just the way life works out, dude. It's like either you want the bad guy, fun, that'll take you all over the world, sweep you off your feet, or you want the dude that goes to work every day that's going to pay the bills and afford that house and car you want.
Yeah.
Right? There's just two dichotomies in life, right, that you got to deal with. And that's what Microsoft, they've gotten way better. I think they're a lot cooler than they used to be. But I mean, at the end of the day, dude, like you said, you watch some of these showcases and you're like, You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is. But they've gotten way better, dude. It's not this. It's not your daddy's Microsoft anymore, dude.
Yeah,
it's just not.
Exactly. You know,
And at the end of the day, they're putting out the content. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, and that's the most important part right there. You know.
Oh, did you want to comment on any of these games, Unlimited?
Game I'm most excited for is Wu Chang. Listen, I fully admit I'm over the Souls-like genre. So if Wu Chang is more Ninja Gaiden, Bayonetta than Souls-like, sign me up because it looked great. That trailer was excellent. You know, so if it's not Souls-like, sign me up because I can't do that genre anymore, man. I fully admit. Yakuza, yeah. Look, Yakuza Pirate in Hawaii. First of all, it's cool that they got another game out there in Hawaii. You know, so that's.
Oh, they acknowledged it this time. It was funny. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
the game like it was kind of Hawaii-like.
Yeah, and it looks fun. You know, it looks real fun. And listen, you're talking to somebody who, and I've said this before. With the Yakuza series, I actually been enjoying the spinoffs a little more than the main series for some reason. You know, like Lost Judgment, I beat the hell out that game, and that game has a trope that I despise, and that's long ass cutscenes, and I still enjoyed it and beat that game. You know what I'm saying? So you know, the first one, Judgment, was really good. I thought Lost Judgment did some things better. The sequel really stepped it up, but Lost Judgment was still good. I enjoyed Like a Dragon Ishin, the one that was set in Japan, feudal Japan. I don't think it was feudal Japan specifically, but definitely in the past.
Yeah.
And even the one that came out on Game Pass in January, Like a Dragon, The Man Who Lost His Name was really good. So the spinoffs, so I'm probably going to enjoy the Like a Dragon Pirate in Hawaii more than I did the last one. Like a Dragon 8. I forget what the tagline was for it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, so that one's on my radar because for some reason the spinoff ones click with me more than the main line. Legend of Babu. Yeah, I like that one a lot. That looks like a really cool action adventure game.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that the actual in-game graphics, or are we watching cutscenes?
No. That was gameplay. That was gameplay. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah. I know because the way the camera was in that, and it was very, very, action adventure pulled back a bit more. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being like real close up. So yeah, that was there's a lot of gameplay. And Eden Zero, I don't know what that I thought Eden Zero was legitimately based off some anime I didn't know. And nobody in the chat was clarifying. So maybe it's a new IP. Because I would have sworn that as soon as I saw that, I thought it was like a My Hero Academia update or something. That's what I thought when I first saw it. And then through the whole I'm like, okay, Eden Zero must be based off some anime. But I guess not. But it looks like it's based off some show. So that was my impression of that one.
I thought it was an original.
No. I don't know.
Yeah, Vontae's
okay.
It's an anime.
Okay, Vontae said it's an anime. Yeah, because it looks like, man, the art style just looked like it was copied straight from an anime.
Vontae, the guy who does it, is he affiliated with Dragon Ball Z? Vontae, I know they flashed his name up there. I'm not that steeped in anime that deep, like my kids, who can ramble on about it.
That might be one you got to ask your kids, and the next time we come on the show, you could answer for us. Yeah, so I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I think maybe Vontae. Vontae's deep in this stuff, more than so Vontae. I know that there's been a lot of buzz about this game. It's talked about when Tokyo Game Show was going on, that people are excited about it outside of the Xbox circles and inside, but a lot of it outside. That's how I spent a lot of time watching people's content outside of Xbox for Tokyo Game Show. So Tokyo Game Show, a lot of people were hyped about it. There's a lot of buzz about it, and I watched people's videos of them going around so people are happy because just like it was like back to normal almost. Yeah. That's what it felt like. Same thing with Comic-Con this year. Comic-Con was pretty awesome.
Yeah. That was where they had all the Marvel reveals, right? At this
whatever. I don't know, man. Every time I see like Marvel's there, just like they just want to acknowledge that they made a mistake. Like just acknowledge you screwed up.
Yeah.
Just get back to good.
Yeah. So sometimes the best way to handle this stuff, just rip the Band-Aid off and then proceed from there. Acknowledge it, move on. That's a lot of times that's just the best way to handle it. Oh man, somebody asked me about Green Lantern casting. I didn't get to answer him though yesterday.
No, they got the main guy to play Jon Stewart is a perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. He asked about it, but we had like 5 people, so I didn't get a chance to answer them. And speaking of which,
yeah.
Speaking of which, I bought the complete run of Green Lantern War Journal, and it's a story based completely around the homie John Stewart. So once it gets here, I can't wait to read it. Yeah, I heard it was really good too, so I can't wait to read it, man.
Was that from a couple years ago?
No. Oh, actually, it's probably. I think it was from last year, actually, or it started last year and ended this year. But yeah, it was just a mini series, 12-issue mini series based around John Stewart, and I can't wait to read it. I'm very excited to see what they did with it, because I avoided. It's one of them stories I avoided all spoilers because I knew I was going to read it from start to finish, and I don't have time to follow. I don't have time to buy comics monthly like I used to in my 20s and my teens. So I just waited till the whole story was done and bought the complete run.
So Vante says one of the game developers but the guy that did the manga did Fairy Tail. Oh yeah, it looks like Fairy Tail. Yeah, Fairy Tail is awesome. I'm behind though, Vante. I don't think I'm ever going to catch up.
It sounds like anime is like Xbox. You just watch your favorite stuff and don't try to catch up. Just watch whatever you like.
It does.
You're not going to catch up. So just watch what you like.
My daughter was watching. She'll kill me. It's not Inuyasha. It's this other one. They just did a Netflix live series of it.
Of Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah. So she went back and she watched. Dude, I think she's either almost done or done watching that. And I was like, dude, I mean, that's not even as bad as like Black Clover. Black Clover, I started watching, got up to season 4, and I think they're like in season 100 or something. I was like, dude, how did they do that? Like, because the way I consume my anime is the same way I consume my K-drama. I let stuff build, then I go watch other stuff, and then I'll come back because I don't like the weekly thing. Man. I like power watching my stuff, and so I did that in a couple shows, man. I turned around and I'm like, dude, you're like you're like in season 10. How the hell did that happen? Same thing with Game Pass. You guys know the show goes real in Game Pass, dude. I was looking at some of the older games because I thought they just came out like 3-4 months ago, dude. One game came out in December of last year.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I had to download it. I'm like, I gotta play this because I gotta at least try it. Just like Sega Man says, you gotta at least try it.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Sega Man. He plays everything, and it's impressive. Because I'm on the opposite end. I just be playing what I play, and if I miss a game or two here, it's like, oh well, But Sega Man, nah. He'll and this is what I like about Sega Man, and why I like hanging out with you guys. When y'all talk about games and Sega Man specifically in this case, he'll detail stuff and you'll be like, okay, yeah, he played it. Because he'll have these little details and little moments that actually happen instead of the opposite where, like we talked about earlier, where guys just use the most generic terms. You're like, oh, he did not touch this fucking game. So he don't actually know, or they'll mispronounce the name of the enemies or something like that. Like, no, you just read that off Wikipedia, homie. I know. But yeah, Sega Man. That's why I love. That's why sometimes I just like hearing y'all just talk about the actual game. Because Sega Man specifically, man, he'll just mention the little stuff. I'm like, okay, yeah, he played the hell.
And it's usually details he gives that's specific to how he likes the game or what stands out.
Yes.
Like when he was talking about that one game because there's a lot of 70s type B movies in it.
I think High on Life.
Yeah, High on Life.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was talking about that, and then just same thing with me. Like I was like with my daughter when I was telling her about Skyrim before she started playing it. I was like, there's books in there you can read, and then she came back later. She was, oh, Dad, you were right. There is books in there you can read. I was like, yeah, dude. There's people that just do that, just read the books.
Yeah,
that's how deep this is. Again, guys, this is. I know we haven't done a podcast in a long time, but this is the definition of fandom, right? This is what fandom is, man. The stuff that you have, this is that faux fandom that you're getting nowadays, right? Like when I watch somebody's Lord of the Ring reviews. And they don't know anything about the Silmarillion or any of that stuff. Because I'll just give you guys just a brief. I'm not trying to put myself up or anything like that, but I actually had to study this in school.
Oh, really?
I went to a Christian school, right? And the proponent of everything that's Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, is a hardcore Christian, Catholic predominantly. And I'm talking pre-Vatican Catholic. This dude is a believer, right? So when you make this, so you can make the association. There's a lot of stuff going on right now online about giants and demons and fallen angels. That's written in the Bible, but people are expounding on it, so you got to be careful.
Yeah.
about who you're listening to. But if you look at some of Tolkien's work, and when you look at the elves, right, you can kind of associate them with angels. Right? You look at the other side of it, Mordor and the orcs, they could be the fallen angels, demons, stuff like that. There's giants, right? There's mentions of dragons and stuff like that, like in the Bible, the great serpent, right? The beast, Leviathan, all this kind of stuff. Not to get on a tangent, but so that's how I study Tolkien from a biblical perspective, from a Christian perspective. Right. So this is why when I listen to people talk about it, I'm not saying you can't have an opinion, or like a lot of great thing about any work of art or work of literature is what it means to you. I can always respect that. I can respect the person's opinion. Like I tell you guys all the time, I don't like if you like PlayStation. Like I know some of you guys come in here, you think I just will hate you because you like PlayStation. Don't care. Look, T Reaper was here. Like he just beat Black Myth Wukong, right? And T likes to play PlayStation. That's fine. If you like to play, I'm just not about. We hate the guys like us in this group. We hate the hypocrisy. That's what it really boils down to. Like if you're gonna sit there and tell me Sifu is the greatest game of all time that I need to buy PlayStation 5, now that it's in Game Pass, I can tell you no, no, I didn't need to buy a PlayStation 5 to play this game. I will tell you this much, right? It is pretty awesome, but a lot of you guys didn't go into the depth of Wukong, right? Because the way you talk about it, it's just like a fast action-oriented game. No, there's depth to this game. I play fighting games, right? You're just not gonna go into Sifu.
Sifu, yeah.
My bad, guys. Sifu. You're not gonna just go into Sifu and just rip through it, right? You need to know the battle system because I found that out real quick because I died, right? And then one of the gimmicks of Sifu is that you get older as you die. So guess what's gonna happen? It's caked into the game. You're gonna die.
Yeah.
I don't care how good you are, right? And then the camera angles could use some work. It's not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, but if you like these type of games, it's a great game. I will give it that. It is a great game. And it's even a greater game because it's in Game Pass. So so this is what we talk about all the time. Like you hear Iraq on his soliloquy, you see Hebot write his magnum opus and read it to us on our podcast. Right. This is the reason why this is the driving force of it, dude. We play what you want, dude. It's your money, it's your time. I don't care. But stay in your lane. Right? Stay in your lane. Don't come over here and try to tell me something I don't know.
Yeah.
When I actually play, like we just talked about for the last 30 minutes, right on the minute, how we play these games. That's how we know you guys don't play. Not just Xbox games, but games. Like, what did you say? I literally just beat the first boss.
Oh, Sifu, I think you're talking about. Yeah, that's what's up there, Avante. Yeah, I saw it in Game Pass. Realistically, I'm probably not going to try it anytime soon because I'm still playing. I'm still playing the Starfield DLC, Shattered Space. You know,
dude,
what
I'm
I'm
never
saying?
gonna touch that.
Oh, it's so good though.
But the way I play Starfield, I was talking about it earlier. It's not that I don't want to. Like this is going to force me within the year to actually get back into the storyline. Because you have to go to the storyline, right, to unlock. You have to get to a certain point, and I'm not even nowhere near that. I married Sarah. We're traversing the universe together, landing on every planet, looking at everything. But in reality, I haven't picked up the game in a while. I need to get back to it. So.
Yeah, it's a game that only gets hate because it's currently only on Xbox.
Yeah,
you know, and as long as it's an Xbox PC exclusive, you know they're going to pretend Bethesda can't make video games anymore, which is the stupidest damn thing I've ever heard in my life. But
meanwhile, what is it? Fallout 76 continues.
Yeah,
I'm like looking at this game. I was like, dang, dude, people really like this game.
Yeah, people really like Starfield. You know, they just see their favorite YouTuber say it sucks, and so they gotta follow along instead of just thinking for their own and talking about how legitimately great the game is.
Or I wish people would be honest, like my daughter is with me.
Mm-hmm.
Like she doesn't say that Starfield is not a great game.
Mm-hmm.
She just would rather play Fallout.
Yeah.
Or she prefers Fallout the way that it is, as opposed to Starfield, because they are different games. In a way.
Oh yeah. I mean, listen. I never had an issue with people not liking a game I don't like or not. Like, just be honest about it. But that's not what they do. Instead, they're hyperbolic. They're about as extreme as possible. They don't say, "Look, Starfield wasn't for me. I didn't enjoy the game." They say, "Bethesda can't make video games anymore. They're dying." You know, and those are two completely different messages. You know, and that's where I'd be like, slow your roll, man. Because Bethesda's fine. Just because you don't specifically like the game doesn't mean that Starfield wasn't great. It just means you don't like it.
Yeah, and I wish people would be really and we, even in their critique, when you hear somebody critique, now maybe it's for the clickbait, right? That they put, I hate this. But when you listen to, sometimes you listen to their critiques if you take the time to do so.
Mhm.
Which if you don't, not you personally, but if anybody out there that don't do it, I understand that too, because time is limited. But sometimes I just want to get a feel. And so you listen to their critique, it's like, no, you don't hate the game, dude. You just don't like this aspect of the game. There's a
Yeah.
big difference. Right? And especially, and the reason I was doing that because you have these jerk offs that played 1,000 something hours and they're like, oh, this is a waste of my time. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm like, dude, you're an idiot.
That's the funniest thing to me. I played the game for 1,000 hours, but that sounds like torture, self-torture to play a game. Like, do you know how fast I drop games I don't like?
Yeah, it's real easy.
Yeah. I will uninstall a game immediately if I didn't like it.
Yeah.
Now I'm not as harsh as E-Rock. E-Rock be like, if a game don't catch me in 5 minutes, that's it. I play a little longer than that, but even then,
E-Rock
yeah. No, listen, E-Rock coined a phrase. I'm uninstalling too many games. You know, so he a real G with it, man. But no, listen, if a game don't click with me, I'll be like, all right, this ain't for me, and I just move on. And
Dude, I'll be honest with you, bro. I'll be honest with you, man. If I was like his dad and I heard him say something stupid like that, I'd smack that dude upside the head.
Who? E-Rock?
I told him, bro, get out there and cut the yard. You need. Oh, you. What is that? Oh, you like Power Wash? You like playing that game? Go Power Wash the house.
Yeah.
You need to take a break, 1,000 hours on something.
I'm glad simulators like that didn't exist when I was a kid. My dad would do something like that if he saw me playing a lawnmower simulator. He'd be like, "Why aren't your ass cutting the grass?"
Yeah. Oh, that's what my daughter. I stopped playing Power Washer because she said, "Oh, Dad, you know, it'd be cool if you Power Wash like that one." But she didn't mean it in an off way.
Yeah.
But after she said that, I was like, "Dang!" I just kept backhanded. But then, like my dad, one time, dude, like you know, when I came out of the Navy and I came home and I had to stay with my dad a little while, and then I was playing my Genesis, and then I was helping my dad do something, right? And you know, like, dude, I'm not the most handy guy. And my dad, they grew up, dude. They don't call like a repair or a mechanic.
Yeah, no.
You know what I'm saying? So he's like doing something. He's trying to hang something, and I was like, "Oh, how's he doing this?" Right, trying to figure it out. Then my dad see me standing there thinking about it. He goes, "Oh, this is how my dad talks to. Well, what, boy, what? If I had control, you can fix it. That way, you know." I looked at it. Yeah, you know what that thing? Yeah, that's why you know what the buttons are that can help you. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, dude." And I can't say nothing because the man's huge, so.
Yeah.
He still thinks it's the 70s, too. He'd be talking to people.
I'm actually bigger than my dad now, but I just respect my dad too much to ever cross that man.
I think maybe I didn't grow up in Hawaii, so I didn't eat enough poi. So,
that's what it was.
Yeah, well, my dad and my uncles are all big dudes.
Oh, yeah. My dad's he's just a class. See, but the thing about my dad and why I'll never cross him is because how he grew up. Like he literally grew up in Jamaica with no running water and electricity. So like what can I literally say to the man who grew up like that? You know what I'm saying?
You know what they have too? They have that like that strength.
Yeah.
You know, the way they grew up. Like, my first job, I worked with this dude, so I was into like when you're young, man, you're like lifting weights. And I worked with this dude, man. He's the produce manager. This dude had the biggest forearms. I mean, he was a built guy too, but his forearms, dude, were just. This is the stuff like Mr. Olympia. Like anybody went to Mr. Olympia, they train hard for years just to get that forearm. And I was just looking at him. And then one time I was watching it, and what it was, dude, when he was coming up, dude, they have wooden crates, not plastic crates. So he'd have to lift the crates of vegetables and fruit to load. And when he grabbed it, dude, that's a natural like forearm.
Yeah.
Right. and that's how come his forearms are big, man. Yeah. That's the reason why they old school. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Look, I remember one summer I worked with my dad, and we're just getting the mulch off the truck, shoveling off the truck, right? All that fucking mulch. And I'm over here having a hard ass time with it. Like, damn, Dad, this is what your ass do? And that that's when the mom's like, okay, my dad, I get why it's like looking back at the time it sucked because like who wants to work during the summer? But looking back, you're like, okay, I see what my dad was trying to instill in me because it's just like stuff like that. Like, geez, dude, And hell, there's a time my dad he even used to work nights doing this welding, that's what it's like that's what I mean by my dad was a classic dad. He worked worked welding at night, and I remember because when he came home, that's why we got kicked out the house. My mom was like, you are not waking up. You're not waking up that man after he worked all night. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we got kicked out the house when I was really, really young. Because you're like, you're not waking up the man that's bringing home the bacon, pretty much. And I was thinking, and I'm not to get too off topic, but I was like, yo, mothers and wives back then really got it. And it's like I don't think women like that would be like that understanding to where like she's telling the kids to shut the fuck up, and that's how my mom really talked to us, like shut the fuck up and get out, but you censor yourself, because you're on YouTube, but no, my mom was straight up shut the fuck up and get out, and shit, hell, she'll try to whoop our ass if we woke my dad up. Much less getting on my dad's bad side, but I love my dad to death. He's a great man. He's a genuinely great man. And now that he's like semi-retired, I'm happy for him that he ain't working like he used to, because he did an excellent job raising us. Because all three of his kids, me, my brother, my sister, we're all doing well. We're not in jail or anything. You know what I'm saying? But my dad, classic dad, loved the man to death. But there's just some things you don't do to dad, basically.
It's funny to me, man, because we got those old school dads. Like my dad, not only did he make us do stuff, he was out there with us.
Yeah.
So you couldn't say anything, man. It's like this dude will put you to shame. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was in the Navy, and I came back on leave, and we had this big family get together, man. So we had to Kahlua, like traditionally Kahlua pig, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a big event, and so we had to do it, like dig the ground, do the whole thing. And this is why I don't want to go back, right? Hands on the other, like we need to go back to our roots. I'm like, nah, dude, I like air conditioning way too much. And so, like we out there doing it, dude, and we have to do something as simple as busting banana stumps. Like, you gotta lay the pit or the emu with the banana stumps, right? And so what you have to do is you just and we have sledgehammers, right? So you have to hit. Dude, we were struggling, me and my cousins. And back then, dude, I was like 4% body fat, 225. I was in the military. And then my cousins, man, we was all young. My cousin's a big guy too, right? And then and my dad was just had us do that to teach us kind of a valuable lessons. Because sometimes when you're that young, you feel yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
And dude, it was hard, man, because it was hard to hit that stupid stump. Or when you hit it wrong and it would smash, dude. And so my dad was like, what are you guys doing? You got to hit it. And like, we are, but you're hitting it, but it's not. So then this dude comes out, man. This Portuguese dude, man. Beer belly, curly hair, the mustache, look like he came out of 70s, 70s disco thing, dude. He just comes over there and he walks up to us. He goes, let me do it. I'll show you guys how to do it. He gets two. He goes, just line up the banana stuff. So we lined them up about 50. Then he grabbed like the two hammers. These are like sledgehammers.
Yeah.
These things are heavy. Because I was having a hard time swinging it. He lined them all up and he took two sledgehammers and he just went around the row. He went right around the row. Boom, 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 boom. Like that. And then he goes, what did he say? He goes, see, easy. You guys know, easy. Like that. And then my dad comes over there. He looks like me and my cousins. And my cousins are bigger than me. He look at all of us. He goes, "Bro, you guys is big for nothing." That's a saying in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Look at you guys, big. All your muscles on you guys, big for nothing. Go sit down. Sit down with all the old men over there. Because I had all the Filipino guys right there was waiting.
Yeah.
For the pig. So they're the ones that bleed the pig. So there was just, and these are older Filipino guys. So what they do is you got to get the blood out. I didn't know all this stuff, right? So when you're ready to do the pig, right? They come over there, they cut them because you cannot kill the animal. This was brutal, bro. They shot the animal in the head, but they used like this pellet gun that wouldn't kill him because you got to still be alive. And then they come over, they cut the throat, and they drain the blood because you got to get all the blood out and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'm watching this stuff, I'm like, man, this is disgusting. Dude, I'm just gonna go to the store. Thank you, Costco.
and it was like nothing to them.
No, it's like they didn't.
Hey,
not a drop of blood, bro. Not a drop of blood. Because Filipinos, they like to cook the blood. They make.
Yeah. Okay.
So what it is, right, bro? Not a drop of blood touch that ground. I was like, dang, that's scary. Like, okay, I'm not gonna mess with you guys.
Yeah.
Because I'll be stuck out. You guys just cut me and I'll be bled out in the field somewhere over here. But sorry, not to get off topic, but Vante says Starfield is pissing me off right now because my game keeps freezing at certain points, and now I can't ship build properly. I might have to get rid of some of the mods, but I do not want to. Yeah, Fate.
Yeah.
I kind of don't mess with mods, not because I think it's bad. It's just look. There's a reason why I have an Apple phone as opposed to an Android phone.
Mhm.
It's not because I'm an Apple fan. It's because most of the time you just turn that bad boy off, turn it back on, and it's fixed.
Yeah.
Right? Same thing with the mods. I think mods are cool. But I'm not a PC guy, dude. This is why shout out to the PC Nation. Thanks for doing all that heavy testing.
Yeah.
First console, guys.
They do cool stuff did you see the Star Wars mod?
Yeah, I did.
And turned that whole thing into I think it was Boba Fett simulator, basically. Yeah,
They even
I'm
have
like,
the what is that? The Mandalorian ship.
yeah. I'm like, these dudes don't play.
And that's what happens with Bethesda games, man. That's why I'm not worried about it, dude. With later on when all this hate disappears, like Vontae says, literally the Starfield hate is performative at this point. I pretty much blocked all of those people on here, so I don't see their videos anymore, and then more just pop up.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
That's
That's exactly what happens, man. You think you're rid of them for good? Well, here's another 10,000 fucking channels. I don't really watch them like that anymore. But when I did used to watch them, because I used to watch them, just like, hey, let me see what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
They would say it was. You would think, and AI wasn't even around like it is now, but it still seemed like some AI shit because they're literally saying the same stuff, and then I come to find out, oh. They're quoting. That's not their opinion. They're quoting some YouTuber.
Yeah,
and that's when I came to okay. These guys just follow whatever their favorite YouTuber streamer says, and they literally. I don't even think they realize that they're parroting what they're saying word for word anymore when they say this stuff.
No, 100%, man. In fact, at least some of them now and I stopped listening to them too. But before she said, "Well, I haven't played the game," and as soon as you say that, dude, your opinion means nothing to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So why are you talking about it?
Yeah.
I don't do that kind of stuff. Like we can talk, you can talk around it. You can talk about maybe the drama that goes around the game. I have no problem with that. But if you're gonna talk about gameplay elements and why you should or shouldn't, if basically you're giving a review, of a game, and if you haven't played it, man, your opinion means nothing, right? Because it's not like games of old, guys, dude. These games we play now just don't fit in like action adventure, platform, fighter. Right, you have some of these games that do multiple stuff because gaming has changed. And I can speak on that professionally in a sense, right? Because I was there ground level playing these games, man. And, when you played a game like Bayou Billy, right, it was definitely an action adventure game. Right nowadays, if they make Bayou Billy, if they made a remake of Bayou Billy, you'd have that action adventure element to it. But then Bayou Billy would probably have a house. Then you could buy some land. Then you can trade with the store.
It'll have that survival aspect to it and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, and then you have DLC, Bayou Billy, and then Bayou Billy's friend Amy, and then
or now crossovers are popular, so you'll probably get some Bayou Billy in a Goku suit or something.
Yeah. Bayou Billy with Bear Grylls.
Yeah,
Bear Grylls edition. Something like that. So just keep that in mind, you guys. This is why the games are. And if you don't like these type of games, totally respect it, man. Don't play it. That's fine.
Yeah. That's the thing. We never once come up here and tell you what to think or none of that stuff. We're speaking our mind, and then we're combating the nonsense. And there's a surprise. Like even when you try to avoid it, you still come across nonsense. That's how much. That's how much BS there is out there.
Yeah. It's hurting the industry at the end of the day, right? Because some of these people do have clout.
Unfortunately,
and again, as everybody in the group always talks about, right? It's the narrative, right? It's the perspective, as it's what people perceive it to be to what it actually is. This is why you have these dramatic. Stories of people like, man, I thought Xbox sucked and I got it and I'm playing Game Pass.
That is common.
Yeah,
that's why I get even some channels I like Metal Jesus, big channel. I think he's got close to 1 million subscribers.
Yeah.
Even he recently made a video about he's tired of waiting on Xbox. I'm like, what are you talking about? No way in hell you play Xbox to say this stuff. And because and then when you say stuff that I know you don't play on Xbox, and I write you off basically.
Yeah, I think he's one of those. He's another guy, like he's a physical guy.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
he got legitimately good collections.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he don't listen, he don't know. In that case, he letting the size of his channel think he knows what he's talking about. And just because you have good collection doesn't mean you know the ins and out of a specific console brand like Xbox.
He's like an older guy with like the long metal hair. He looks like a metal guy. Yeah. So here's the thing, man. We have hardcore collectors in our group, right? And they keep it 100. Right?
Yeah.
They collect it. They have a problem with it. Hebot. If you guys follow Hebot on X, dude, he's always sipping stuff to Sarah and Phil. So look, dude, if you're this dude, what's his name? Metal, whatever.
Yeah, Metal Jesus.
Yeah. So if that, use your platform to try and make a change.
Yeah. He's got a big channel. Like I legitimately think if he's not at 1 million, he's close to 1 million, and he's saying stuff like that, and that's why I at one point I pivoted my channel from talking about the PlayStation fanboys because you already know what they're gonna say. They're the most predictable group to the bigger YouTubers and streamers and all that because some of their takes are even. I can't believe I'm saying it. Some of their takes are even worse than the PlayStation fanboys. Yeah. That's how bad some of their takes is. Where it's like, dude, they're only saying this because they think they could get a view out of it. And I think that's the worst place to approach any content is you don't actually care. You just care about what it could do for you. Because that's where you get the worst, uninformed, ignorant But what happens though is that their fan bases are large enough that nobody corrects them,
or their fan base agrees with them, which is
yeah.
Because a lot of times it's just people pissing in the wind. Like look, dude, I'll take the piss out of Disney, and Disney Plus, and Disney Marvel, Disney Star Wars, right? And it's the same thing I do with Marvel as a comic book guy, dude. I'm a super fan. So and the problem with me, and I even realized this to the point where I don't really talk about it on that level. Mm-hmm. I'm a super fan, and like, dude, I remember when they were good. I remember when the content mattered. I remember when Disney actually wanted to make magic. Dude, if you guys didn't know this I know a lot of stuff talked about Walt Disney now, right? All the stuff that's coming out of them because you just hate the man for various reasons. But the thing about Walt Disney was that he actually wanted to create the magic.
Yeah.
He really did. Like, he really wanted you to experience the Magic Kingdom. That's why it's called the Magic Kingdom. And this dude, now, we fast forward to now. When you have a visionary like that, dude, it's very hard to follow, right? And Disney has done a great job because I've experienced it throughout my lifetime. And they've had some misses as well, man, but they've always found a way to come back to what matters. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that this time. And so I've stepped away. I hope they find their footing. I don't know if they ever will. But at the end of the day, dude, I'm just not pissing on them just to piss on them. Right, which a lot of these guys do when it comes to games, right? I'm like, again, like Unlimited says, right, on your videos, bro. It's like, dude, do you guys like playing games? Right? That's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Right? Because at the end of the day, if this bothers you so much, you would walk away. Right? And I'm not talking about the one person that sits there like me, like that's holding out hope, that gives Star Wars every chance, like it cheated on me multiple times, and I still came back like a beaten wife, like a wife that's beaten. Right? No, they'll get better. They'll change. I saw Mandalorian. Like when their abusive husband has that one, takes her to dinner. She's like, no, this is it. It'll change. And then I stuck it out as long as I could, dude. I had to step away. I'm just like, no, I'm done, dude. You guys, now you have to show me. I don't think you can. So.
I mean, if E-Rock's here, he'd have enough Disney vitriol for all of us combined. So,
well, I also get vitriol in the sense of like, okay, well, why are you so easy on WB and DC? Number one, guys, I'm a Marvel guy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's number one, right? Number two, I understand WB. WB does it the way you're supposed to do it, right? As a studio, as a business, as money, right? WB is if they. Look, if WB goes woke, it's not because they care about woke. It's like, okay, can we make some money off of that?
Yeah, they don't give a shit about.
They don't care anything about.
Everything's an opportunity with them,
as it should be. This is where Disney. Look, the reason why Disney won't change, and I know this will piss you guys off as Disney fans, is because they're believers.
Yeah,
they are true believers in this stuff, dude.
Look. All my life, Disney Disney always believed that whole Disney magic shit, you know. And this is listen. I fully admit I've never just been this full love fest at Disney. Like even though I grew up on the Disney Renaissance with the animated stuff, I loved it at the time as a kid. But even then, they were still making like live action shit at the time. So you're talking to somebody who don't have that same huge nostalgia for Disney everybody else seems to do. But even then they fully believe the Disney magic. So now when it comes to them jumping into politics, yeah, they believe that with every fiber of their being, because that's just the Disney mentality over there. Where if they're gonna believe something, they're gonna believe it in every way possible.
That's why I try to tell some of these hardcore Disney fans like myself. I was like, look, dude, they're trying to make changes, but it's just ingrained in the system, dude. It's the people that actually work there on all levels. That's why this stuff will never change, because they think this is the way. See what I did there? I didn't mean to do that. This is the way, and it's not, right? And then their fans are telling them, no, it's not, and the money's telling them it's not. You think WB does that? No. You know, like the Joker 2, I understand it's not doing too well right in the theaters right now. WB will actually look at it and try and break it down to see what they can do to make it better.
Yeah.
Right. Like I don't have a problem with the director came out, said some stuff, the studio saying stuff. Dude, that's how it's supposed to be in a sick and twisted way. That is Hollywood. That is motion picture. That is the drama of all this kind of stuff. That's understandable.
Yeah.
Like this stuff that I don't know how you can take $1 billion franchises and just piss it all down the drain. And continue to do so. Like it doesn't make any sense to me at all. Right? So to answer all my critics out there about, oh, you're just an undercover DC fanboy, no, I'm not. Right?
Yeah.
And I can't be, because the Unlimited, I'm sure you'll back me up on this, dude. Comic book is not the same like it used to be, man, where we enjoyed comic books. Even though we would argue about stuff, it was fun. Right now, everything is just freaking toxic, and it sucks. Right? You guys just anyway, I don't probably people get pissed off if I say it. Vontae, sorry, Vontae. He says, my annoyance is people saying they could beat the game in 5 to 6 hours, and I'm like, bro, you just sped through the main story and didn't hit no side quests. I mean, look, Vontae, man, I think they're lying, because I can't see how you finish the game in 5 to 6 hours.
No, dude, no. That's what drove me crazy when they were like they beat it in 20 hours, and when I was 20 hours in, I'm like, how the hell is that possible?
Well, I know they're lying too, Vontae, because a lot of these same guys complain about the load screens, right? And the load screens will increase the time.
Yeah.
Right? So 5 to 6 hours, dude. That's the sign you know these guys are hypocrites, man. Because you're like, oh yeah, they'll say something like that, but I'm guaranteeing you, if you see, they'll complain about why is there load screens. Right? I'm like, okay, so if you're playing the game and there's low screens, how are you getting it done in 5 to 6 hours? Right? It's all BS, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, Zobi, is Disney the reason every girl thinks they're princesses and has attainable standards in dating? I actually like that about Disney, Zobi. I'll be 100% because what Disney did with the princesses, it told women it's okay to be feminine, and a lot of their stuff, it's okay to be strong and feminine. They're feministic. That's one of the things that's great about women, right? Is their femininity, and they used to embrace that. And of course, they market it as Disney does, right? Where they're messing up is when they told women that they could be dudes. Right? Look, there's some women, they might got it that way, dude. I watch a lot of bodybuilders and stuff. There's some of these Eastern European girls coming from great stock of the Dark Ages, right? You know, that's ingrained in them genetically to be this way. That's why these chicks can bench more than dudes. Like there is that aspect of it, man, but it just doesn't happen overnight, dude. There's reasons why because people are all different, right? And genetics and culture and background matters. So that I do believe in that. Right? But that's where Disney messed up. Because the whole reason they bought Star Wars was because Disney can sell to girls, young girls, no problem. It was the boys, the market that they wanted to get into. So what they did was they got the Star Wars for the guys.
That was right.
Yeah, that was
I think I read the same with Marvel too. They had they had the female general audience on lock so strong, because the Disney Channel used to be watched by like 90% girls or something like that.
Yeah, Disney Channel is and then that's why they did some of the shows they did for their newer Disney shows, right? Was to appeal to boys, and then ultimately they're like, hey, maybe we can pick up Star Wars, right? Because there's the merchandising that's attached to it, right? Because guys buy collectibles, right? On a scale that's beyond pale. So they had it all unlocked, dude. There's reason. There's rhyme to the reason. I mean, they know what they were doing, right? And then for some reason, man, this new dude comes in, and then they start just trying to flip the script, and they ended up alienating a lot of the fans, guys and girls, right? Because a lot of females, dude, they don't want to. A lot of people don't want to be pandered to, man. They want to see what you got, right? And especially if like a lot of the spaces you occupy with this stuff, people want to escape. It's escapism. And people want to escape this stuff, not get caught up in it, whether it's through politics or financials or what your opinions are.
Yeah, and I know that Disney princess stuff. Little girls really had that for escape because I got a little sister, so I know this stuff firsthand.
That stuff they got that down on lock, dude. It's not if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you guys started messing with the formula because that's the problem with a lot of these people at Disney right now. They think they're the smartest people in the room. They're very condescending. If you listen to them when they talk about us little peons.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They sound like Colin Moriarty.
Yeah.
Colin Moriarty's condescending like that.
Yeah.
Where he talks down. He talks down on his audience like he knows. You think his little gaming chair is a throne, and that's how they be talking too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I look at somebody like him too, you know what I mean? So they like to listen to their own voice. That's a lot of these people, right? This is why I can't stand people like this. The passive aggressive thing that goes on, the passive aggressiveness of things that goes on in today's society, dude, it's irritating. I would rather somebody just punch me in the face.
Yeah, that's why when people be getting upset, I just be like, dude, just say what you want to say, even if it's a quote unquote bad word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just say it. Just say it at this point. I ain't even gonna get. I mean, you might get punched in the face, but I ain't. You know what I'm saying? We don't got time. I don't got time for the performance shit anymore. Where and this is why I used to get on Colin Moriarty because he had all these fake ass, stupid ass takes that he clearly didn't believe, and it would drive me crazy. I'm like, Colin Moriarty, just say Xbox sucks, dude. You don't need to pull out your thesaurus and pretend that you're talking circles around us. When all you want to say is that you hate that Xbox is buying these studios and publishers.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Just say it.
Yeah. And he kind of does sometimes, right? You'll catch him like in that one podcast, somebody shared a clip. Put the foot on the neck or boot on the neck.
Yeah.
He's talking about Microsoft. I was laughing when I heard that because I'm like, bro, put the boot on the neck. Dude, get out of here, bro. Somebody needs to smack you with a bag of nickels. Wake you up. Look, dude, if you guys didn't know, man, I'm from Hawaii, dude, Polynesian. We still kind of do things the old way. I mean, I don't say it's not a good thing. I'm not promoting that, but sometimes things happen. And we're not the best with words. I'm just going to say, get to a certain point where you can tell, something's going to go down because, the words start to come out different. The stuttering start kicking in. So somebody's fist is going to fly because the time of talking is over.
Yeah.
So be careful in this day and age, man. People be putting out knives and guns and stuff like that. It's crazy. Zobi says Microsoft is definitely the blame for toxicity in video games. They are owned by BlackRock. They're not owned by BlackRock.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure BlackRock has a stake in them. BlackRock has a stake in everybody.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, BlackRock is.
But a stake isn't ownership.
No. And then Microsoft, dude. Microsoft is of all the companies, dude. I'll put them up there as one of the least toxic. Like they do their thing every year, man. I'll say it.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the same time, dude, when they start putting their pride flags up, dude, I'll put my Bible verse up there, and and my account doesn't get shut down. So respect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like for me, dude, it's about like being able to. That's the problem. A lot of stuff. That's why you hear where people want to shut stuff down. That's more dangerous to me because they want to shut you up and your opinion. Like you can have your opinion, like me on mine. And Microsoft respects that. Because at the end of the day, Microsoft needs money. Me and Dale were watching that Halo thing.
Mm-hmm.
And for all the pontificating that Microsoft does about diversity, yeah, just go watch that Halo There's a scene where they showed everybody in the room, and I'm like, whoa, dude. And this is why they don't go all in on that stuff as well, because they can't.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you need people in those positions that can do those jobs. And I'll be honest with you, man. I use my daughter as an example, dude. They were trying to push her into STEM, and she's an artist. Not everybody wants to do these kind of things, dude. I mean, like some of these people, I'm like that talk so great about it. I'm like, dude, do you program? Have you tried to write code?
Yeah. That's where the unrealistic, delusional side of it comes out, where there, you know, there are a lot of people who think they think diversity and equality is that this weird situation where there's an equal balance in every single metric, which is impossible, and it's impossible, and it's a standard not even worth trying to achieve. You know what I'm saying? The stuff like I 100% will always fight for, say, if Microsoft was purposely not hiring black engineers, then I'd fight against Microsoft in a heartbeat, because I'm like, you can't hire people who are qualified for the job. All right, that's bullshit. But nobody, what a lot of these activists fail to understand. This is why these movements ended up being so stupid. Was when they turned into, hold on, why is 90% of your staff men? Well, because fucking men are more into stuff like what is it, computer engineering and things like that, and women are more into stuff like teaching and nursing. That's not sexist or nothing. It's just how it always is. Hell,
Studies have been done multiple, not just
yes. Every major study that allowed men and women to choose their profession without any hint of pushing, say, boys into sports or science or something, or women to teaching, whatever. The results were still women were going to the social sciences and the social professions, and men were still going to the hard sciences and stuff, right? And that's because that men and women tend to just naturally be into those type of fields, you know. But so that's where stuff like that, you know, gets too over the top. You know what I'm saying? And this comes from somebody, when it comes to worker rights, I tend to be pro-employee and all that shit, and I care more about getting mine than the company getting. I'll be real with you. You know what I'm saying? If I worked at Microsoft, I care more about getting my bank than Microsoft. I'd be like, fuck Microsoft and their bank. If my paychecks, I don't care if you make record profits. I want to make record profits first. You know what I'm saying? But you know, everybody, you know, that's where shit that's why I don't like extremism, because extremism kills common sense and turns everything into just like this weird situation where you can't talk about anything, or you can't have any kind of logical conclusion. It's got to just be the most extreme reaction to the most extreme conclusion, you know, and that's the stuff that kind of drives the average person crazy.
Well, I think just to piggyback on what you're saying, the thing that ticks me off about that diversity, equality, and inclusion thing, right? It takes away from some of the stuff that I don't like that Microsoft did, which a lot of that is, you know, overseas hiring.
Yeah.
Right. Like, oh yeah, we believe in diversity. No, man, you guys believe in cheap labor.
Yeah.
Look, dude, that Jedi mind trick crap ain't gonna make. I love you. I love Xbox. Right, and this is why I tell you on my channel we don't keep it 100, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because that in turn, right? But look, at the end of the day, Microsoft is an American company, and we have American workers here, right? And you guys are making the profit, right? So you should be paying your employees. Now, I'm not against you going overseas and doing stuff, right? Because a lot of times Microsoft is an international corporation now, not just a company, though they have their roots here, right? But so when you go over to overseas and then you're going to build out over there, yeah, I have no problem with that, dude. And then you can help the people over there raise up. Right, but as you can see, everything that's going on with China now, one of the reasons China is having a problem is because they actually had a middle class,
right?
And that threw everything out of whack for them, right? Because with the middle class comes all kind of stuff, and we experience in America. We've experienced it for over a century here in the U.S. because of the Industrial Revolution, right? When people start to get more money, people start to get wealthier, right? Everything starts to increase. People start to increase, which I think is good, right? But there has to be a balance, right? So a lot of countries that are third world, they don't have the background and the history that we have. So this is why you see stuff falling apart sometimes, right? Because they got a middle class, and this is why you see Microsoft taking their stuff to other countries now, right? And so for me, look, dude, I'm not opposed to that. What I am opposed to is you trying to sell me a bill of goods when you're trying to do that shell game, dude. And
Yeah.
Pay your employees, bro.
Oh,
go ahead, bro.
No, I'll just piggyback off what you're saying, man. I don't know when it happened, but at some point, people started to take all these companies' movements as literal face value instead of the marketing tool that it's always been.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's I always use the example of COVID was the peak of it. Of the every commercial is we're here for you. I know Bank of America, you're not here for me when my bank account is negative $50 because I ain't working right now. You know what I'm saying?
You're here for me, and I got those fees.
Yeah. So, but for some reason, in every other context, people just taking this stuff as if Microsoft really gives a shit about Pacific Islander and East Asian Heritage Month. You know what I'm saying? Like they really give a shit about that, or every February where they have the Black History Month logo on at the bottom corner, and the advertisement send it when you turn on your Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Like they really they're out here really going to sell you a bill of goods on any Black historical figures or some shit. Guys, it's a fucking marketing tool. It's what companies have always done this shit. It's just that now for some reason people take it at face value as if they're really behind them. Yeah, these billion trillion dollar companies are really behind your stupid ass movement. Come on now. They just saw sucker so that you could buy their product. You know,
well, that's why it's irritating stuff because they do have believers. I mean,
yeah.
People the best
No. There are people who worked at that believe, but not at the grand stage. Not at the grand stage of it all. Like I guarantee Satya Nadella doesn't give a shit. He doesn't even know what month Pacific Islander and East Asian Heritage Month. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee if it's someone, hey, what is your thoughts on what month is Pacific Islander month? He'd be like, he'll turn the conversation to something business related. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. I guarantee that's how it works with the large majority. Yeah, don't get me wrong. They have people they got people that works that have passion about it because people have their own individual opinions and stuff, and some of them might be in higher position. But most of it's just fucking marketing. It's just a marketing tool.
One thing I love about Satya because he is from India, right?
Yeah.
So what he'll do is because I've seen him do it, right? Then he'll go and say, well, here's our dynamics in Southeast Asia and the Indian continent. And then he'll go into it and then he'll explain it in that way, as he should do. I have no problem with that, guys, because at the end of the day, dude, you're providing me a service, I'm paying you money. I would prefer Xbox, I'm just being honest, dude, if I'm Asian Pacific Islander month. See, and that's another thing too, right? Because technically I'm Hawaiian, right? And so when you talk about Polynesians, right, and it's the same thing, I guess like Hispanic, right? Right? There's a difference between a Cuban and a Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Right? There's a difference between a Hawaiian and a Samoan, and a Tongan, and a Tahitian, right, and a Fijian, and a Maori. Maori's on this level. They're on this level. They just refer to the rest of us as Islanders.
Really?
We're just Maori, right? Same thing in Hawaii. You come over here, dude, you're Hawaiian, or you're not, right? And so I would just prefer if you'd slide me 10,000 gamer points. Doing the Pacific Islander thing. Yeah. I appreciated the $5 off coupon, and then having to go through the rigmarole of doing that kind of stuff. Because number one, I know again, you guys have great intentions, but we all know what the road to hell is paved with. And now, in everything that's going on, whether good or bad, right, with all the stuff that the ultra focus on DEI right now, it was on one side of the aisle, it swung to the other freaking side. Yeah. Right, and you guys are getting destroyed over this stuff, and I feel for some of them because some of them shouldn't be. Yeah. I'm just gonna put it out there. There's some people I respect. I watch their commentary. They're talking about Halo. They don't play Halo.
Yeah,
they're good in what they do. They know comic books or they know movies. They know the movie industry. But because DEI is such a big thing, and they fall into the same trap that a lot of these channels do now, they feel like they have to talk about it. There's a reason I don't talk about DC, guys. I don't talk about DC Comics. I don't talk about Warner Brothers, except in a glancing thing about entertainment in general.
Yeah.
Because I cannot, because I'm not a fan or I'm not included in that history. Right? I'll talk all day about Marvel and I'll complain about Marvel all day, but I because I have that background, right? So again, with the DEI stuff, just kind of because you have to back away from it, man, because you're gonna get slaughtered. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That's they're out for blood. People's out for blood now, and a lot of it has to do with economy, and there's really nothing to do about it.
Yep.
Like Unlimited said, 100% agree with you, man. There's no common sense anymore.
Yeah, and it's a shame because again, I'm not somebody who's against the concept of diversity. Like, dude, listen, I was the only black guy in my department for the longest at the company I worked for.
Mhm.
All right, so I I know what it's like to work around people. You're the only one of your kind there. You know what I'm saying? So I could tell you from experience that there is a certain mindset you go into it. So I get that, but as always, it gets ruined by being the most extreme way that it's handled, and then it creates the most extreme reaction, and that's why I push back. That's why I be pushing. I've been accused, Sega Forever, of being both a racist who don't care about anybody, and both someone who you just love this woke bullshit. When all I'm trying to do is add common sense to. I was trying to add common sense to an argument that nobody wants to have a common sense discussion about, because everybody has been pushed to each extreme side. They don't realize that it's good to open, because this example. All right, in the black community, if your name's Devontae, for example, you legitimately would have a harder time being hired if your name was David. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's legitimately good to be like if someone has a ghetto sounding name, if you will, and it prevents them from being hired, being as somebody who knows people with them names who are good dudes, I'd be like, yeah, it's bullshit if that prevents you from being hired. I could fight against that. What people are not fighting against is, hey, what if we turn Batman gay? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's not what we're talking about here. We don't give a shit about that. Don't do that. And then the worst part is, this is what kills me. This is what kills me, especially in entertainment. When you see the cast who makes these decisions, it's never the people that, you know what I'm saying? It's not like a gay dude is out here making Batman gay. It's some company that thinks people wants to see that shit, makes a terrible decision, and it pisses everybody off.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff ends up being weaponized as well.
Yeah,
which is sad, right? Or like for me, dude, like when I walk around here, I live in Hawaii, man, and sometimes people are like, oh, you're in Hawaii, can I take a picture? Dude, my people is becoming like we're literally becoming like unicorns.
Yeah,
being honest with you guys, right? So again, this is my perspective of diversity. Diversity is great, but like anything else, man, you're gonna lose something.
Yeah.
And is that bad? Well, that's up to you, right? Like for me, it doesn't bother. I like the thing I miss the most about Hawaii is the local style, the local culture we had here, which is an amalgamation of a certain groups of people that kind of laid the foundation for how Hawaii is. That a lot of people enjoy when they come here. Like, wow, Hawaii people are so nice, they're so mellow, they're so this and that. Well, a lot of those people are leaving, or a lot of people are gone. The culture's changing, and you're losing that. This is why when people come here, they're like, oh wow, this place is expensive. The people aren't as nice. I mean, the beaches, like people, there's a lot of homeless, right? There's all this stuff going on, right? And, there's social ills. But I wouldn't apply that across the board to every single person.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Because even like that's how people in Texas feel with all the transplants that's moved here over the last few years.
I feel sorry for you guys, dude.
Yeah, like we're nobody here. Nobody's like a. If you see someone in a California license plate, you don't just like, hey, you Cali bastard. Nobody does that shit. But at the same time, it's like everybody there's enough here that people be like, well, we grew up in Texas, and we like Texas how it is. You know what I'm saying? And we don't want people from out of state coming here being like, we need to change this. So and that's just a smaller scale example, of it.
I know it's this one lady posted a video. It popped up on my feed for some reason because I have Hawaii in it. But she's from Idaho, man, and she saw Hawaii license plates, and she was commenting on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And look, dude, there's some people in the comments, dude. I have to shut them down, bro. I came on them and said, oh, but don't we do the same thing when we see California plates in Hawaii, or Florida plates in Hawaii, or Minnesota plates in Hawaii? And they're like, oh, bro, that's different. I'm like, no, it's not. This is why when you talk about this stuff that's going on in the country, it's gonna have effects. So my point is, dude, however you feel about this stuff, dude, please realize that there is a thing called cause and effect, right? This is why, dude, people make choices in life, man, and sometimes later on you don't realize it's bad. I know, Unlimited, because I work with the military. People in Texas, man, they're like, that's a real thing for them. You know, they're from Texas, they're stationed here, or they're contractors coming from Texas, right? They like the economy, they like that things are growing, but at the same time, they're like, they just don't want it to change.
Yeah. That you know, and that's how it is, you know. And in Texas, and the Texas governor, they opened themselves up for that. You know, they decide to be extremely pro business, which has its pros. You're attracting businesses here, which is helping the economy. But them businesses are bringing the people with them.
Yeah,
you know, and those people are bringing their families with them.
Now you guys might luck out, and get the people that are leaving.
Yeah,
because I watched this the guy who did a study on this. This was the dude that was fired from Google, I think. Because he's a dude and he's an engineer, and they talk in like figures and stats. And at that time when he was talking about this stuff, I mean, it was fascinating to me. But obviously, if you're on a woke train, you know, that's facts will, you know, is not your forte.
Yeah.
But but he broke it down and just like, yeah, dude. So what happens is you have a group of people that left California, that will benefit some of these states because they're leaving California because they don't want to be in California. They're moving to a place that is not like California, so they'll help strengthen your state. But because the exodus has been so massive, you just have a bunch of people going into all these different states, and that's where you have the cultural conflicts happening, right? And I know it's famous for people to say that certain states don't have any culture because it's predominantly a certain culture or one color. You know, it's funny to me, man, because I grew up in the South, so a lot of these people are going to the South, and they're like, they expect to be welcome with open arms because they have this like really warped view of what people of color in the South are, and then when they go over there, they find out real fast that it's not about your color, it's if you're Southern.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing like if you come over here, man, it's not about your color, it's if you're going to be local. Right, there's a local thing here that people like. You know, you drive a certain way, you talk a certain way, you respect specific things. Right, you're not that dummy that just does stuff and then pisses everybody off. Right, and it's not a race thing, dude. It's like people that transplanted here been living here 20, 30 years and understand it. Right, you just piss everybody off. Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude. I mean, I feel for you, dude. But Texas is a big state, man, and you got a lot of things to me that can weed it out. Right, you know, like when a lot of times these first people, when these people go to their first drought, when they experience their first heat wave, first time they see a scorpion.
Yeah,
that's what is happening in Vegas. Some people from move to Hawaii, they're like, "Oh, dude, man, there's like a scorpion in my garage."
Yeah, they're gonna. Look, it's gonna be 90 degrees next year next week in late October. They gonna learn the hard way down here.
Dude, you gotta get into real estate, man. Just base it on that stuff. Right? Oh man, we're gonna hit 110. Let's go look at some homes.
Yeah. That's a move I gotta make someday. And the thing about Texas, though, and to be fair, this state is legitimately huge. I drive around a lot. And there's just places not far from the city that's just fucking empty. They could easily just start building right now if they wanted to. So yeah, this state is huge and mostly empty, but still, it's like the population increases. It's going to naturally produce some changes, and it's a matter if Texas, the government made this state super business friendly, drew in a lot of people. We don't have state income tax, so that's very you know the word I'm looking for, where people like that about the state. No state income tax, you know, just little stuff like that.
Business friendly,
wins a lot of people over, and so now the state, now a lot of people, the government don't really give a shit. They pretend they do, but they listen. Their pockets are being lined up They and then some of the politicians here, they're so corrupt that they kind of reach that status. They're almost on this in a piss. It kills me that they're at this untouchable status where they're probably not going to be voted out anytime soon. Because they're just that's so ingrained in the state right now.
Well, it's a two-edged sword, right? Like you're saying, like politics is no different. You can't have these common sense, sensible people coming into office.
Yeah.
And if you do get somebody like that, dude, they'll get them out.
Yeah.
Because it is just like that's why I can't stand about Washington, dude. It's a system within itself.
Yeah.
And so this is why they protect each other, right? Like you think there's like different, like there's a two-party system, right? And maybe in name only, right? But a lot of these guys benefit from the same things. This is why you can see them having dinner together and laughing it up and chucking it up. Yep. And then they'll attack each other on the floor, which means nothing, right? Because nothing's
Exactly.
And then we're the people that end up suffering. So
yeah, and you know, for example, I despise Ted Cruz. Everybody, Ted Cruz is weird because I haven't met a single person here that likes him, but he never gets voted out, and so that kind of tells me all I need to know. You know,
you're a strong Republican state.
Yeah, I know, but still,
Hawaii will never.
Even if a Republican try to run against Ted Cruz, they ain't doing nothing to the guy, and yet they're in the soul of this state that actually likes the man. I swear it. You know, I swear if he. And I'm not saying that I want this to happen. Just using that example. If he dropped dead tomorrow, you go on Twitter and see a bunch of people from Texas celebrating it, right? And it won't matter what side of the political party they on. You'll see a Trump, someone who's say Trump at Trump 2024, and someone at Kamala 2024, both with a Texas flag in the profile pic celebrating. That's how much we hate the guy, and yet he just don't go away. It's you know that's how deep some of the corruption down, and you know, and other states deal with that kind of corruption too.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say, dude. I'm telling you across the board, like where I'm at right now, people are literally moving out of this state because they can't afford to. Yeah, but every year, man, the same people get elected.
Yes,
and they keep on doing the same stupid things over and over and over again. That's why I kind of don't have sympathy for a lot of people here. But it's sad, dude. A lot of the people that voted for these guys in office, because they tell them what they want to hear. Number one, a lot of them are tied into like the money things that go on over here. That's specific to Hawaii, which I'm pretty sure we can compare and contrast with Texas, and we can compare and contrast with Georgia, Louisiana, New York. Right? It's always the same thing, right? And so, or you see a lot of similarities, right? Because once these guys get in, man, and the money starts flowing in, dude, you know, the politician is at its core is supposed to be a servant of the people, right? And look, dude, let's just be honest with, you know, like I enjoyed working at Domino's Pizza and making pizza, right? But you know, you're not gonna do that forever, right? That's how politicians should be. But since you're serving so much, right, you're doing the heavy lifting, right? You shouldn't want that job, right? But these people stay in, man, for generations. Like Hawaii, we had this senator, Inoue, man, and he was loved by the community because of where he came from, the background, the history, all of that stuff, dude. And he amassed so much power, dude. He was second only to that dude Byrd. And then when Byrd passed, then he was the main guy. But anytime Hawaii needed anything, dude, with a swipe of his pen, dude, he could do that.
Yeah.
And this is why, dude, Washington again, man, it's so incestuous. Dude, they need to break DC up.
Yeah.
Big time, dude. These guys need to
something.
The four wins.
This is and this is what's so crazy about it. Congress, in my lifetime, I generally don't think Congress ever had a positive approval rating. But there's a time where it was as low as something like 18%, right? And it makes zero sense to anybody with a functioning brain. How is it that our elected officials are so corrupt that they get an 18% approval rating, but somehow can't get voted out of their position? You know what I'm saying?
We can go down that long. We can go down that long.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying though. Like there's some dots that's going to be connected because just shit don't make sense.
Well, that's the lowest rating I seen him have was 9%, dude.
Damn. Yeah.
And there was a turnover that year, but it was nowhere like at 9%, dude. Like all y'all should be fired.
Yes, exactly, man. This is
at 9%, that dude would be gone the next day.
Yes, I mean, and this is kind of why there's a lot of aspects to the business where I respect, because if Satya Nadella had a 9% approval rating, he ain't the head of Microsoft no more. You know, and there ain't nothing he could do. Like, he made the company billions, but if something ever happened and he got a 9% approval rating, oh, he's gone. And I respect that about the business world. That at the end of the day, since the business comes first, they've gotten rid of businesses have gotten rid of the person who founded the company if it did bad enough.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And yet politics, it seems like nothing you do has any real impact to get these assholes out.
No, it never will. And the main problem, dude, just like with any other genre, we can even take it to pop culture. We can take it to gaming, dude. It's the people. It really is. It's the people, right? Because you sit there and wonder how people get elected. So like you look at the political temperature right now. We'll get deep into this, but there's a reason why certain things are happening, because people are being affected in real time. People are starting to reach you on your level. For the most part, I'm the same way, dude. I would rather just enjoy the things that I do, go to work, make sure my kids okay, make sure my family's okay, make sure things are getting taken care of, get my paycheck, and then enjoy my gaming. Right, very simple. Right, but what ends up happening is when this stuff starts creeping in, when you feel it, like I said on the previous video, I went to Costco or Sam's Club, dude. Bought some stuff, man, $200.
Yeah.
And I just was like, damn, dude. You know, it's real. Like, you got to deal with that, right? That's in my budget right now. Right. So then, like, now, so sometimes I tell my daughter, it's like, hey, man, you know, we got to cut back on this. Right. That's the reality of it, dude. So what's happening is that people are beginning to feel it at their level. And that's when these things get out of whack. And then you throw in the temperature of all the politics. Like we talk about something as stupid as gaming, like we talk about, brother. But we're talking about, like, DEI versus non-DEI. You know, you just want to find a game that you want to play, and then the next thing you know, you either or, right? So, like, for me personally, again, I tell you guys this on my channel, although this is why I kind of don't sway on certain things. It's just about principles, principles and righteousness. If I'm being honest, it's very biblical for me. That's what me and Dale was talking about. Like this is why I kind of like, dude, and that's the way I kind of gear my stuff, right? And like if it's not that, then I just exit out the conversation. It's really that simple, dude, because we don't have the time.
No.
But let's read Vante's and then we can wrap up.
Oh yeah, of course.
As a boy who growing up was very much not the demographic for Disney shows, we all shadow watch those shows. Ask any dude born in the 90s, we will tell you what we watched those shows, but didn't admit it. Vante, to your point, just real quick. Xbox had a great sale. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to respond to his comment there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you know, I grew up in the same time he did, I'm assuming. Yeah, they had some fire shows like Darkwing Duck and Gargoyles, but it was mostly girl shit, man. There's sandwiched between that was a lot of I don't even remember. I think My Little Pony or Care Bears was on Disney Channel as well. Yeah. Listen, Vante, I was a stereotypical boy. So violence and all that boy stuff, that shit won me over every time as a little boy. So I had very little tolerance for My Little Pony or that one toy that was a little bakery thing that little girls had. I had very little tolerance for that shit. So I didn't watch too much Disney growing up. My favorite was actually Fox Kids, because that had the X-Men cartoon, the Batman cartoon, Animaniacs. Fox Kids was incredible at its peak.
Yeah, I was at that age, Vante, where I was passing those things by.
Yeah, yeah. He was getting with women and all that stuff when we were kids, Vante.
Well, here's the funny part.
Of the 90s.
But here's the funny part, Unlimited, right? Then I got older, and then I met somebody. He had kids, and then the kids have cousins. I have little cousins and stuff like that, so they would watch Disney. And so then I got hooked on Recess, Disney's Recess, Kim Possible. Yeah. So Xbox, if you guys didn't know this, guys, Xbox sells TV shows, full seasons. They have these ridiculously good sales. So I just bought the entire complete series of Kim Possible.
Oh, nice.
Because the thing about it is, Kim Possible was made for girls. But everybody could watch it, even adults. Because I was forced to watch it, if I'm being honest with you, right? But then one day I was watching it, and I'm like, dude, look at the action on this show. And then the dialogue was awesome, dude. The characters were great, well developed. The world was, again, I talk about it all the time. The world that they created to encompass these characters was off the hook. And then they had a catchy song, dude, where I was singing it. And then, you know, there's like, doesn't matter how, doesn't matter when, doesn't matter when, you know, they have that, you know, I can't sing, but they have that, right, that'll get you into the show. And then, like, my old ass now, dude, I see it on sale for like $19. Oh, I bought it. And I got something, so I'll take it. But that's what it is. To your point, Vontae, right? It's like you don't have to try to appeal. Just make it good.
Yeah.
If you make it good, man, Marvel, just make it good. Just make it. That's how
that's where DC animation is somehow still great.
DC animations.
And for to Warner Bros. Credit, they haven't really messed with them DC's animation because they still releasing some good stuff. They just did the whole trilogy for Crisis on Infinite Earth, based off the classic legendary story from 1985. And they did a whole three-part trilogy with it, all animated. And I'm like, why Warner Brothers? Why can't you do that with every other aspects of DC, man?
I don't know. I mean, I know sometimes they're hit and miss, man. But if you look at their TV shows and you look at their games, all the thing about the just or whatever one that just came out. But I mean, if you go across the board, man, they're batting, dude. They upper 90 percentile, bro.
Yeah,
to be honest. And I say this not out of pleasure, but out of jealousy, because it's the only thing that Marvel's ever done. I mean, I love their comic books when they did good comic books, but I mean, aside from the movies, not much.
Yeah. But before the MCU, the X-Men cartoon was excellent. I used to love that as a kid. Matter of fact, the X-Men cartoon is ironically why I even like DC. Because this is how I got into superheroes altogether. You know what I'm saying? So there's almost a bit of irony with that there. But DC, when they on like they're just like the Batman the animated series, Justice League, Superman. Their animated movies were phenomenal, like Batman Under the Red Hood and Superman versus the Elite, and Justice League Doom and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah,
and even right now, like my brother, he isn't nearly as into the comic book stuff like I am. He loves Harley Quinn, the animated Harley Quinn show. Because it's a comedy. It's more of a comedy than like an action cartoon. And he hit me up telling me, huh?
Just like my daughter got me into Batman Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, man. And he called me up one day because he knows I'm the huge DC fan in the family, and he told me about watching all 3 seasons of Harley Quinn back to back. You know what I'm saying? So DC, outside in irony, their weakest aspect is their movies, but even they've hit home runs with the movies. It's just that their movies don't resonate with the general audiences the way the MCU did, and outside of Batman would resonate. Usually, because the Dark Knight trilogy was culturally relevant, and the Batman was made a lot of money. But and so it gives this perception. So it gives this perception that DC don't know what they're doing. When you step back and, like you said, look at the games, TV shows, animated shows, you're usually batting pretty well. You'll get the occasional Batwoman, which was a terrible live action show, unfortunately, which really pissed me off because Batwoman. She's actually gay, right, in the comics, but the comic is so fucking good that I thought that they were just going to do a live action version of that, but instead it turned into the typical feminist stuff where she talks down to Batman and all this. Because in the comics, Kate Kane, she'll never disrespect Bruce. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously, because why would you disrespect the man who even gave you the idea to become Batwoman, right? But in the show she was, and that's where it lost people immediately with all that nonsense.
Well, I mean, that's the writers. It's their ideology, but it's just their thought process, right? That's the problem with a lot of the women characters, right? They look at women as being strong, so they make them men.
Yeah, exactly. Which they did, and then they had a home run with Kate Kane. Again, she's gay in the comics, and yet her comic was phenomenal. She is extremely likable, extremely tough, it's extremely well written. I don't understand. It really, I don't really, and this is the issue with a lot of these writers. Like the worst writers are the ones who think that they could do better than the source material, because especially in comics, just copy and paste from the damn comic. Yeah. That's literally all you got to do. Just copy and paste. Then you get like this. How stupid they are. You got the easiest job in the world. Read the comic, copy it, paste it, and at the end say give credit to Grant Morrison or whoever wrote the damn comic. That's it, right? And yet they overcomplicate it by thinking they got to turn Batwoman. And then the worst part is that affects the Batwoman fans because if you're a fan of Batwoman on social media, they think that you like this shitty CW version when we like the comic book version.
Well, so I think some of the biggest critics, though, this is what I respect about. So I watch the certain people I watch, like that they're fans, and fans, and they're true fans, right? So like perfect example, Dreamcast guy, not a Sega fan. Mm. That's what. Yeah. Right. He's a perfect example, right? So there's people that, as fans, we know our own, like we can smell our own. Our own pack, so to speak, right? So that's some of the biggest critiques, but these guys were critiquing, and then these dudes turn around and they're like, "Oh, you're a Nazi, or you're a homophobe, or you're this," and I'm like, "No, dude, it's just a fan, dude, and this is like a real fan. This is not somebody trying to get clout, trying to grift. Now you've created that. Thank you very much, right? You've created this industry of people grifting now.
Yeah,
I hate using that word, but I just will. Yeah, but then people are latching onto it, right? Because there's views, and there's this whole conversation that started about it. And I'm sitting here as a comic book fan, looking at heaven. It's like, Jesus, take me now, right? I'm just right, because that's how bad it's become. Because you have a lot of people that are arguing the points that don't know anything about the source material or the culture, which is more important, right? They're just not culture.
Yep, they weren't there in the comic shops, man. They weren't there having the debates. They weren't there learning about the hot artists at the time or the hot writer at the time. You know what I'm saying? They weren't there, man. And that's why, that's kind of why I'm starting to change my views a bit on gatekeeping. So I used to be the guy like, yo, let's open it up. Let's get as many fans as we can. Let's grow this bitch because I love comics, and the idea of others loving comics, and gaming and all that stuff just seemed like such a great potential to me. Like, can you, because we used to sit back and just think, yo, can you imagine if this shit was actually accepted? Because comics before the MCU and all this other stuff, comic books and comic movies were not close to accepted. You know what I'm saying? Not even close. I'll say it all the time. If I didn't play sports in high school, I would have been a fucking nerd to most people.
Same thing with me. I was the same boat.
You know what I'm saying? Because I would bring my comics with me to class and read them during lunch and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So because I loved it, and then when I was old enough to drive and get my first little job and go to the comic shop, I'd hang out there sometimes and little stuff like that. And now that we live in the world where it's all encompassing and for a while there, the comic book movies were the hottest movies in Hollywood. Now everybody else they think they know based off these movies, but they don't know. They don't know. They don't know the debates between Bob Finger and Bill Kane. Bill Kane and Bob. I'm sorry, I'm getting their names back switched up there. But the creators of Batman, basically, they don't know the story of that. They don't know that Bob Kane's work was stolen from him. Basically, he didn't get credit until the first Batman movie.
Yeah,
like I wasn't even born when the first Batman movie first came out, but I love comics so much. I learned it. I learned it because I love the industry so much. I needed to know everything about it. But we don't have that anymore.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We instead, and that's how you said again. The grifters came in because you know what's easy? Hot takes. You know what's even easier? Clickbait. You know what's super easy? Getting people outraged. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's like the easiest shit in the world to do. Listen, this is how easy it is. Even with our channels, if I did a video tomorrow called Xbox Sucks, it would be my highest rated video because people would think I'm the Xbox dude who hates Xbox now. You know what I'm saying? That's, instead of all the logical shit and the discussions we be having, and the same happened in comics, man, and it really, really sucks because because you like you, I love the industry. I you know, like my love for comics extends even outside of DC. Because the other day when I cleaned up I cleaned out my closet, did a deep clean, I found my Hellboy comics, and I was reading Hellboy again, right, from Mike Mignola, and I'm like, damn, man, it felt so good to be reading his classic works, and you know what I'm saying, and that's the I you know, that kind of passion. You know, that excitement when you got, you know, when you read the comics and your favorite artist was putting out something new and all this other stuff. It's been bastardized, and since it's in the popular culture now to the extent, I don't know if it could even go back.
No, I agree 100%. I mean, like you're saying, like that's what a lot of people are talking about, right? Because you have to be look, dude. When people used to go to Comic-Con, you can tell they're first timers because they complain about the smell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, obviously you've never been to Comic-Con. That is the smell of the culture of comic books, right? Because it was musty. It has that, you know, like the mildewy, right? That's how it was. That was just the culture. But then when people would go to these places, hey, 1 second, one second. Yeah. Sorry, my daughter came down. Yeah, but you know what I mean. That's the cultural aspect of things. So when people would complain about that, you know, I'll automatically be like, okay, well, these guys are noobs, right? They've never been around, or maybe they just there to wait in line for 5 hours to watch Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying? They go to Comic-Con for various reasons, right? Comic-Con's like a pop culture thing. It's just not a comic book stuff. But I mean, that's the reality of it, right? Anthony says, just real quick, Unlimited, because I know we got to wrap it up, but Anthony Chipmunk says, I love the Batman WB cartoon. Which one is that, Anthony? Like you're talking about the Batman,
Yeah, there's been a lot of Batman cartoons. I think he means, is it the 2004 Batman cartoon? Because it's literally called The Batman. I wonder if that's the one he's referring to.
Or the animated series? Because that's my favorite.
Yeah. That's my favorite as well. No. In 2004, there's an animated series called The Batman.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that the one? Which one is that? Must be.
It was
the anime looking one with the Joker that had those.
Yeah, that was voiced by he's a good voice actor too, Michael Richardson. Michael's.
Oh, really? That was him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that Joker, man. I bought the figure. I don't know what happened to it. I bought this. What do they call those? The super deformed. Well, it was kind of super deformed anyway, but I like that. I mean, I like the way he looked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same here.
Yeah, he looked pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one, but I didn't think it held a candle to.
He says the '90s one.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The one everybody likes. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, man, just to let you know, dude, I was there day one when that hit on Fox. Because it was a big deal, man. They had a prime time. Back then when prime time meant something.
Yeah.
This is why Deion Sanders used to say I'm prime time, right? Because if you get a prime time slot, that means you're something. Back then. When Neeson ratings and all that stuff, when cable was a thing, right? So they got the I believe they got the 8 o'clock spot, and one of the things that everybody was buzzing about was like there's like violence in there. There was like blood, and everybody lost their mind.
Yeah. Because I mean, a lot of cartoons didn't have that over here. Type of violence. So
that was a big thing.
You know, it was revolutionary, man. And then you know, also that, you know, a lot of them cartoons in the late 80s and 90s. That's when they did the story arcs, because that was pretty new in those cartoons too. Because I used to watch that because when I was a kid in Cartoon Network, because Cartoon Network came out when I was super young, right? Yeah. So I used to watch it, and they used to play the Super Friends, and I used to think the Super Friends was so corny compared to Batman the Animated Series, the Spider-Man, X-Men, and Superman, the 90s superhero shows, because they were like, because instead of being like these, you know, violent, deep, well animated shows, it was more like Superman, you know, and fighting Brainiac, and Brandon be like, "I'll get you next time, Superman." You know what I'm saying? And so as a kid, watching that juxtaposed to Batman animated series, I feel like this shit's is this really what my dad told me was so good? You know, but now that I'm older, I appreciate it more because of the historical factor. But I'm not gonna lie, when I was a kid, I watched that shit on Cartoon Network. I'm like, Super Friends is fucking corny.
That's how Cartoon Network, man. You know, again, as we talk about here on the Xbox, in the Xbox group, we talk about content is king. This is
Yeah.
what we're talking about, right? Because on Cartoon Network, they replayed all the old stuff. Which again, I'm older, so I appreciated Jabberjaw.
Yeah.
You know, the old school Hanna-Barbera cartoons, you know. But one of the great things about
but you know what that did? It introduced me to Thundercats, and I love Thundercats.
Yeah, Thundercats.
Yeah, because Thundercats came out before, again, one of them shows that came out before I was born, so it's a little older than me. But when I watched it as a kid, that shit had me hooked. I thought Thundercats was one of the coolest things ever. The homie Lion-O, whenever he pull out the sword, Thundercats. Oh, I'd be singing. I'd be doing that shit with him, swinging like the broom or something with me. My mom be like, "Put that fucking broom down."
Dude, we all did that stuff. You know, the funny thing, I have to rush home. That's where my school was, and then we moved to this new house that we were renting out from. And dude, that was like on the other side of town, the other side of the tracks, literally. So it would take me, man, if I hurried, man, 45 minutes. So like my school would finish, and I would make it just in time to catch the opening of all those shows.
Oh yeah,
because you know they ran the gamut, right? They had those power blocks back in the day. So you'd have Thundercats, like you had Silverhawks. You had all these shows, man, and they would come out. I would just make it just in time, dude. In that sweltering heat, that 99% humidity, dude. That's why I was skinny in Florida, man. I couldn't maintain weight at all. It just like burned. The humidity just would suck it right off you. But yeah, but Anthony, man, that's a thanks for that one, dude. That was cool. And let me read Cygnus real fast. Cygnus, that's why it makes sense for PlayStation to hire Rocksteady to make a AAA Batman as an exclusive. Believe it or not, Cygnus, again, I have to say this all the time, that doesn't bother me if they did that.
Yeah.
But again, I'll be honest, man, they won't get
it'll bother me because I'm too much of a DC fan.
Yeah, I can see that, but you don't have to worry, right?
But you know what?
Yeah.
That's why I don't be caring about Spider-Man or Wolverine. I'm just like, whatever, Marvel. If you're in bed with Sony, be my guest. But if DC had their exclusive superhero game on PlayStation, I'm like, fuck. Now I gotta turn on that bum ass console.
Well, so for me, even though I'm a Marvel fan, yeah, I don't care. But I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna do, but for me personally, dude, I mean, look, I there's a reason why exclusives exist. And if Sony's going to pay the money and do whatever they need to do, and Rocksteady's going to work with them, good luck with that. As you guys can tell by Square Enix, it didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
Right? So if you want to do that, go ahead. If you're going to fork the money over, go ahead. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with, right, is that you guys can appreciate what you have, and then you got to come over here and talk about the stuff that we have over here. Right? Like, dude, if you're happy that you're going to get an exclusive, I'm not talking about you saying this, I'm just saying in general. If you're happy that Rocksteady and Sony hammered out that deal, and that WB was fine with it, and you're gonna fork in all that money because people got to make money, dude. As you guys can tell, money matters now, right? We all on the same boat with that, so I don't have a problem with that at all, right? Because if the game was that good and I really wanted to play it, I would go buy a PlayStation. But I don't even buy PlayStation to play the Marvel games that are good. So, you know, I have no problem with that, dude. I just wish everybody would stay in their lane. And I would wish is like if Xbox does this or Microsoft does this, then you guys all are people on your guys' side is all up in arms. Like, oh, why is Microsoft, you know, and even IGN, right? They'll do something stupid, like they'll celebrate this on the PlayStation side, and then when Xbox does it, they're like, oh man, they're trying to take over and it's a corporate greed and all this BS. Right? But you guys lucky I'm not in charge. Because if I was in Xbox, we'd have everybody.
Yeah.
I'll roll that dice with the FTC. I could care less about the FTC. And if Europe wants to tell me something, I'll be like, all right, well, you just don't get the game. How about that? It's not like you guys dying to buy Xbox over there.
Yep.
So, you know, I'm the wrong one because I'd be. You know, it's probably good I'm not in charge. That's why they have Phil Spencer.
The shirt. The only thing is that it'll probably piss off the shareholders, man. And them shareholders, they got the real power with these companies because.
Oh, look, dude, it's just like politics. That's why I can't run for office. I get assassinated.
Yeah.
I would last like maybe 3 months in my job.
Yeah.
I'd be like, buy this, buy that, buy that. Well, you know what the law says. I don't care what the law says. I am the law.
Dude pulling some Judge Dredd on us.
Because I know what the stockholders want. Like there's profit, and I'll definitely pull the trigger. I might not last, but I'm going to take a shot. I'll shoot my shot. Then I fail, and then I just come back here and do 10-hour podcasts. Hey, we all win. Speaking of, we can wrap it up. I'm gonna do my daughter's gotta drop out.
Yeah. It was good. It was good to you've been doing a lot of shows lately, and I haven't been around, so it was good to have
no worries.
time. Yeah. I got home from church and saw that you're alive, and I was like, oh, let me go hang out with Sega Forever, man.
Yeah, dude. No, just like
because I go to church on Saturdays. For those who don't know.
Oh no, no problem. Dude. Like I did one on Sunday, man. I'm surprised I get struck by lightning.
Yeah,
Sunday's my day, right? So but I understand. I try to be at least consistent. But look, dude, I live on a rock in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, man. I appreciate any time you guys show up or support, dude. It's like, dude, I understand that, dude, 100%. It's like with gaming. That's one of the problems I have with gaming, right? Because most of y'all sleeping when I'm playing. So
one day I swear you went live at like 7 a.m. my time. That must have been like midnight for you. And I'm over here like, damn, Sega Forever is doing a stream early.
Yeah, because I think I went to the gym.
Oh, okay.
And then I came back and I was like, just let me chill and do it that way. Because the gym I go to is 24 hours.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the type of gym I go to as well.
Yeah, because I think I might have went. I tried to get in at 2:30 because it was hard, like getting in the gym earlier, like during the day, like it was just too crowded at the time.
Yeah. That's exactly how I got into going to the gym in the middle of the night. Like, I tried to do it after work, but when you get off work at like 4 or 5 p.m., everybody's at the gym, so that wasn't working for me.
Yeah, those days of people lasting like the first, like in January, February, March, usually about April, everybody disappears. Those days are gone, man.
Yeah.
Because everybody, which is good, man. I'll be honest with you, dude. I love it in the sense of I grew up in the old school 80s gym mentality, man. Like I was on the bench struggling to do 135.
Yeah.
And, then Jim, the meat, what they call it, the meat cutter. What was his name? Jim. This one big white dude. This dude was massive, man. You can tell he's from Viking blood, man. This dude comes up.
Was he a bodybuilder or something?
He was a massive dude, but not like a traditional bodybuilder. But he's like, big arms, like just a dude that lifts.
Oh,
right?
okay.
He cut meat and he lift. That's what he did. His job was cutting meat at the store, and then he comes to the gym. That's what his whole life revolved around that. But he's just a massive dude. So I'm on the bench, right, and it was crowded. He comes in, he's like, hey, I'm coming in, right? Like, I can't tell this dude nothing. So I'm like, okay. And then when I got off, and then he warms up with 135, then he puts on another two 45s, right? Because this dude can get up to 315, and he's doing 245 max of that. And then he goes, I'm not taking the weight off. I was like, okay. And then, of course, I'm struggling, right? I can't even get this thing. I'll spot you. And he's like yelling at me, come on, lift that weight. Come on, lightweight.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, this is back when I'm like a $115. Right, dude? I walk past a pole, I disappear. Like, I was super skinny. And so, like, I don't miss those days, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Right, nowadays, like, everybody can come in. You can be in your own world. Sometimes people are too much in their own world. I think they should ban cameras.
Yeah.
That's getting ridiculous.
Yo. I don't see it often, but when I do see the women that be taking pictures at the gym, I'm like, get this bitch out of here, man. Get this woman out of here, man. Yeah, it to be fair, it don't happen often. 99% of women at the gym, they working out like we are, but every once in a while, you see that girl with the camera, and they all dress the same too. It's like they're producing a factory or something. They take their little. They don't even really do reps. They just kind of do like one set of one to take a picture, and it drives everybody crazy.
Well, you know what it is, dude? It's like they figured out, like guys did the same thing in the 70s. But then what ends up happening, right? Just like everything else, it's just like how everybody is going to jump on Unreal 5 and then some things are going to look the same, right? But it's in the quality of the time you're putting in with the engine to develop what you're trying to do, your story, or how you want to present. For a lot of these people, right? Because women naturally, right, their lower body, just like for guys, their upper body.
Yeah.
For women, it's their lower bodies that you can accentuate. And so it's gotten so much to a science that you can watch a lot of videos, and that women are, and their knowledge base is pretty good. But then you have a lot of the girls coming in, right? And some of them are naturally blessed to have those type of thighs and butts. So when they do, like, they can do like a couple good mornings, a couple deadlifts, dude, and then bam, you know what I mean? It's just like, dude, where did that come from? And they've only been working out for a month. Other women have to work out as hard because body types are different. But one thing I do like about it is the ones like in Hawaii, dude, we have a different culture here.
Mhm.
You have like maybe a couple people do that every once in a while, but for the most part, the thing that drives me nuts though is the women that come in there and either they get offended or they're there to meet people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got that kind of going on. But at the end of the day, man, just like with the guys now, man, like cosplay, the dudes are finally beginning to represent in cosplay.
Mm.
These dudes are showing up. They're at the local Comic-Con, man. You got guys kind of ripped, right? Not because they're bodybuilders, but because they want to look like the character.
Yeah.
And you can tell. You just talk to them for a little while. Yeah, these guys are nerds. They don't know how to talk to girls. You know, this dude looks like he's like ripped, man. This dude looks like he should be in a magazine somewhere. He can't approach a girl. I just look. I shake my head. I was like, oh my gosh, dude. You know, but I can appreciate because that's the culture, right?
Yeah.
No matter how ripped you are, you look like Goku. Right, dude? Exactly like the anime dude. Nothing like all natural. You look like that dude. Right? Some girl walks by and you just fall apart.
Freeze up. Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I want to yell so bad. Super Saiyan. Go Super Saiyan. I want to be such a punk, but I can't. Yeah. But it would be good.
Well, but before we wrap it up, about a month ago when I went to the gym, I was coming out. I was actually coming out. I saw a woman putting on makeup at the gym. What is this lady doing? Putting on makeup at the damn gym.
Yeah.
Take your ass home. You know, and then again in today's, what I don't like, especially in today's culture, is that the women that do that has certain people think all women do that, but it's like, nah, it's just a handful of these stupid ass Instagram models type, or who think they want to be Instagram model. Because when I'm there, all the other women, they're working as hard as any guy.
Oh yeah, that's the majority.
So I don't want to. So you know, in today's day, you got to remind people, just because actually, is it me or it's just like the minority, the vocal minority are just so loud these days that it tricks people into thinking that's how everyone is. But the reality is, it's just like this unbelievably loud vocal minority who somehow figured out how to rig the social media system. That's what it feels like to me. Because when I interact outside of all this nonsense, most people are pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Most gamers just want to play a fun game. Most people at the gym just want to get healthy. You know what I'm saying? You know, and then when you get into that bubble of social media, that's where everybody somehow turns into this raving lunatic who don't know how to function as an adult.
Yeah, no, like you said earlier, right? It's all on the surface. It's all surface.
Yeah.
Right. And like to your point, I work out with the same people. Can appreciate it. It's easier to work out with females because they know exactly what they want to do, and you can just work around them, right? Like guys, sometimes guys are all over the place in the gym. Mostly. Yeah. But with women, man, they want to hit like their glutes, they want to hit like their hams, their hammies, their calves. Like a lot of them want to get the width, so they do a lot of pull. You know, they use the pull down machines, right? So you can work around that, dude. A lot of times they'll do everything on one machine. And since they're focused, right, as women are in those senses, right there, boom, 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 and then you can slide in. You can go do something else, come back around, and they're usually done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like working out with them the most, man. Guys can switch it up on the fly. I know that because I do that. Right, like when you're doing curls and you're just not hitting, so then you change, like maybe you get a different bar or you change your grip. You know? Yep. This is why when you see a guy on something, right, you just walk away because
Yeah. You're like, all right, man. I'll just either go to another machine.
Yeah.
And then well, sometimes you I don't know if you do this, but if I really want to use that machine and it's taken up by a dude, I go to another machine. But I keep looking back, like, all right, when he goes, it's my turn.
Oh yeah. That's real, dude. That's real.
Yeah.
I do the same thing. What I've learned to do, man, is I follow this one guy, and there's different. He's always focused on a different way to hit the muscle. So like one time I wanted to do the pullovers, but all the pulley machines were taken, man. Yeah. So then he does this one thing, man, where nobody was using the curls, because curling with free weight on a curl bench is hard, right, for most people. It's like so that's why you always see that bench is empty. So I'll go over there and then I'll just adjust it, and then I'll do the extensions for my triceps. Like I'll just get 2 lightweight dumbbells, man, click them together, and then raise up and out. So that simulates an extension rope.
Yeah.
And I've actually gotten way better gains on that than I did on the rope, right?
Oh,
Because
wow.
I'm able to adjust because of my height. I'm able to adjust my lower back, right? So I can put all the focus on the muscle.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, when I do stuff like that, dude, that's what kind of opened my eyes. So, and you do that because a lot of times, like you said, dude, the gym's just gonna be packed. So you gotta come with a plan, dude, so you can work around stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're rich and you get a home gym, which I wish I could.
Same, man. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Well, yeah, you said if you rich. Yeah, if I'm rich, I'm definitely having that. But when I get my house, man, I'm getting a damn game room. Fuck a gym room. I need my room, my Xbox room to myself, man. That's what I do.
No, dude, I'm talking like Bill Gates rich or not.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. That shit. If I was that rich, man, I'd be paying them to do the work. You know, move my legs for me. That's how rich I want to be.
Just hire somebody.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's like you make me do. You move my own arms to do curls. That's what you. That's what I'm paying you for.
That's hardcore.
Yeah.
I will definitely do it. I would definitely get a masseuse.
Mm-hmm.
And now, what you guys thinking, dude? Because like I thought, like masseuse is like relaxing. I mean, like a therapeutic massage because I need that for my back. Dude, that stuff is brutal, man. That helps me sleep, man. I'll go to a session, I take it home, and I pass out.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel good when they're doing it. But man, once it's over and they loosen up all my, Oh, baby, you ready?
Well, that's off the. Okay, yeah. We could wrap it up. Sounds like you about to head out.
Well, look, Cygnus. I take 4 scoops of pre-workout, bro. I take 400 milligrams. First I snort it, then I drink it. Dude, the guy at the front desk saw me because one of the drinks I drank had like 300 mgs, and he's like, "Dude, are you gonna be okay?" I'm like, "Look, bro, look at me, dude. Like, it takes this much just to get through my system."
Yeah.
I look at it, bro. You see this Buddha stomach I have? You know how long it takes this thing to work its way? He goes, "All right, man." He goes, "All right, bro. I understand." I was like, "That's right." Yeah.
Yeah. For me, man, it was about getting stronger and getting healthy because my weight, it's I'm still big, but it was out of control big. You know what I'm saying? It was morbidly obese big, and I didn't want to live. I hated living like that. Yeah, I hated living like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm 34.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. No, it's good.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it being that morbidly obese, 375-pound size, and having all these health. I was like, what am I doing? I'm too young to have these health issues. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I and I don't want to. And I want to take care of myself now because I don't want to be 40, 50, 60 reaping the consequences of being too lazy to eat better and work out better now when I'm young enough and strong enough, first of all, and have the energy, to pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've seen, I've seen what happens to people who don't take care of their body at my age, and it's just like that's not a life I want. You know what I'm saying? I'm someone who grew up. I played my sports. I've always, there's always been some type of athleticism in me. So when and life happens and things happen. And I let myself go, and I was dealing with all these health issues. I'm like, oh no, this ain't. I got to make changes now. And so that's what jump started me into getting back in the gym and changing, and doing all this other stuff. Because it's like, nah, I can't do it, man. I can't live that way.
No, I encourage you, man, because I'm up there. I'm way older than you, man, and it doesn't get any better.
Yeah.
So take advantage of this time that you have, man, where you can't make the corrections. Because as you get older, man, and arthritis starts to kick in, and you get bad knees, circulation becomes a problem. That's stuff I'm dealing with right now. It get any easier, man. If you nip it in the bud now, I would even go as far as, man, look, dude, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but start looking at digestion. Look at your digestion right now. Like, try and eat stuff that's compatible. And I'm just talking about prebiotics, just simple changes.
Yeah.
Like introduce some fiber, introduce some cleaning type of foods that can help you. Maybe do some fasting just to get your metabolism to wash out. Yeah, start purging. Like, do stuff like that, dude. Your body will thank you.
I did stuff like intermittent fasting and I did I have done my fasting period but it was a combination. It was really religious reasons more so than but it kind of turns into health reasons.
We actually fasted.
Yeah.
That's why it blows my mind that fasting became a thing. Now it's a different perspective, honestly.
Yeah.
But biblically, right now, when you see people fasting, right, and you listen to them, I'm like, oh, okay, so just like the Bible says, except you guys aren't Christians.
Yeah.
That's the reason why people would fast, right? And so spiritually, right, you cleanse yourself out, but it also has a physical effect.
Yeah.
And that's what people have taken and done with the intermittent fasting, which is amazing, right?
Yeah. It really was amazing. But so those are the type of stuff that I do as well. You know, getting healthier, trying to live a more healthy lifestyle. So that, you know, again, when I try to treat my body the way that I treat my, you know, my professional life. You know, did the hard part, because when I was in college, I worked. I worked a night job and then went to school in the day. So I didn't do the partying. I didn't really get girls like that in college because I was so hyper focused on getting my life in order. So now at this age, it's like, let me do the same thing for my damn health. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you know, now I'm in a stage of life where I'm blessed to be doing, you know, and by no means when I say stuff like that, I'm not trying to be snobbish, but doing better than people that I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? Who never left that part of Houston. You know what I'm saying? Who still think the hood is something to be proud of when, you know. So yeah, and Cygnus here said eating raw papaya seeds help. Thank you. I'm gonna give that a try.
No, I'm about to say, that Cygnus going in with the raw papaya seeds. Dang, Cygnus, let me some broccoli or cabbage or something first.
I already eat broccoli.
Broccoli's good. Cabbage. Now you ain't wrong, Cygnus. The funny thing about it is, that's what I had to go that route. I had to get turmeric. Preferably raw turmeric. Man, that's hard though. So I went with the golden milk, which helped. Yeah. Because I have digestive issues.
Yeah.
He says you got to give yourself 15 hours of not eating every.
Mm-hmm.
That includes.
I think he's saying every day.
Oh yeah, dude. I got it to the point. Cygnus. I had me personally, dude. I had my gallbladder removed.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So after that, dude, I learned the hard way.
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling you, Unlimited Man, just make these changes now, so you don't have to deal with this kind of stuff.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying. That's not trying to do. That's what I am doing.
Yeah.
You know.
Once you know, like I don't know if you research fatty liver, all that kind of stuff. Dude, that stuff is real. Right now.
Yeah. And then in my family, stuff like diabetes run in my family. So
yeah.
You know, I again.
I will say, by the grace of God, dude, every time I get checked at the doctor, it's kind of funny, man, because a lot of my doctors are Asian. That's the way I like it, because you know they don't mess around.
Yeah.
Right. They basically will tell you, like my one doctor was like, "Look, dude, you're fat, man. You need to
Yeah. Dude, that's why I like my doctor too. Yeah. He was telling me everywhere I was going to die if I didn't lose weight. I'm like, all right. Thanks, man. that's exactly what I'm here for, to get that kick in the ass.
Well, like I had a local Japanese doctor, old guy, so he's old school. Like he talks to you like he's talking to me like I'm his grandson or something. He's like, "Oh, what's wrong with you? Oh, why are you like this?" Like like give me the right, but sometimes you need that. But yeah, dude. Once I'll go to the doctor now, dude. So I've been going to the doctor. One thing why I encourage you, man, was every time I go to the doctor, I get blood work. Dude, it's the same thing, man. It's just like, oh wow, you're actually healthy. Like, they'll literally say that to me, like, "Oh yeah, you don't have diabetes, you know this." I'm like, "Well, I didn't plan." I just, like I'm just, well, this is the reason I'm here. And then they read me the riot act about, well, what you should do since you're here, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But like I get that.
My doctor saw my changes and he was happier than I was. I noticed the weight loss. Like he was naming all this other stuff. He's like, my blood work came out great. No more because I was still, I think my blood test before I started, the cholesterol was high, and then my most recent one, everything was good, and just all this other stuff. I was like, and it felt good hearing that, because it tells me everything I'm doing is working.
Well, I'll say this, Unlimited, man. I was pushing, the heaviest I got was 515 pounds.
Yeah.
I was like 515, and that's when I was younger though, man. I was like still in my 20s, going into my 30s. And man, I remember that's the heaviest, dude. And one day when I was walking, I was like, dude, this is too much. So I started taking my friend's sambo class. It's ensemble. And so I dropped weight, and then I got kind of stuck, dude, because I had bad knees. So that's why, again, man, just I appreciate that. Just do it, bro, and you'll be good.
Yeah.
Later on in life, you'll be happy. Trust me.
Yep. That's the goal, man. That's the goal. Because because the heaviest I was, it was what, close to 400. I don't think it was officially 400, but it was super close. But I was wearing 5X shirts and always out of breath and never felt good. You know, stuff like that where it's like, no, this ain't gonna work.
Dude, in Hawaii, right? Because there's so many big people here. Like you can get 7X and 8X shirts, right?
Yeah.
But then you're gonna wear a particular kind of shirt, right? Which is mostly a Aloha shirt, right? So I'm walking around, people think I work for the bus. I was asking me, what time does the bus come? You know, dude, I don't work for the bus.
and unfortunately, the Black community could be like that too. You know, where obesity, you know, the obesity issues, you know, could be a little too prevalent, and you know, it's not a good way to live, and then in this country, man, you really do gotta learn to diet because, you know, when you're in your 20s and you eat like that, your body processes. You think, oh, cool. You know what I'm saying? You know, you eat like shit once or twice. You know, and you think nothing. But as I'm getting older, it's like, nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. And then I feel it. You know, I feel it now. You know what I'm saying? If I you know, eat pizza or something, I feel it. And it's like, oh no, this ain't gonna work,
bro. But that's the price of freedom, baby.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is that we don't allow people to have some consequences. I'm not trying to be mean. But normally, back in the day, right? You had consequences to your actions. That's how you would adjust.
Yep.
You know, everybody's kind of no, dude, that's mean.
Yeah.
That's mean.
Again, like we talked about that extremism. They took because the body positivity stuff was you know, it was more. It wasn't about obesity. It was more like, you know, because you used to get ragged on even if you were handicapped. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah. So it was more. Yeah. So it was like literally any type of like body issue. You know what I'm saying? And then you know, there are people who legitimately have the mental issues that comes with like body dysmorphia. Like it was stuff like that. And then the fucking obesity people think make it all about them. And then all of a sudden it turns into and then this is why I blame the corporations, because the corporations see a movement, don't know what the fuck it is, and try to profit off it, and then they start putting fat people in health magazines, as if people, you know what I'm saying, as if they try to tell that obesity is normal and all this other that are objective lies, by the way. No doctor is ever going to tell you that being obese is healthy in any shape or form, right? And if he does, change doctors.
Yeah. If he does, it's probably like a belief system or politics.
Yeah.
Shout out to Lizzo. I don't know if you've seen her on X.
Yeah.
She's been losing weight. You know, I guess you know, South Park, dude. So like what Unlimited is talking about, guys, is South Park is still that way. They'll put you on blast. They're brutal. And so she was the target of one of their episodes. I don't watch South Park myself. And then I guess it impacted her so much that she wants to change. But she's been working out. She's pretty, dude. She's a pretty girl already. You know, but most people are concerned about her health, man. Like a person like me, when I look at her and some of the stuff she says, I was like, look, dude, I've been through my stuff. You're not gonna like, but she's young. I'm like, you're not gonna like where this takes you. I'm telling you right now, dude.
Yeah.
Once you get liver damage, right? Once your kidneys start having problems, dude, all that internal stuff, man, you can't process stuff and digest it. You might get leaky gut. All this stuff, dude, it's not. Then it won't be funny, dude.
Yeah.
And, you know, all these people that are building you up, man, where they gonna be? They ain't gonna be around. All these people that feeding your ego because of what you do for them, or maybe this your celebrity or whatever. When stuff hits the fan, do you think these people are gonna be around? No. Man, so make those changes, Lizzo, man. Just stay on it, dude.
Yeah, and that's what I tell anyone who's dealing with weight issues. You know, might be whether it's obesity or whatever the case. And you know, and I'll always encourage them to you know, you can do it. You know, you can do it. You can't lose the weight, because you know when I was at that weight, I was super hard on myself too. You know what I'm saying? I there's a part of me that felt like I was gonna die at 40 from a heart attack, because I was that damn obese. But once you get out that mindset and start making them changes, you realize, okay, I got this. you know, and it sets you on a better path and a healthier path, you know, and it's something that we should encourage that in everyone instead of, you know, and that's why, you know, it's just stuff like that is why people be getting so damn upset at a lot of these movements that's like you always say, the road up to good intentions seems good on the surface, but then you realize no, it's actually extremely dangerous.
Yeah, it is. Okay, we can wrap it up, guys.
Oh wow, 20K steps, man. Damn. Well, look, Cygnus. When I do my listen, I could do the 8K. I do the 8K steps. That's about 4 miles approximately when I do my little cardio. But 20K, holy shit, man. Yeah, you got that, Cygnus. Because the few times I did that, Cygnus, that's a good 7 miles right there, I think. Yeah, that's a distance.
Yeah, that is good. Oh snap! Dude, I was paying attention to chat. Macaulay, I watched the Halo Studios thing and cringe more than ever I have. We need to fire Phil. Macaulay, I'll be honest with you, bro. I won't go that far. I'm gonna wait to see what they can produce, because as far as the gameplay that I played with Halo, and granted, dude, I've been off Halo for a while. I do like the guy that they have there. Me and Dea did a breakdown of it. We gave our opinions on it. I'm willing to give him a chance. I'm one of these people that didn't have a problem with Halo 4 or 5 or Infinite. Right? I actually like the story and the characters and stuff like that. I like the multiplayer. I didn't have a problem. But obviously changes were made. I'm just gonna wait and see what, because I am a Halo fan at the end of the day. That's one of the reasons why I play Xbox is because of Halo. So we'll see how that turns out. Easiest way to lose weight: get a physical job and go to the gym once or twice a week. Crazy how your body changes. Man, Macaulay, I wish I could, brother, but I'm up there. I'm an old man, brother. I sit at a desk, and even that gives me problems.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, man. The more active you are, regardless of what you do, the better it is for your body, man.
Yeah.
Just for certain.
I mean, I work a mentally taxing job and not a physical one. So
yeah. Less processed food, less sugar, 100%.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Cut. I used to date a woman who her brother was a fitness instructor, and he got me. He's the one that got me off sugar, you know. And ever since then, I stopped eating stuff like cereal and ice cream and soda. Stopped all that completely eventually. Yeah, stopping that sugar, man. That's an extremely important one.
Yeah, it changes. I ended up doing that just because I had pain. This is what they've done to my boy Master Chief. I don't know, bro. You might want to wait, dude, because some of the stuff they said, again, we did a breakdown of it. Dea was awesome, right? Because she comes from the PC aspect. But like some of the stuff they're saying, man, like they're on a mission, dude. I know a lot of people are worried about the lead, that person. I forgot what her name is.
The chief of staff.
The chief of staff, but just see that title, chief of staff. Right?
Yeah.
We'll see how the actual. I like that one game Pierre that everybody talks about. That one.
Yeah. That's not nearly as bad as people make it seem, man. That's one of the things. See, that's the stuff that I personally push back off, because it's like I don't think that don't mean nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she like chief of staff. I don't think her staff is gonna be fucking full of people who don't know how to code and Unreal Engine 5 and think I don't know, whatever the fuck they were saying. Master Chief looks like it's some stupid shit that I completely disagree with, man.
I mean, the armor Master Chief was wearing, like, again, if you guys played,
it looked like it was based off Halo 1 armor.
It was based off of Halo 1, but it had that Halo 5. Because technically, I kind of don't like the armor, the heavy armor, right? Because it makes it look, dude, he looks like me, right? It's like it's because there's a reason why the armor looks that way, right? If you play the game, you know why. Now, if you don't like that armor, 100%, because I don't like that armor either. There's other armor that I like that's in Halo. I personally don't like the bigger, heavy armor.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why they have the Halo armor as well. That's that thick, dude. I mean, if you played ODST, right? Not ODST. Reach.
Yeah.
Right. You know, there's different Spartans. I have a chisel job just from working a physical job and doing pin machine workouts in the gym. Wow, that fast it happened. But how old are you, Macaulay? Dude, I just dropped cereal, dude.
Yeah. I haven't eaten cereal in 4 years. So
Because I'm not eating the protein stuff, bro. That stuff's horrible.
yeah.
I would rather like not eat that and then eat it like every year, like once a year, just to get the real stuff. I do that with ice cream, dude. I would not eat diet ice cream.
Yeah, you know what? The ice cream was a little harder for me because I had a health issue some years ago, and ice cream was the only thing that helped soothe that pain. And so when I healed up, I was still eating that ice cream too much. So that took me a little while to tone it down on that. But cereal, cereal and stuff like soda, I don't drink any of that anymore.
Dude, I had a gallstone that was moving. It was the most excruciating pain, and it was never stopped. I dealt with it 24/7. It's just that some days or sometimes are better than others.
Damn.
So after going through that helped change my whole perspective on food. The water thing, when I got my first kidney stone, that changed my perspective. I stopped drinking soda and sugary drinks. And I can drink, like, I got so good to the point where I can drink soda now. It's not even a problem.
Yeah.
But because every once in a while I just want to drink a soda or crave a soda, but that's very rare.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, guys. I have to go. My daughter's.
Oh yeah. Let's. I should have bullied you into ending the show like I usually.
That's fine. That's fine, dude. I told her I'd drop her off. So, and Macaulay's in here now. Hey, sorry, Macaulay. I gotta roll.
Yeah, Macaulay. But thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah, dude. This is fun. Yeah, thanks, Unlimited. Thanks for popping in, Unlimited, man. It's fun.
Oh yeah. Anytime I'm free, because you got the wildest streaming schedule in the community.
Yeah. It's all over the place, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I still don't come to Hebot levels. But like I know Hebot, like he wants to do his stream and stuff like that, but I know why he can't. I mean, I'm trying to balance it out with mine. But it's hard, dude. I feel for anybody else that's always on the move. So yeah, go ahead, shout yourself out, Unlimited.
All right, yeah, man. It's your boy Unlimited Production. You can find me doing the Unlimited Truth whenever the truth is needed. We had a great show yesterday, so check that out. And as always, it was great to hang out with the homie Sega Forever in the all-in chat.
Yeah, thanks, my brother. I really appreciate it. Macaulay, man. Dude, you dropping some good stuff, man. I wish we could talk more about it. Still looking out for the Xbox Bros. That's what we do here, bro. That's what we do here, man. Like we talked about it earlier. We keep it 100, dude. Because at the end of the day, it affects us, man, as both fans and gamers. So of course we want to tell the truth. But anyway, man, Xbox All In channel, All In chat. Thanks for showing up. We out.
All right, peace.